An invisible wall slammed into place around me, cutting me off. I was still in the room. I still heard people I viewed as my friends move around, talking, but they seemed impossibly far away. I sat there, disconnected and alone. No matter how much time I spent being a part of the pack, no matter how much I sacrificed or how dedicated I was, Doolittle's eyes told me that the divide between me and them would always remain. The man who had brought me back from death time and time again now looked at me with dread, afraid of being tainted. I forced the words out. Just strong med magic. The usual kind. It wasn't me. You were healed by a med mage. Or at least I was pretty sure Hugh would be rated as one had he bothered to apply for certification. You're still you, Doc. I didn't turn you into anything you're not. The tension melted from his face. The desire to get away swelled in me so strong that if I could have stood up, I would have walked out. I didn't want to be in the same room with anyone. I wanted to be by myself. George appeared, holding the saline solution and a green box. I have the gauze. Dysandra first, I told her. George turned to Dysandra. Come with me. Time to get cleaned up. But I like my war clothes. If you need me to hold her down, I growled, I totally can do that. Fine, fine. Dysandra sighed and followed George into the bathroom. They shut the door. Doolittle looked at me. Do you need to be restrained? I'm fine. Lie back, Kate. Kira walked into the room and picked up the spare bottle of saline solution and gauze. I hadn't realized I was sitting. I forced myself to lie flat. Very well. Saturate the wounds, rinsing them with gentle pressure. Make sure no debris remains, Doolittle said. Got it. Kira poured some saline on the gauze and began to gently blot my leg. Curran mentioned you wanted to tell me something. I kept thinking about that verse from Daniel, Doolittle said. One part in particular stood out to me. It says, I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. Note, it doesn't mention that the lion's fur or his claws were gone, only that the wings had been plucked, and they were the difference between the beast and man. I don't follow, I said. Do you recall how I told you that these things may be able to hide their scales? Yes. I've wondered if, since the verse mentioned the wings specifically, they might be the final stage of their transformation. Most common shapeshifters have two complete forms, human and animal. And the warrior form, Kira said. That's a hybrid form that one has to concentrate to maintain, Doolittle said. I'm talking about final stage form that a shapeshifter can maintain indefinitely. I think our orange friends have 3. Human, animal, and winged beast. I believe that in their animal stage they may look very similar to naturally occurring animal species. I didn't like the sound of that. Why? Doolittle lowered his voice to a whisper. Do you recall how I tested the blood from the severed head against all the other blood samples? Yes. I had taken fluid samples from Dysandra. Blood, urine, and amniotic fluid. I completed my diagnostic run, and since I had exposed every other fluid sample to the creature's blood, I tested Dysandra's blood and amniotic fluid just to be on the thorough side. Her blood reacted. Her amniotic fluid did not. One of her children is not what he seems.
Oh, dear God. Kira froze with the gauze in her hand. If we told Dysandra that one of her children was a monster, there was no telling what she would do. "This can't leave this room," I said.
Agreed,
Doolittle said. I glanced at the main room.
I didn't hear anything,
Derek said.
Me neither,
Barabbas told me. There could be only two possibilities. One, Dysandra had sex with a third man besides Gerardo and Radamil. That was extremely unlikely. For all of her flirting and outrageous declarations, she never actually came on to anyone, and her distress when she told us about Gerardo throwing her out was genuine. She wouldn't have taken a chance on having sex with some random stranger. She'd slept with Radamil because she knew he would be kind, and she had needed that kindness. That left door number 2. Either Gerardo or Radamil sprouted wings in his spare time and amused himself by swiping guards off the towers. If Doolittle was right, the winged shapeshifters could assume human and animal shapes that let them mimic normal shapeshifters. It explained why the winged freaks suddenly started showing up at the castle. They were members of either Belve Ravenati or the Volkodavi, and if they had to fight, they assumed their final form. The million-dollar question was, which one was it? The creatures looked more feline to me, but that didn't mean anything. What about the other child?
It's a wolf,
Doolittle said. That told us nothing. A child of 2 shapeshifters rolled genetic dice. He could inherit a beast from his father or his mother. Dysandra transformed into a wolf. If she had a child with Gerardo, he would be a wolf. If she had a child with Radamil, he could be a wolf or a lynx. We still knew nothing except that she was growing a monster inside her. Eventually, I would have to tell her this. Could this get more fucked up? At the door, Mahon crossed his arms.
Who are you?
A woman answered quietly. The big werebear stepped aside, and a tall woman in her late 40s stepped through the door. Dark-skinned and graceful, she looked Arabic. An adolescent boy and a younger girl followed her.
My name is
Demet, the woman said slowly.
Lord Megabari sent for me to heal.
She put her hand over her heart.
Healer. That's very fortunate,
Doolittle said,
because I can't move my legs.
Chapter 14. Eduardo paced up and down the common area, stomping as if he had hooves and glaring at the bathroom door. Demet asked for privacy, and the bathroom was the only place that still had a functional door. Derek went in there with them. His face alone was enough of a deterrent, even if she had decided to try something. Eduardo exhaled and turned back for another pass. Red streaks stained his white t-shirt. His wounds were deep, and he wasn't doing them any favors. Kira paced, too, to the wall and back, turning just a hair before her body touched the stone. Barabbas sat in the middle of the room, his face grim. At the door, Mahon loomed a somber shadow. It never occurred to me that something was wrong. When Doolittle sat up in his tub, I felt an overwhelming avalanche of relief. I never thought to ask if he was okay. Curran walked through the door. Blood drenched his right side. On the left, deep cuts where monster claws had gouged his flesh crossed his muscles. Being hugged by a flying 8-foot-long leopard left its mark. He walked over to me and crouched.
Are you okay?
Define okay. Yes. Did you get him?
It was a woman. She threw herself from the cliff. Her brains are splattered on the bottom of the ravine."
"Damn it."
"What's going on?"
he asked. Doolittle woke up. "He can't move his legs." The door of the bathroom swung open, and Demet stepped out. Her teenage son followed her. Curran rose.
"How is he?"
Demet said something. Her son turned, presenting us with his back. "First injury." Demet pointed with her fingers at the top of his neck, drawing an invisible line. "Cervical. Healed. No problem. Second injury." She swept her hand lower, indicating the small of the back and lower. "Lumbar. L1 and L2. Demet held up one finger, then two fingers, and tapped the boy on the shoulder. He turned. "Full feeling here." Demet drew her hand from his head down to his stomach. She struggled for a word. "Not full."
"Some," Barabbas offered.
"Some feeling here." Her hand moved from the stomach down through the pelvis. "Legs. No." Doolittle was paralyzed from his hips down. My mind ran against that thought and splattered.
"Will he ever walk again?"
Curran asked. Demet spread her arms. "Possible. I did everything I could for him." She paused. Time, magic, and rest." She turned to me. "You have wounds." "I don't care." She shook. "You not like them. No time. Must heal right away."
"It's my fault," Eduardo said. "I couldn't hold her."
"She flew," Kira told him. "And she was strong. All three of us couldn't hold her." Eduardo's eyes bulged. He turned in place, looking like he would break into a charge any second. He was going into a tailspin fast.
"It's my fault. I was supposed to watch him. I let him get hurt."
He turned, stomping toward the door. Curran stepped into his way.
"Stop."
Eduardo skidded to a halt.
"Look at me."
The big man focused on Curran's face.
"Man up,"
Curran said, his voice saturated with force.
"We're still in danger. I still need you. Don't fold on me."
Eduardo exhaled through his nose.
"That goes for all of you," Curran said. "Later we can sit around and wonder what if and cry about what we should have done different. Right now we work. We've been attacked. They're still out there. We will hunt them down and take them apart."
Barabbas sat a little straighter. Kira pushed herself from the wall. Curran looked back at Eduardo.
"Okay."
"Okay," the big man said.
"Good."
Curran turned to Demet.
"Heal Kate."
I woke up with Curran sitting next to me. He didn't say anything. He just sat next to me and looked at me. "Were you watching me sleep? Because I thought we agreed that's creepy." He didn't answer. We were alone in the room. Doolittle and his tub, Kira, and everyone else were gone. On second thought, the covers under me looked familiar. I was on our bed. He must have carried me to our room. I usually woke up if someone moved outside my room behind a closed door. How did I sleep through him carrying me? Doolittle had a habit of slipping sedatives into my drink because I ignored his instructions to lie down and rest. But the last I saw him, he was in the bathtub. Demet and her children had chanted my wounds into regeneration. I recalled a rush of soothing coolness foaming over my wounds. And then George handed me a glass of water. George sedated me. Okay, the drugging thing has to stop. Also, if one of them ever attempts to hold me down and pour booze on my wound, I will kill somebody. That's not an idle threat, either. Curran didn't say anything. "Are you okay?" I asked. He nodded at the wall. I concentrated. The magic was still up, and as I quested forward, I felt something stir behind the stone. Not a vampire, but something odd. Something I hadn't felt before. We were being listened to. Curran's mouth was a hard slash across his face. He was angry. Monumentally, terribly angry. I reached over and touched his face, looking for that intimate connection. "Hey, are we still okay?" He took my hand, his strong fingers hot and dry, and squeezed it. Okay, we were still okay. He didn't have to say anything else. "Did Doolittle talk to you?" I asked. He shook his head. I reached over to the night table, took a small notepad and a pen, and wrote on it. He tested Dessandra's amniotic fluid. One of the babies could grow wings. Curran's eyes widened. He took the pen. "Did she sleep with one of those things?" "Most likely Radamil or Gerardo is one of those things." "How is that possible?" "You have two forms, human and animal. Doolittle thinks that these guys have a third one. Human, animal, and monster with wings." Curran shook his head. "Which one is it?" "No way to tell. The amniotic fluid indicates that one baby is a wolf and the other is something else. The like V with wolf genes could come from Desandra. They must have known or suspected Doolittle found something out. That's why they wrecked his lab." Curran wrote, "Who knew that Doolittle had taken the amniotic fluid?" "Ivana for sure," I wrote. Radamil's sister had offered to hold Dessandra's hand in case she was scared. At the time, I thought she was a decent human being. Anybody could have seen it. Radamil and Ignazio were all brawling in the hallway while Doolittle worked. A familiar, careful knock sounded through the door. Barabbas. "Just a minute." I flipped the piece of paper over. "I'm going to ruffle the packs to see if I can get a reaction." "Anybody who isn't watching Desandra will be watching Doolittle," he wrote. Perfect. "I have to go meet with the packs this morning," I said aloud. "Anything you want me to pass along?" "Yes." Curran took the note, folded it, and methodically tore it into confetti. "Tell them that there is no escape from me." The Belve Ravenati were my first stop. We met by a giant bay window in one of the public rooms where soft tan furniture sat arranged around a coffee table. The wolves from Ravenna didn't want me in their quarters. I sat in a love seat across from Isabella Lavari. Gerardo sat on her left. His brother was nowhere to be found. 3 other people joined us, all with a similar bearing, clean-cut, the 2 men clean-shaven, the woman's hair pulled back into a ponytail. They gave off an almost military air, and they watched me with a single-minded attention. This was a wolf pack, and I was clearly the enemy. Barabbas stood behind me, taking notes on a legal pad. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me," I said. The swelling hadn't gone down as much as I would have liked, and talking hurt. Isabella looked me over. "I'm surprised you're still here. I'm hard to kill. Like a cockroach." "Not sure that's a good comparison. I never had trouble killing small insects," I said. Barabbas quietly cleared his throat. Isabella raised her eyebrows. In her early 50s, she had a kind of sharp precision about her. Over my time with the pack, I had watched Alpha's work. Some struggled, like Jennifer. Some, like the Linescos of Clan Rat, had a natural ease about interacting with people in their charge. Isabella had neither. She radiated the air of command. It was obedience or else. "As you know, we're attempting to discover the nature of the attacks on Dessandra's life," I said. "Her well-being and the well-being of her children is our first priority." "Are you trying to imply that we're under suspicion?" Isabella asked. "I'm not implying. I'm saying it. I'd like nothing better than to strike you from my list." Barabbas passed me a small note card with a single word. Diplomatic. Isabella leaned back. "I'm insulted." "I don't give a fuck," I said. "Last night your daughter-in-law was attacked. Our people were hurt. I've got 10 shapeshifters howling for blood. I'm looking for someone to hunt. It can be you, or it can be Crawl, or the Volkadavi. I don't really care, so go ahead. Give me a reason to paint a target on your chest." The Belve Ravenati stared at me in stunned silence. Isabella laughed quietly. "Ask your questions." "Where were you last night around midnight?" "In the outer quarters. My sons were with my husband and me." "Can the guards account for your whereabouts?" "No." Isabella's wolves turned their heads toward the hallway. Someone large was coming toward us. I leaned forward to get a better look. Mahon. Now what? The Bear of Atlanta approached us, slowly, clearly in no hurry, and came to stand next to Barabbas behind me. "Sorry I'm late." Back up. Wow, knocked me over with a feather. The Belve Ravenati were looking at me. Right. Where were we? I concentrated on Isabella's face. This was the reason I had come here in the first place. "We have reason to believe we can identify the creatures who attacked Desandra through a blood test. Would you be willing to provide us with a blood sample?" "Absolutely not." Unfazed. She wouldn't give us the blood, but the fact that we could test it didn't bother her any. Gerardo's face showed no anxiety either. "Why?" "Because blood is a precious commodity. I won't give you access to it only to have it used against my family by magical means." Well, it was worth a shot. I looked at Gerardo. "When did you find out that Desandra had been attacked?" "A guard had told us after it happened," he said. "Did you make any efforts to assist us in making sure Desandra was safe?" Gerardo unlocked his jaw. "No." "Did you make any efforts to visit the future mother of your child and make sure she is all right?" "No." "Why?" "I forbade it," Isabella said. "My son is overly fond of that woman. Since she is now a target, being near her puts him in danger." I looked at Gerardo. "Don't you think you owe some loyalty?" "To a slut who slept with another man?" Isabella raised her eyebrows. "I can understand why you might feel sympathy for her. You are not married either." Behind me, the pen creaked in Barabbas's fingers. He must have squeezed it too hard. I regarded Isabella. Straight for the jugular, huh? The strange thing was, it hurt. It stabbed me right in some deep female part of my psyche that I had no idea existed. Loyalty to the woman who was your wife for 2 years and who is now carrying your child? "You don't understand what it's like," Gerardo said. "To never know if your wife loves you, or if she's just
waiting for the right moment to stab you in the back because her father told her so."
Isabella's eyebrows came together. "My son deserves a woman who is honorable and strong, who will be a partner and an alpha, instead of a weak half-wit who is only a liability. This is a pointless conversation." Isabella looked past me at Mahon. "We all know that the human is being replaced. Last night's dinner was a definitive proof of that." What happened last night? Mahon leaned forward, his hands on the back of my chair. The wood groaned under the pressure of his fingers.
"She's earned my loyalty. Do not insult her again."
The world stood on its ear.
"Fine," Isabella said. "You may play this game of pretend, but I'm done. Your human knows it too. One only has to see the look on her face when Lorelei Wilson walks into the room." She looked at me. "You are an open book, and you know you are being set aside. Take your pets and leave us." I rose. Mahon looked at Gerardo. "You can't hold on to your mother's skirt forever." The werewolf bared his teeth. "Enough!" Isabella rose and walked away. Her wolves followed. A moment, and we were alone. "What happened at dinner?" I asked, once they were out of earshot. "Lorelei sat next to Curran," Barabbas said. "In my chair?" "Yes." Curran had lied to me. The realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. He came into Dessandra's room, lay next to me, held me, and told me I didn't have to worry about Lorelei, all after she sat in my chair at dinner. He had to know exactly what kind of signal it would send to everyone else. She had literally taken my place, and he allowed it. The universe spun out of control. I struggled to hold on to it. I had to finish this. I couldn't drop everything and search Curran out so I could punch him in the face. No matter how much I wanted to do it. No matter how much it hurt. I managed to make some words happen. "And you didn't think to mention it?" Barabbas sighed. "I didn't want to upset you. I didn't expect them to be so blunt. They don't want to answer the questions, so they're trying to exploit any weaknesses." Curran lied to me. I tried to wrap my mind around it and couldn't. All my life, first Voron, then Greg, had taught me to trust no one. Trust, intimacy, complete honesty with another human being wasn't for me. It was a luxury someone with my blood couldn't afford. I ignored it all and trusted him. I trusted him so completely that even now, faced with evidence of his betrayal, I was looking for possible explanations. Maybe it was part of some plan he lied about having. Maybe... I stomped on that thought and crushed it into pieces. I had a job to do. I would deal with this later. I stuffed those sharp shards into the same dark place where I stuffed everything. They scoured me on their way down. My storage capacity for the problems I couldn't handle was getting full. Not much more would fit. "What's next?" I asked. "The Volkodavi," Barabbas said. "Lead on." The Volkodavi met me in their rooms in a large common area. Vitali, the head of the clan, and Radamil's brother, shook my hand. Like Radamil, he was tall and blond. He was handsome, but lacked the near perfection of his brother. I sat in a chair. Radamil sat across from me. "Where is Ivana?" I asked. "She'll be here,"
Vitali said. I asked them the same set of questions and got much the same responses. Yes, they were in their quarters. No, they couldn't account for their whereabouts, and they didn't do anything to help or check on Desandra. Radamil wanted to go, but Vitali stopped him, because Desandra was a nice girl, but she wasn't worth getting hurt over.
"Look,"
Radamil told me in broken English.
We don't mind talking to you, but it's not going to help. You and the Wilson girl. It's made things complicated. You not married.
Like dragging a cheese grater across my soul. Yes, I know I'm not married. Yes, Lorelei sat next to Curran at dinner. I'm irrelevant. I'm human. I'm being replaced. Can I see Ivana, please? Vitaly sighed and called.
Ivana!
A moment later, Ivana walked into the room. She looked exactly how I remembered her, a slender blonde woman, except for the left side of her face. Scaly dark patches of damaged skin covered her left temple, disappearing under her hair. "What happened to your face?" I asked. Ivana waved her arm. As she moved, her hair shifted and I caught a better glimpse. The scaly blotches covered the entire left side of her face, from the temple down over her cheek and neck, barely missing her eyes and lips. Her cheekbone had lost some of its sharpness, too, its lines smoothed. I'd seen this before. Her bones had been crushed by blunt trauma, and like V was in the process of rebuilding it layer by layer.
It's stupid, Ivana said. We have a fireplace in the room. I was really tired after the hunt, and Radamil and Vitaly came into my room and decided to argue with each other. Vitaly was waving his arms. I got excited, Vitaly said. He knocked my jewelry stand into the fireplace. I yelled at them, went to fish my necklace out, and accidentally pressed the ignition. A fire flared and burned me. At least I had put my hair up for the night, or I would be bald. Bullshit. That was a chemical burn, complete with a spray pattern. She was lying through her teeth. Either she was stupid, or she thought I was really stupid, or she just didn't care. I was betting on the latter. She and everyone else in the room knew that without a clear, indisputable smoking gun, I couldn't force her to do anything. That's terrible, I said. It will heal in a couple of days. Is there anything else you wanted? Yes. We have reason to believe that the creatures who attacked Dysandra are hiding here in the castle. We've developed a blood test that lets us identify these creatures. Vitaly, Radamil, and Ivana stared at me, their faces so carefully neutral that it had to be a controlled exertion of will. Would you be willing to provide us with a blood sample? No, Vitaly said slowly. Blood has too much power. We don't want to be cursed, Radamil shook his head. Thank you for coming, Ivana said. You're not a bad person. We're sorry your man is being so unfair. We left. As we walked away, Mahon rested his hand on my shoulder. It was a quiet, almost fatherly gesture. Did you see their faces? I asked. We got a reaction, Barabbas said. I don't know what it means, but we got one. Yarok Krawl was my last stop. The Obluda pack occupied the northern side of the castle. I knew exactly what was coming. He'll try to provoke you, Barabbas said. I know. If I gave Yarok any pretext to attack me, he would be overjoyed. Don't react, Kate, Barabbas murmured. I know. If he touches you, you can touch back, Mahon said. Oh, yes, I will. You can be sure I will. We turned the corner. A long hallway unrolled before us, the light from the windows painting light rectangles on the floor. Men milled about in the hallway. 1, 2, 12. Yarok had pulled most of his pack out of their beds to give me a proper welcome. Yarok's shapeshifters stared at me. Some openly leered. A dark-haired, older shapeshifter on the left stuck his tongue out and wiggled it.
Wasn't he a charmer? Your tongue's too long. Come closer, I'll fix it for you. I kept walking, Barabbas and Mahon behind me. The anger and hurt inside me crystallized into an icy cage. I hid inside it, using it as my armor. Whatever punches Yarrick Crawl threw at me, they wouldn't breach it. The ice was too thick. As we moved through the hallway, the shapeshifters fell in behind us. Someone whistled. Someone catcalled. I kept walking. Ahead, an arch offered a view of a large room. A familiar grouping of cushioned seats and coffee tables waited. Hugh clearly believed that if a furniture set did its job, there was no reason to get creative. Yarrick Crawl sprawled on the love seat, watching me walk toward him. His inner circle flanked the seat. A tall blonde, one of the two brothers who followed Yarrick around, an older man with a shaved head and muscles like a heavyweight prize fighter, and Renock, my buddy, dark-haired with a short beard and a deep inborn viciousness in his eyes. This would be interesting.
"Curran's whore comes to visit us,"
Yarrick said in accented English. The three men laughed as if on cue. I glanced at Mahon. "You really shouldn't let him talk to you like that." Mahon's bushy eyebrows came together. I sat in the chair. "Your daughter was attacked last night."
"And?"
"Looking for some fatherly reactions here. Is she okay? Was she hurt?" I leaned forward. "You know, things men ask when their children are attacked." Yarrick shrugged.
"Why should I worry? That's why we hired you, to keep my precious daughter safe."
"Where were you last night at midnight?"
"Here. Wasn't I?"
Yarrick spread his arms.
"Yes,"
the older bald man said.
"Here,"
Renock said and winked. Yarrick Crawl leaned toward me. Oh boy, here we go.
"What does he see in you?"
His tone was light, almost conversational.
"You're not a shapeshifter. You're not powerful, and you're not beautiful. No body, no face."
Behind me, Barabbas took a sharp breath.
"Do you give good sex?"
Yarrick Crawl propped his elbow on the table and rested his chin on his fist.
"Do you suck his cock?"
Oh, look. Someone looked up a couple of dirty words in the English dictionary. Cute. Yarrick leaned a little forward, happy with himself.
"Does he like his cock sucked? Or did you not do a good job? Is that why your face looks like this?"
Amateur. "Why are you so curious about Curran's cock? Are you looking for something new to suck? You're welcome to ask him, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't like you like that." The three men drew back. Yarrick blinked. Barabbas laughed under his breath. "Try to pay attention," I told him. "I will speak slowly so you can understand. Your daughter was attacked. There are strange creatures in this castle. We have a blood test that can identify them. Will you let us test your blood?" Yarrick laughed. He didn't seem nervous, but he was so animated I couldn't tell if he was reacting at all.
"Maybe we should test your blood."
Renock grabbed my left arm. He was fast, but I saw him move and I let him do it. His fingers closed on my wrist. He pulled my arm, bending it at the elbow to expose the inside of the forearm. I waited half a second to make sure everyone saw it, and drove the flat palm of my right hand against his wrist. He was strong, but he didn't expect me to be. His hold slipped. I grabbed his wrist with my right hand and twisted it, wrenching his arm. He bent forward, trying to keep his shoulder in its socket. I yanked a throwing knife out of my sheath and drove it through his trapezius muscle at the top of his shoulder, nailing him to the coffee table with the knife. The whole thing took half a breath. "So I take it that's a no on the blood?" I asked. Yarick Krall stared at me. A rough, jagged growl tore from Renock, part fury, part pain. He strained. Barabbas leaned forward and put his hand on Renock's neck. The shapeshifter went still. I rose. I see no women in your party. That's a mistake. Dysandra is her father's daughter. She fought last night, and she enjoyed it. She will kill you one day, and then she'll go on to have children who will never know your name. Your pathetic attempt at a dynasty will die with you. The blonde and the prize-fighter jumped to their feet. Mahon shook his head.
Think about what you're doing,
he said quietly, his voice deep with menace. Yarick said something. The wolves backed away. I rose and walked out. Mahon and Barabbas followed me. I marched down the hallway, heading toward the stairs at a near run. Outside the windows the day was bright. Golden sunshine, blue sky, pleasant wind. I wanted to punch the happy day in the face, grab it by the hair, and beat it until it told me what the hell it was so happy about. I was keyed up, too high, and I was sick of this place. Sick of shapeshifters, sick of their politics, and sick of holding myself back. Thinking about Curran just poured more gasoline on the fire. I had to fix myself, and I had to do it now before I exploded. We came to a padded bench set in the shallow nook.
Let's sit here a minute,
Mahon said. I didn't want to sit. I wanted to punch something.
Please,
Mahon said. Fine. I sat. He sat on the other end. Barabbas leaned against the wall next to me.
I was born before the shift,
Mahon said.
For me, magic changed everything. Martha is my second wife. I buried my first, and I buried our children. I have no love for normal people. To me, I'm normal. I'm a shapeshifter, but I'm human. Things that I endured were done to me by normal humans, and they did them because they never tried to understand me and mine, and if they did, they couldn't. I didn't belong with them, and they sure as hell didn't belong with me or my family. There was no common ground between us.
Why was he telling me this? I already felt like I'd been through a gauntlet. I didn't need extra punches.
You'll never be a shapeshifter,
Mahon said.
If you live with us for 100 years, a newborn werebear will be more of a shapeshifter than you are.
Barabbas looked at him. Enough! That back there was plenty. She doesn't need any more shit today.
Let me finish,
Mahon said, his voice calm.
You'll never fully understand what it's like, and we'll never fully understand you. But it doesn't matter. You're pack.
I blinked. I must have misheard.
Why take their abuse?
Mahon asked.
I know it goes against your nature.
Because it's not about me. It's about the panacea, our people, and a pregnant woman. I can make them eat their words, but it will derail everything. They're counting on me blowing my gasket, and playing to their expectations helps them and hurts us. I would rather win big at the end than win small right now.
And that's why no matter what happens, you will always be pack, because you have that loyalty and restraint.
Mahon raised his hands as if holding an invisible ball.
The pack is bigger than all of us. It's an institution, a thing built on self-sacrifice. We're a violent breed. To exist in peace, we have to sacrifice that violence. We have to praise control and discipline. And it starts at the top. Having an alpha who is a loose cannon is worse than having no alpha at all. The world is falling around us in pieces and will be for some time. It's all about stability now, about giving people a safe place, a reassuring routine so they don't feel frightened and so they don't feel the need to resort to violence. Because if we go down that road, we'll either self-destruct or be exterminated. That's why we build so many safeguards. In time, I'd like to see things change. I'd like the challenges to go away. We lose too many good people to those. But it will come with time. A long time. Perhaps years, perhaps generations, and it will start at the top. We lead by example.
I never knew that about him. Mahon faced me.
You and us. We have things in common. You know what it's like to not be normal, except in this case, you're the odd one out. You may respect our ways, but you don't have to try to be something you are not. Some people will take longer to adjust, but in time, you will be accepted just as you are. Not human, not whatever, but Kate. Unique and different, but not separate. Kate is just Kate, and you belong with us. That's all that matters.
I was the badass consort, and he was the grim Pax executioner. Hugging him in the hallways would be entirely inappropriate. "Thank you for your help," I said.
"Any time,"
Mahon said. Barabbas spun toward the stairs. Lorelei circled the landing and kept going up the stairs, her dark green dress with a diaphanous skirt flaring as she walked. Barabbas inhaled.
"Is that—" "Now isn't the time,"
Mahon said. Oh no, now was the perfect time. She was walking upstairs, and unless Curran waited for her in her room, he would be alone and available for a little chat. Where would Curran be now? I asked.
"It's lunch," Barabbas said. "In the Great Hall."
Good. It was about time I talked to him. By the time we reached the Great Hall, common sense had kicked in. Marching in there and punching Curran, as satisfying as it might be, wouldn't accomplish much except make me look like a jealous idiot who couldn't control herself. I wouldn't give him and the other Pax the satisfaction. I halted at the door. "Why don't the two of you go in? I'll be right behind you." Mahon went on. Barabbas lingered for a long moment. "I just need a minute to myself."
"Kate, I'm the last person to give love advice. I find calm, grounded guys because I know I'm high-strung and I need someone to steady me, and then I get bored and act out until they leave me. I know I'm doing it, but I keep repeating the same mistake over and over, like a moron, because I keep hoping it will be different with this guy, because he is different. But it's always the same, because I don't change. People don't suddenly change, Kate. You understand?"
He leaned forward and looked into my face.
"Just take longer than a minute, so there are no regrets later."
He went into the great hall. People sat at the tables, eating, drinking, talking. Tension vibrated in me. I was a hair away from violence. I imagined walking in there and stabbing Curran with a fork. Barabbas was right. I needed more than a minute. I needed to splash some water on my face. Across from me, a short hallway led to the side. If I took it, it should lead me to one of the two bathrooms. I stepped into the hallway. A door stood ajar on my right side, leading into a small room where a set of dark wooden stairs climbed up. Maybe it was the way to the minstrel's gallery. I climbed the stairs. If there were any snipers up there, I wanted to meet them for a friendly conversation. If not, I could look at the dining hall unnoticed. The stairs ended. I passed through a doorway in the stone wall and found myself in the minstrel's gallery in the great hall. Score! Something went right today. The great hall had no windows. the only illumination coming from the electric lights, or, right now with magic up, from the fey lanterns shaped like faux torches. It could have been mid-morning or midnight. The outside light made no difference. The gallery lay soaked in gloom, the dark wooden beams almost black. I walked the length of it. 2 doors, one at the far wall and the other at a midway point, interrupted the stone wall. Aside from that, nothing. Empty. I leaned down on the wooden rail. Below me the great hall stretched, brightly lit and loud with people. The windows in the castle hallways must have been open to vent the air heated with human breath and still warm food, and a draught flowed from below, bringing with it a hint of spices and stirring the long blue and silver banners on the wall to the left of me. From this point I was probably nearly invisible to those beneath me. I hadn't realized how high the gallery was. Leaping over the rail was out of the question. My bones would snap from the impact. Curran strode through the door into the hall. He walked to the head table where Barabbas sat on the side next to Mahon and asked Barabbas something. Barabbas spread his arms in response. Curran's face snapped into a familiar, unreadable mask. He sat back in his place in the middle. A moment later, Lorelei floated up. She wore tight jeans and an off-the-shoulder, nearly sheer blue peasant blouse. Her hair streamed over her shoulders. Her face looked flawless. How the hell did she have time to change and get here so fast? Curran turned to her and said something. She sat next to him. Her smile was nothing short of radiant. It felt like someone had dropped a brick into my stomach. She asked him something. He reached for a plate of carved meat. If he offered her food, I'd jump right off this gallery and kick him in the face with my broken legs. Curran moved the dish toward her. "Don't!" He set the platter down. Lorelei smiled at him, speared a slice off the platter with her fork, and leaned in to tell him something, a little sly light in her eyes. They were sitting too close. I stared at Curran, wishing I could see through his skull into his head. Why are you doing this? Why?
Perhaps because she is younger and fresher,
Hugh said behind me. I hadn't realized I'd spoken out loud. I didn't hear him walk up to me either. Shit. This situation needed to unscrew itself up really fast because it was distracting me. Hugh came to lean next to me, a hulking shadow. He wore jeans and a gray t-shirt. The thin fabric lay across his broad back, following the contours of his trapezius and latissimus dorsi muscles. I knew this build, a meld of strength and high endurance, flexible, mobile, but capable of crushing power. Hugh would be very difficult to kill. He turned, watching Curran down below.
Perhaps he wants her because she is a shapeshifter, and his people would accept her. She'll birth him a litter of cubs, and everyone will cheer. Perhaps because she would bring a political alliance. Perhaps because she won't argue with him. Some men enjoy obedience.
Thank you for your analysis, Doctor. Measuring others by your own standard? He tilted his head, presenting me with a view of his square jaw. Punching it would be a bitch. I'd bruise my hand for sure. Voron had chosen well. Usually I didn't have any issues with my body, but right now I wished for another 6 inches of height and an extra 30 pounds of muscle. It wouldn't make us even, but it would tighten the gap.
Interested in my standards? Hugh asked.
Danger, I see lake ahead. No.
If we're talking a one-night stand, I'm looking for enthusiasm, perhaps for someone fearless. Blind obedience is boring. I want to have a good time, I want her to have a good time, and I want to make a memory I'll enjoy remembering.
Too much information. Hugh's one-night stands were the last thing on my need-to-know list.
You asked, but you're not his one-night stand, Kate. Or are you?
I gave him my hard look. He grinned, a wolfish, sharp grin.
You know what I'm looking for in a partner? A challenge.
Good luck. He laughed quietly, a raspy sound.
Perhaps we're overthinking it. Maybe your beast lord is leaning toward her because he needs a wife, and her father isn't planning to destroy everything he stands for.
Ouch. Is that what Roland wants to do? Hugh sighed and surveyed the people below.
Look at them. They think this gathering is about them, their petty territorial clashes, their problems, their lusts, wants, and needs. They gorge themselves, squabble, and flash their fangs, and all the while they have no idea that it is all about you.
Thin ice. Proceed with extreme caution. He turned toward me, blue eyes luminescent.
There are thousands of shapeshifters. Kill 100 and there are always more, but there hasn't been another one like you for 5,000 years. I would slaughter everyone in that room below for a shot at a single conversation with you.
The imaginary ice was cracking under my feet. He was taking this someplace very strange. Laying it on kind of thick, don't you think?
I'm only stating facts.
Hugh leaned back on the rail.
Spar with me. You know you want to.
I leaned forward and pointed to my forehead. Tell me if you see idiot written on there.
Scared?
I shrugged. Scared of what will happen after I ruin your face and Hebla starts a massacre?
You have my word I won't let you anywhere near my face.
Let? Hugh grinned. In another minute, I'd need a rag to mop up all of the smugness dripping off him. Big talk for someone with a scar on his face.
If you win, I'll tell you how I got it.
I waved my hand at him. That's okay. I don't want to know that badly.
What do you want to know?
Does it matter? So far you've ducked every question I asked.
I didn't think I had a fighting style, you said. If it comes within range, I can kill it, but I thought what I did was a hodgepodge of techniques that worked. It's not something one ponders. What is my special brand of violence? And then I saw you. Admit it, you felt it.
I did. I'd never before seen anyone who fought like me. We had been completely in sync, so perfectly that the memory of it was disturbing. He looked at me.
I want to experience it again. Spar with me.
Sorry, but I'm done playing.
Kate, come on.
I mean it. No. Hugh chuckled.
Mean and a tease.
Below us, Curran stood up. Lorelei stood up too. Now what? Curran walked across the hall and out through the door under the gallery. Lorelei followed him.
Would you like to spy on the lovebirds?
Hugh asked. No. I didn't need any favors from him.
Having the right intelligence is key to winning a war.
I'm not at war.
Of course you are, Kate. You're at war with yourself. A part of you knows that there is more to life than being the consort. A part of you is wondering if he is betraying you. They are going to talk, whether you listen in or not, and hearing them won't change what they have to say.
He nodded to the left.
I'm going. Feel free to join me.
Something inside me snapped. I had to know. I didn't trust the man I loved enough not to listen in. That said volumes about me, and right then I didn't care. Fine. Hugh walked to the nearest door and held it open. I walked through it into a long, curving hallway. I could see a balcony at the end. A light breeze, cold and spiced with the salty dampness of the sea, swirled around me. The sky was a brilliant blue, and against this happy sunlit turquoise, the pale rail of the balcony seemed to almost glow. A long rug stretched across the stone, swallowing our footsteps. Voices drifted up from below. I stopped just short of walking onto the balcony and propped myself against the wall. Hugh leaned against the opposite wall, watching me. "You don't take good care of yourself," Lorelei said, and she was ready and willing to help him with that. "You make so many sacrifices." He couldn't possibly be buying this crock of bullshit. The man who manipulated 7 different sets of alpha personalities on a daily basis couldn't possibly be this stupid. "It must be lonely sometimes?"
"It is,"
Curran said. He was lonely. We had been together almost 24/7 for the past 2 months, yet he was lonely? When in the bloody hell did he have a chance to be lonely exactly?
"It gets to be too much sometimes for one person. I understand," Lorelei continued. "After my mother left my father, I had to go with her, and I didn't really have a choice. I miss my father. I miss being somebody. In Belgium, because of my uncle, my mother and I aren't permitted to actually do anything in the pack. You can't imagine what it's like to be aware every minute that you are a guest, and you must think over every word that comes out of your mouth. I would give anything for a place where I belong. Sometimes I wish I could sprout wings and just fly away. Just be gone to someplace better. Someplace where I matter."
She fell silent.
"I'm sorry it happened to you," Curran said. "Sounds like you feel trapped and alone."
"I do. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to heap my problems on you."
"It's all right."
"No, it's not," Lorelei sighed. "Sometimes I just feel like I have nobody to talk to. At least, no one who understands me. I'm sure you know how that feels. Your mate is human. There are some things she simply cannot understand."
I fought to keep from grinding my teeth. "We are different," Curran said.
"Yeah, those differences didn't bother you until now, jackass."
"I'm sorry she couldn't be with you and share in the thrill of bringing down the prey after a long hunt. It is such a rush to hunt next to your mate. You are so selfless to give up that joy. I don't know if I could do that."
"Oh, give me a break."
"We all must make sacrifices. Hunting with my mate is just one of the things I can't do."
The way he said it, with deep, profound regret, stabbed me straight in the chest.
"Perhaps she could become a shapeshifter?"
"She is immune," Curran said. Lorelei inhaled sharply.
"So? You gave up half of your life for her? I'm so sorry. What if her children are born human?"
"You bitch."
"Then I will deal with it."
He sounded cold like a glacier. My chest hurt. The world gained a slight red tint. I concentrated on breathing. Inhale, exhale. Inhale.
"I shouldn't have mentioned it. It's just that she's so much more fragile than we are. Humans die of disease. They are weaker and easily hurt. If her children are born human, they would inherit her weakness. You shouldn't have to give up your...
I'm sorry. Forget I said anything.
Exhale. Inhale. I appreciate your kindness. It's about time for us to go back, Curran said. I will be missed. Exhale.
Of course.
A door thumped closed. Hugh shook his head. I wasn't sure before, but now I know. The man is an idiot.
The pain sat in my chest, hot and solid.
Don't say it. He's a man of limited vision, Kate. All he cares about is the immediate. She's telling him that you can't hunt with him, you don't grow fur, and he isn't defending you. Sweet gods, your children might be human. The horror. He hasn't even considered what it means to have you on his side long term. You handed him a priceless red diamond, and he's reaching for glass beads because they are bigger and flashier. It's none of your business.
This was it. This was his angle. Separate me from Curran and present himself as a better alternative. Hugh was playing me. I was walking along the edge of a cliff and needed to be sharp or I'd plunge down, but the red mist in my head was making it hard to concentrate.
There are dozens of girls like Lorelei. They think they are special because they were born shapeshifters and they are cute and spoiled. They expect the world to bend for them.
Hugh pointed toward the hall.
I can go in there right now, ask for one, and by morning I'll have 10 just like her. You are special, Kate. You were born special, and then you passed through Voron's crucible, and you've excelled. Curran can't see it. There is an old word for it. Unworthy.
Will you be quiet? I ground out. He kept talking, never raising his voice, his tone reasonable but insistent.
I work with shapeshifters. I know them. I have them in my order. They don't think like us. They like to pretend they do. But their physiology is simply too different. They don't experience complex emotions. They experience urges. It's a cold, hard fact. Shapeshifters are ruled by instincts and needs. The urge to survive, to eat, and to produce offspring. Everything they do is dictated by animalistic thinking. They feel fear, and it drives them into forming packs. They're driven to procreate. And so they become aggressive toward their competition in an effort to pass on their genes. They make children.
Maddie's mother flashed before me. They love their children. They defend them to the end.
So do cheetahs and wolf spiders, but expecting compassion or complex emotions from them would be foolish. It's a survival instinct, Kate. When a human mother loses a child, it's a life-breaking tragedy. When a shapeshifter child turns loop, they grieve and weep for a month or so, and then they get to work on a replacement.
Hugh raised his hands in front of him about a foot apart, palms facing each other.
They have tunnel vision, and they live in the moment. Right now, Curran's instincts are telling him you are a problem. Being with you is too complicated. You don't fit neatly into the structure of his world, and others are questioning his choice. You are a source of friction, and now he's found a more suitable alternative.
I didn't want to hear any more. I pushed from the wall, but he blocked my way.
Move! Ask yourself if you will be content living your life in his shadow. You know you are meant for greater things. Deep down he knows this too. He knows he can't hold you, or he would have begged you to marry him. When a man wants to share his life with a woman, he offers her everything. Move!
If he didn't, I would move him.
You need to blow off some steam. I have an exercise yard full of swords. Spar with me.
No. If you're too scared to try, just say you're scared, and we'll come back to it when you grow a backbone. Voron. That was what Voron used to say to me. He would critique my fights. He would batter me in practice, and when I came up short, he'd reprimand me. Do better was bad. Sloppy was worse, but nothing compared to say you're scared. There was no worse sin than to not try because you couldn't scrape together enough courage. The anger that had simmered boiled over. The ice cage cracked. I was so done. He wanted a fight. I would give him a fucking fight. Fine, lead the way. Chapter 15. I followed Hugh down the stairs. We emerged into the hallway, and I nearly walked into George. She saw Hugh. Her smart eyes narrowed. "Hey, Kate." "Hey." "Where are you going?" "Out for a little exercise." George turned. "I'll come with you." "Suit yourself." We walked through the hallways to a door. Hugh pushed it open, and we emerged into the inner yard. 6 large racks of weapons greeted me, spaced in a crescent along the nearest wall. Swords, axes, spears. He must have taken time to prepare. It wouldn't help him. I strolled along the racks. I recognized a few Japanese blades, but most were European. Bastard swords, rapiers, sabers. An ancient falcata, weighted by the Greek kopis. A Roman gladius rested next to a hand and a half, and a German messer next to its descendant, the saber. Falchions, claymores, tactical blades, every single one of them not only functional, but beautiful. A kind of weapon that was a tool of war and a piece of art. Voron would have loved this. It had to be Hugh's personal collection. It was beautiful, as long as one ignored the man in the cage slowly dying of thirst in the corner. I glanced up. Christopher was watching us through the bars with haunted eyes. I had meant to bring him water this morning. Hugh stalked on the other side, watching me. "Kate," George said, "what are you planning to do?" "We're planning to spar," Hugh told her. "Just a friendly competition." "This is a really bad idea," George said. "What do I get if I win?" I asked. Hugh nodded at his priceless swords. "You can have anything here." I surveyed the blades. I would be insane to turn one down. "Anything?" "Anything in this courtyard. But if I win, you won't." "If I win," Hugh said, "you'll tell me how you killed Era. What magic you did, what moves you used. You will recreate that fight for me down to the last little detail." George shook her head. "Kate?" "Deal." George sighed. I shrugged off my sheath and set Slayer down by the closest rack. I needed a similar blade, something with the same reach, weight, and balance. Hugh stalked along the racks, thinking. Falchion. No, a saber would give me an advantage, but this had to be an even contest. He was stronger, I had no doubt of that. He was 6 inches taller, muscled like a gladiator, and outweighed me by 65 pounds at the very least. His shirt molded to him, and the muscle on his torso looked hard, like body armor, but all that muscle mass came with a price. It would cost him in endurance and speed, and I had endurance coming out of my ears. We stopped at the same rack. 2 nearly identical swords waited before us, each 32 inches long. A deep bevel ran down the length of the double-edged blades. People called it the blood groove, because they imagined blood dramatically running down the bevel. In reality, the groove wasn't made to channel blood, but to lighten the weight of the sword without compromising its resilience. Despite its size, One of these twin swords would likely weigh only about 2.5 pounds. Let's see, a classic Type 6 crossguard with widened, flattened ends bent slightly toward the blade, a 4-inch grip wrapped with a leather cord, a plain round pommel. Not a work of art, but a brutally efficient tool designed to take lives. "Fate," Hugh said. I took one sword, he took the other. I swung my blade. Lighter than 2.5 pounds, more like 2 pounds 6 ounces. No, 5. Point of balance about 5 inches. Good sword. Fast, strong, lively. We walked away from the racks, giving ourselves some space to dance. "Why don't you use your own sword?" George asked. He might break it. "I wouldn't." Hugh put his hand on his heart. "He would," I told George. "He's a son of a bitch." Hugh laughed. "We just met, and she knows me so well." I shrugged my shoulders, moving them forward, stretching my back. "Rules?" "Full contact," Hugh said. "Yield." I had expected first blood. Full contact, yield, meant neither of us would hold back, and we wouldn't stop until one of us was backed into a corner or in real danger of losing a limb or our life. One of us had to say uncle for the fight to end. "You sure about that?" I had a lot of aggression to work out. "Are you afraid?" Hugh asked. "Nope." "Your funeral. Ready?" Hugh spread his arms. "Introduce me to the afterlife." I thought you'd never ask. I walked toward him. He would expect a European opening with a European sword. He wouldn't get one. If I killed him now, he would never tell Roland about me. It could be just a sparring accident. My sword slipped and cut through his aorta. Oopsies. Dreadfully sorry. I was closing the distance. Hugh still had his hands out. He had no idea how pissed off I was. I could make it look like an accident. I could make him pay for everything that hurt inside me. I picked up speed, spun, and let myself off the chain, flying into movement like a pebble shot from a slingshot. The world slowed, each second stretched as if underwater. I slashed diagonally right to left over his chest. He stepped back to dodge. I sliced right to left. Another step, hands up. A low lunge, cutting left to right across his lower stomach. Hugh still dodged, but now with a purpose. He'd identified the cuts. I was hitting along a screamer's cardinal angles. About time. I reversed the slice, cutting in the opposite direction across the stomach. Hugh moved to parry. Point of his blade down, body turning, planning to catch me with his left elbow. Our swords touched. I hammered my left fist into his jaw. The jawbone crunched and popped out of its socket. Hugh's mouth hung open, his lower jaw out of place. I've had my jaw dislocated before. Right now the pain was exploding in his skull, and it had to be excruciating. Hugh stumbled back. I drove him across the yard, striking as fast as I could. Hit, hit, hit. He staggered. My blade caught his biceps. Blood swelled, bright and red. The magic vibrated in it like a live electric current. First blood to me. Hugh punched himself. The jaw slid into place. He reversed the grip and brought the sword down, cutting at me with powerful strikes. Dodge, dodge, parry. Ow! I batted his blade aside with the flat of mine, but if it had landed, the sheer power of it would have taken my arm off. Good that I wasn't planning on standing still. Temper, temper! He opened his mouth and growled. Ha ha, hurts to talk, doesn't it? You look in pain. Do you want a time out to pull yourself together? He parried. His sword came over his head, slicing forward. I dodged and too late realized he had expected me to, because as I moved, he continued the swing, drawing his blade back. For a moment, he looked almost like a batter, his body angled, his hips turned, as he put all of his momentum into the underhand swing. I barely had time to thrust my blade before his. The blow knocked me back. I staggered. He kept coming, pounding on me with methodical heavy strikes. The precision of a scalpel, the power of a sledgehammer. I shied left, right, turning, trying to keep movement to a minimum to keep from getting tired out. He thrust. I blocked half an instant too slow. The sword grazed my right shoulder. Pain lashed my muscle. Ah!
Dance faster, Kate.
His jaw started working again. That was some regeneration. I ducked out of the way. Hugh rammed me with his shoulder. I flew and crashed into the wall. My back crunched from the impact. You son of a bitch! He sliced at me. I ducked under the cut and twisted away. His blade struck stone. It cost him a third of a second, and I landed a mule kick to the back of his knee. The knee bent. Hugh pitched forward, and I smashed the heel of my left hand into the back of his head. Face meet rock. Hugh grunted, a savage sound, 1 part pain, 3 parts pure fury. I could cut through him. I could bury my sword in his back right now, but it wouldn't look like an accident. I launched a kick. Hugh dropped down and swept my leg from under me. I dropped. I was still in the air when Hugh's enormous fist flashed, coming toward me. I hit the ground, flexing my stomach as I fell. Hugh hammered a punch into my solar plexus. Oh! Oh, that hurt! Pain drowned me, hot, intense, and blinding. My stomach melted into agony. The air turned to fire in my lungs, and every nerve in my body screamed. Hugh rolled to his feet, fast like a dervish, and flung blood from his face. I squeezed the sword grip in my hand, fighting through the pain. I had to get up. He could have killed me. He hadn't. But I could not let him win. No, not happening. He would expect me to roll to my feet and catch me on the way up. I could swear I heard people screaming somewhere far away. "Get up, Kate!" Hugh's right foot swung back, aiming for my side.
No time to rest.
I rolled into the kick, my knees bent. His foot connected with my shins. I grabbed his boot and kicked straight out at his other leg. Hugh crashed down. I rolled backward into my feet, sword up. Hugh flexed and hopped off the ground. He bared his teeth at me, his eyes alight with madness. He looked insane. You know what? Fuck it! Accident or not, I no longer cared. I would end him here. I grinned back, my own deranged, psychotic smile. Hugh bellowed like an animal. It was a happy roar. I charged. His defense was too good for the inside strike, so I went for the arms. Big body, big heart. Let's see how much blood you've got in you, preceptor. We clashed and danced across the clearing. I sank into the flurry of strikes, melting into the rhythm, fluid, quick, the sword so natural in my hand that wielding it was like breathing. He was fast, but I was faster. You want to know how I killed Era? Like this! I sliced his left bicep. And like this! Another cut across his chest. Hang around, I'll tell you the whole story. He scored a cut across my side. I opened 2 gashes across his arms. 2 to 1. I liked those odds. Hugh shook his head, trying to fling blood out of his eyes. I kept coming. He took a step back. Another. 26 years. 26 years of looking over my shoulder, of living in constant paranoia. 26 years of worrying about being found, of pretending to be weaker, of denying myself basic human contact. I let them fuel me. My sword became a whip, lashing, cutting, slicing, turning, drawing hot red blood again and again. He tried to match it, but I was too fast. I thrust and laughed when the sword found resistance. Pain hummed inside me, but it had receded into a far place. He cut me, but I didn't care. The real world faded. Only anger remained. I was so tired of losing everyone I loved. He was everything that caused me pain, and I had to destroy it. He fought like Voron, skilled, smart, and deadly. Fighting him was magic. It was like sparring with my father. But I had beaten Voron when I was 14. I would beat Hugh as well. I was too angry to stop. I walked him backward across the courtyard. It was him and me and 2 swords. I could go on forever. I would go on forever. He would slow down first.
Die, Hugh. Die for me. Die! Kate!
Curran. I pulled back, just enough to glance in the direction of his voice. He was in the window on the right. Lorelei stood next to him, her face slack with shock. Bloody hell! Every window had someone in it. People had piled out onto the balconies. Above us, on the parapet, Hebla's Jiggets leveled crossbows at me. At the far tower, 2 more of Hebla's werejackals primed the Scorpio. Reality crashed into me like a runaway train. If I killed Hugh, they would fill the courtyard with arrows. I would die. I didn't care. It would be worth it. I turned and glimpsed George as she moved away from us. George would die with me. They'd hit her with enough arrows that even her shapeshifter regeneration wouldn't be able to cope, and even if she survived, the pack would retaliate. There would be a bloodbath. I had to disengage. I wanted to keep fighting so bad it hurt. I thrust to Hugh's chest, dropping the angle sharply. He parried, but we both knew it was 1/4 of an inch too low. My blade slid along his, and I felt it sink into his right oblique muscle. Anger faded from his features. The wall was right behind him. Hugh took a slow, deliberate step back. I followed, my sword an inch into his upper stomach. If I pressed, he'd suffer a lacerated liver. He leaned against the wall. A slow smile stretched his blood-stained lips. I'd like to hear it. Hugh leaned forward, forcing the sword to bite deeper into his muscle. A strange expression claimed his face, a kind of focused but slightly amused look. Possessive. No. Inviting. Hugh opened his mouth. Uncle. It wasn't a surrender. It was a dare. A year ago I might have mistaken it for something else or convinced myself I was reading too much into it, but a year of being in love and being wanted gave me enough of a basis to identify that look. Hugh was turned on. It wasn't an act. This was real. Damn it all to hell. Do not react. I freed the sword, wiped it on my shirt, and offered it to him, hilt first. Excellent sword. Thank you for the workout. No, thank you. Hugh pushed from the wall. Blood soaked his t-shirt. His face swelled on the left side. He must have turned when I rammed his face into the wall. Probably tried to save the nose. A broken nose made your eyes tear. I would have finished him much faster. All the aches and pains screamed at me at once. My stomach hurt. My left side was likely cut. My right side felt slightly off with a familiar throbbing pain. Cracked rib. Hopefully not broken. My arms ached in 10 different places. My t-shirt hadn't turned completely red like his, but bright stains blossomed on it here and there. I turned, stretching slightly. Oh! I felt like someone had beaten me with a bag of razor-studded potatoes. A small noise made me pivot. Curran marched toward us, his face dark, his eyes almost completely gold. He must have jumped out the window. Imagine that. Whatever would Lorelei do all by her lonesome? You owe me a rematch, Hugh said. Maybe. One day. When you aren't surrounded by 24 bodyguards. That's a promise. Curran moved toward me. Are you okay, baby? He calls you baby. Hugh laughed. I love it. Shut up, Curran said. I raised my voice so the audience could hear. About my prize? Hugh smiled. Of course, he said, his voice carrying. You are welcome to anything in the courtyard. I turned and pointed at Christopher in the cage. I want him. Hugh blinked and locked his jaw. Yes, yes, you've been had. Put your big boy pants on and pay up. Hugh's face looked grim. He really didn't want to give up his torture toy.
Is there a problem? Curran asked.
No problem. Hugh raised his voice and barked an order in another language. Hebla strode out, pulling a large keychain from her pocket. 2 Jiggets followed. We watched as they unlocked the doors. Hugh pulled off his shirt, displaying an award-winning torso. He was built like an anatomy model, every muscle honed to precision and just the right size. Strong, powerful, but flexible. And bloody. I must have cut him over 20 times. Most of the wounds amounted to little more than nicks and shallow gashes. He was really good. Had I been less angry, he might have won. That thought worried me. Hugh turned his left arm, showing off 3 precision cuts across the bulging triceps. Had I managed to cut deeper, I would have disabled the arm with each one.
Look at this!
Hugh indicated the cuts to Curran.
Like a fucking artist.
I started toward the cage.
Touch her again and I'll kill you,
Curran said quietly behind my back.
She doesn't need your help, Hugh said. But any time you want to play, let me know.
I kept walking. My hip hurt, too. Red seeped through my jeans. Another cut, deeper than others. Hell would freeze over before I limped. The Jiggets swung the door open and backed away from me, hands in the air. Christopher stared at me with owl eyes. "Come on," I told him. He blinked.
"My lady?"
"You're free. Come with me. We have food and water." I reached for him. He grabbed my arm with both hands and kissed it.
"My mistress, my beautiful mistress. Thank you, thank you, thank you."
He had a death grip on my wrist.
"My kind mistress, my sweet mistress, thank you, thank you, thank you."
"Barabbas!" I called. I was 90% sure I'd heard him during the fight. A movement, and he appeared by my side as if by magic.
"Alpha?" "Deadly mistress,"
Christopher whispered. His fingers brushed my blood. He stared at me, his face all shining eyes.
"My lady will serve forever. Shh."
I put my left index finger to my lips. "Hush now." Barabbas reached over me and gently disengaged Christopher's fingers.
"That fight was amazing," he said quietly.
Good to know I still gave good show, because I sure as hell wasn't good for much else. Please make sure he gets a shower, a fresh change of clothes, and some food and water. Don't give him too much because he'll gorge himself. He isn't all there. Barabbas pulled Christopher out of the cage. The man stared up at him.
"I died, didn't I? Are you an angel?"
"Sure," Barabbas said. "Follow me to the heavenly shower." Christopher walked a couple of steps on wobbling legs and spun back, looking at me with an expression of complete desperation on his face. "Go with the angel, Christopher," I said. "We'll talk later." Barabbas turned him around and guided him into the building. I turned to follow them. Curran stood in my way.
"What the hell were you thinking?"
he asked quietly. "Move," I told him, keeping my voice down. The audience was dispersing, but not fast enough for my taste. Lorelei chose that precise moment to rush out the door. She saw my face and stopped. "That's right. Keep your distance, delicate flower. The weak human is still very angry." In my mind, I dashed at her and swung. She had a thin neck. Wouldn't be too hard. I crushed that thought. I wouldn't lose it. Curran clenched his teeth. His face had that relaxed, icy quality that usually meant a storm was about to erupt.
"I need to talk to you."
"Not right now."
I'd had it with him. "Yes, now."
"But how will Princess Wilson survive without your manly protection while you and I talk?"
Gold rolled over his eyes.
"I tell you what. She is over there, and I'm here.
It's not that simple.
Then I'll pick for you.
Watch me walk away.
Is that a threat? No, that was a test and you failed it. Don't follow me. He grabbed my arm. I jerked back. Do not follow me, I snarled through my teeth, or I swear to God I'll get my sword and fucking stab you in the heart with it. He let go. I marched across the yard, picked up Slayer, and kept walking all the way into our room, where I barred the door. Chapter 16. Sometimes the simple pleasures in life are best, like a hot shower after a sweaty, bloody fight. A dull, heavy numbness crept into my arms. Hugh hit like a battering ram. I would really pay for blocking him in the morning, but the pain had already started. I felt tender all over. With luck, I'd still be able to move tomorrow. I stood under the water, trying not to think, and concentrated purely on shampooing my hair and then dragging a soapy sponge against my cuts. It hurt, and I welcomed it. Andrea once told me that I had a problem processing emotional pain. I couldn't handle it, so I replaced it with physical pain instead. Either I inflicted it on others, or I suffered through it myself. Well, I had physical pain aplenty. If she was right, I should be floating on a cloud of bliss right about now. Finally, the water ran clear. I stepped out and looked at myself in the mirror. The gashes on my thigh and stomach had come open. Demet was really, really good at med magic, but I was still human, and now I was all cut up to hell. In the past, Doolittle had spent so much effort on healing me that some of my old scars had faded. Clearly, this created an imbalance, and the universe had decided to compensate. Half a dozen shallow cuts crossed my arms and torso, Hugh's handiwork. I shouldn't have let him goad me. Voron always told me that he had trained Hugh to fight, but also to command and plan. But he had trained me to kill. Hugh would be directing an army, leading it into battle, while I was a lonely assassin on the sidelines, cutting my way through the mass of people to my target. In a simple one-on-one sword fight, I had an edge. Neither of us had used magic. I still didn't know the full extent of his, and he still didn't know much about mine. At least I hadn't given myself away completely. Someone had left bandages on the night table. Probably a gift from Doolittle. I bandaged the worst of it, sat on the chair very carefully, my thighs hurt, and slumped forward. My body hurt all over. I closed my eyes. It was just pain. It would pass. I just needed a minute. I still had 3 hours before my shift with Dissandra started. Someone knocked. I stared at the door, hoping to burn through it with my gaze and explode whoever was on the other side. Knock, knock. Yes?
Can I please talk to you?
I didn't recognize the voice. Okay. I pulled on a clean t-shirt and a new pair of jeans, picked up Slayer, and opened the door. A young man stood in the hallway dressed in a Jigget outfit. Young, barely 18. Dark blonde hair, brown eyes. He stood, rocking forward on his toes, as if expecting to be jumped any second. What is it?
You're looking for the orange creatures?
He whispered in a heavily accented English. Yes.
I will take you where they nest, if you pay me. But we have to go fast and be very quiet.
Uh-huh. What's your name?
Volodya.
A Russian name, short for Vladimir. How far is it?
2 hours. On the mountain. I want 3.
He held up 3 fingers.
$3,000.
Sounds like a good deal to me.
I'll wait in town by the statue."
He took off down the stairs. My howling in the dark had paid off. Someone got upset over the blood test, and now they had decided to make me disappear. The only other party interested in getting rid of me would be Lorelei, and she had no reason to fight with me. She was winning. They really thought I was stupid. At least he didn't offer to sell me a nice beachfront property in Nebraska. I pulled off my t-shirt. It hurt, and strapped myself into a bra. It also hurt. I put the t-shirt back on, found my boots, and headed to Doolittle's room. I'd finally found the end of a thread in this messy knot. If I pulled on it the right way, it would lead me to the guilty party. But I'd need backup. The door stood wide open, and I heard Aunt Bee's voice from down the hall.
"And then I told him that beads were just fine, but a woman had to have certain standards. Come on in, dear."
How did she know? I was pretty quiet. I stepped through the door. The debris was gone. A clean, tidy room greeted me, furnished with new bedding, chairs, and desks. Doolittle sat in a wheelchair. I did my best not to wince. Eduardo stretched out on the bed to the right. George sat on the other bed. Kira sat on the windowsill, while Aunt Bee occupied a chair. Derek lay on the floor reading a book. Everybody, except Doolittle and Aunt Bee, studiously pretended not to look at me. We'd been attacked, we were still under siege, and the shapeshifters had turned grim. My fight with you must have made things worse somehow. Either that or all of them also knew that Curran had found himself a new main squeeze. Awkward. "A young Jiggit stopped by my room," I said. "His name is Volodya, and for $3,000 he will walk me deep into the mountains and show me where the bad shapeshifters live."
"How fortunate!" Aunt Bee's eyes lit up. "Would you like some company for this wonderful trap? Adventure?"
"I would."
"How come?"
Derek said. "No, I get you into enough trouble as it is." Derek and I were close. If Curran did decide to pull the plug on our relationship, I didn't want to divide the boy wonder's loyalty. That was how the packs split, and both Derek and Barabbas were just idealistic enough to dramatically exit with me. It was best to start distancing myself now.
"I'll come too,"
Eduardo said. "Why don't you let me go instead?" Kira said. "You can barely stand."
"I don't know. All he has to do is come with us and loom,"
Aunt Bee said. Eduardo crossed his arms on his chest, making his giant biceps bulge.
"What do you mean, loom?"
"We need you to stand there with your arms crossed and scowl," I translated. Eduardo scowled.
"I don't do that."
"Just like that," Derek said. Eduardo realized his arms were crossed and dropped them.
"Screw you guys."
"That settles it. I'm going." Kira hopped off the windowsill. "Besides, I owe you, Bison Boy." "For what?" I asked. "He got hurt trying to save me," Kira said. "When the thing pinned me down, he picked it up and slammed it on the floor. It was very heroic." Eduardo shook his head. Perfect. Between Jim's sister and Aunt Bee, my back would be covered. "I'll need to check on Christopher, and we're good to go." 3 minutes later, I was knocking on Barabbas's door, with Aunt Bee and Kira looking over my shoulder. Barabbas opened the door. "How is he?" Barabbas's face took on a pained expression. "So far, he threw up and tried to dive in the bathtub." "At the same time?" "Thankfully, no. He's soaking. The dirt is embedded in his skin." "Are you going somewhere?" I explained what was going on. "If we play along, we can get to the bottom of who hired him, unless it's a 1 in a million chance that he actually is telling the truth." "Be careful," Barabbas said. We left the castle and took the winding road down the mountain. The sea sparkled like an enormous sapphire. The sun shone bright, and the air smelled of salt water and the light scent of apricots. The beauty of it was so startling, I stopped and looked. "We should go swimming," Kira said. We all knew that a relaxing day at the beach wouldn't be happening, but it was nice to dream. "There are no frogs in the sea." "Why would I be interested in frogs?" "Jim told me one time that he didn't swim unless there were frogs involved. I assumed he ate them." "That's disgusting," Kira said. "You really should stop listening to my brother. And he swims like a fish, by the way. The cat house has an Olympic-sized pool, and he swims a couple of miles every time he stays over." "Frogs? That man has never eaten a frog in his entire life." Aunt Bee laughed. We started down the winding road. The gravel path smelled of rock dust. Dense blackberry bushes formed a solid wall of green on the sides. I suddenly realized I was starving. I pulled a handful of berries off the bush and stuffed them in my mouth. Sweet. "Berries are always best off the branch," Aunt Bee said. She wore a bright yellow dress with a white paisley design on it, sunglasses, and a straw hat. Kira wore a sundress with a light brown bodice and a wide skirt made of strips of light turquoise, white, and brown fabric. It came up to her knees and made her look 5 years younger. The two of them appeared to be on vacation, while I, with my sexy bruised face, big boots, jeans, and a sword, looked like I had a camp of bandits to destroy. "What's the connection between you and our handsome host?" Aunt Bee asked. "Blackberries taste much worse when they try to come back up your throat." Is not an answer," Kira informed me. Andrea must not have told her about Hugh, and I had no desire to explain who my dad was. "We never met, but we were trained by the same person. Now he works for a very powerful man who will kill me if he finds me." "Why?" Kira asked. "It's a family thing." "That explains the attraction," Aunt Bee said. "Attraction? You're the thing he can't have. It's called forbidden fruit." "I'm not his fruit." "He thinks you are. The word you're looking for is smitten, my dear." Aunt Bee smiled. "I'm sure the way Megabari looked at you made Curran positively giddy." Hearing his name was like being burned. "Will you stop meddling in my love life?" I growled. "I'm not meddling. I'm offering commentary." "Ugh, I just want to go home." "Not until we get all of the panacea we've been promised." Aunt Bee adjusted her hat. "You have no idea what it's like to lose a child to lupusm. True, you've endured Julie's tragedy. But I had given birth to my babies. I nursed them. I nurtured them from the time they were tiny and helpless. I fanned the tiny flames of their potential. I had so many dreams for them. Children think you are a god. You are the center of their universe. You can fix anything, you can shield them and protect them, and then one day they find out you can't. I remember the look in my son's eyes before I killed them. They thought they were abandoned, that I had betrayed them. Raphael will not go through this, not if I can help it." Her voice told me that the wound was still there. It had formed a scab over the years, but Aunt Bee still mourned her dead children. When she told me that she came on this trip to keep an eye on me, it was a white lie. She had come here for panacea, and she would do anything to get it. The one bag she'd earned wouldn't be enough. I thought of Maddie in the glass coffin. I couldn't blame Aunt Bee. I would do anything to spare my child this kind of pain. If I didn't have children with Curran, I wouldn't have to worry about it. Wow, I wasn't even sure where that came from. "I'm glad this Volodya came to you," Aunt Bee said. "Why?" My fight must have made a bigger impression than I thought. "Because
Some Abkhazians speak Russian. They're neighbors. You're the only one in our group who can translate in a pinch."
And here I thought she was awed by my incredible martial skills. One deflated ego? Check. We went through the streets. Abandoned houses stared at us with empty windows, shells of their former selves. On the wall of an empty apartment building, little more than a gutted carcass of concrete and steel, someone had drawn a pair of angel wings. Hope for a better future, or a memory of someone who died. We would never know. "That must be the statue." Kira pointed to a bronze gigot on a horse. It rose in the middle of a small plaza. Behind it sat a small cafe. Aunt Bee inhaled.
"We should go this way."
She made a beeline for the cafe.
"He is a were-jackal. He'll find our scent."
The cafe sat in the shade of a huge walnut tree, a turquoise-blue building that had seen better days.
"Bakery,"
Kira announced. "You don't say." I grinned. Back home, Aunt Bee preferred to conduct her business over a platter of cupcakes or a slice of pie.
"Is something funny?"
Aunt Bee asked. "We crossed half the planet, and you found a bakery."
"I don't see the humor in that."
Kira laughed under her breath.
"You're supposed to look menacing,"
Aunt Bee told her.
"You're Eduardo's stand-in."
"Yes," I agreed. "Less laughing, more looming." Kira crossed her arms and pretended to scowl.
"We should have brought the were-buffalo,"
Aunt Bee said. We walked into the cafe. An older woman with gray hair smiled at us from behind the long counter and called out in a lilting language. Aunt Bee pointed to some things. Money was exchanged, and suddenly we were sitting at a table with some pastries filled with apricots. We had been sitting still for about 15 minutes when the kid walked through the door. He carried a rifle. A backpack hung off his shoulder. He saw Aunt Bee and Kira and halted.
"You have friends?"
"Yes."
"Is okay. Did you bring the money?"
"We did," Aunt Bee assured him.
"Are you ready?"
Volodya asked.
"Ready if you are,"
Aunt Bee said. The steep trail curved south, away from the castle. Blackberry bushes flanked the path, stretching thorny branches across the gravel and dirt. Our guide hadn't said a word since we left the city behind about an hour ago. I did my best to turn my brain off and concentrate on memorizing the way back. Thinking about anything inevitably led back to Curran. I wanted to stab something. Failing that, I wanted to pace around. None of that would be helpful. Emotional raging just tired you out. "How do you know where the orange shapeshifters nest?" I asked. Any distraction in a pinch.
"I've seen them."
Volodya shrugged, adjusting the rifle on his shoulder.
"It's not far now."
I couldn't wait to find out who pulled his strings.
"Come on, dear," Aunt Bee said. "Where is your spirit of adventure?"
Midway up the trail, the magic wave drowned us. We paused, adjusting, and moved on. 1 hour later, the trail brought us up onto the crest of the mountain. Straight ahead, the sea sparkled. Behind us, low in the valley, lay the city. A tall cliff rose to the left, and within it gaped a dark hole.
"Cave,"
Volodya explained.
"We go in."
"You first." Volodya took a step forward. The bushes on our right rustled. A dark-haired man stepped in the open. Around 30, with a short beard, he carried a rifle and a dagger, and wore a beat-up version of a Jiggit outfit. A bundle lay across his shoulder with mountain goat legs sticking out of it. A big gray and white dog trotted out and sat next to him. Broad and muscular, she had a dense, shaggy coat. She might have been some type of molosser. She looked like someone took a St. Bernard and gave it a German shepherd's muzzle and coat. The hunter squinted at Volodya, and said something. The kid answered. The hunter waved his free arm. I wished I had a universal translator. "What is he saying?" I asked.
"He is crazy."
Volodya put his index finger to his temple and turned his hand back and forth. The hunter barked something. The dog at his feet woofed quietly. I missed Grendel. I wished I could have brought him. Maybe he'd bite Hugh and Curran for me. Volodya waved at him like you would at a mosquito and started to the cave.
"We go! Plachoy, mesto!"
the hunter yelled. Accented Russian, that I understood. "He says this is a bad place." Volodya pivoted on his foot, his gaze sharp.
"You speak Russian?"
"I do. I also get very angry when people try to trick me." He raised his hands.
"No trick. You want orange things or not?"
"We do," Aunt Bee said. "Lead the way."
"Agul shop,"
the hunter said.
"Don't go into the cave."
Agul shop didn't sound like a Russian word. "What does Agul shop mean?"
"I don't know,"
Volodya said.
"I talked to you. He is crazy."
Kira shook her head. "I don't like it." I didn't like it either. "Come along," Aunt Bee said. Her face still had that pleasant, sweet-as-sugar smile, but her eyes were hard. Suddenly I felt sorry for Volodya. He pulled a torch out of his pack and lit it. The mouth of the cave grew closer with every step. A few more seconds, and it swallowed us whole. The cave stretched on and on, tall, giant, vast. Stone steps, carved into the living rock of the mountain, led down below, and my steps sent tiny echoes bouncing up and down from the smooth walls.
"Little far,"
Volodya explained over his shoulder. "Clear as mud," Kira muttered. The stone steps ended. The only light came from the torch in our guide's hand. We crossed the cavern floor to a rough arch chiseled in the rock. Volodya stepped through. Aunt Bee followed, and then I did, with Kira bringing up the rear. We stood in a round chamber about 30 feet wide. Another exit, a dark hole, yawned to the right.
"We wait,"
Volodya said. We stood in darkness. This wasn't filling me with oodles of confidence. Kira touched my shoulder. Something was coming. The kid dove forward through the second opening. I lunged after him and ran into a metal grate that slammed shut in my face. The second clang announced another grate slamming into place over our only exit. I pressed against the wall between the two exits. "I thought so," Kira said. Aunt Bee sighed. We just had to figure out if this was a straight robbery or if someone had hired them to do it. Someone shone a light through the grate.
"I have crossbow,"
a deep male voice said.
"Silver bolts. Give money."
"I don't understand," Aunt Bee said. "Where are the orange shapeshifters? Volodya."
"No shapeshifters."
Volodya laughed, a little nervous giggle.
"You give money, and you can go. Human girl stays."
"Don't I feel special?"
"You trapped with us. Give money."
"You have it wrong, dear," Aunt Bee said. "We are not trapped here with you." Her eyes sparked into a hot ruby glow. "You are trapped in here with us." The happy dress burst. Her body erupted as if someone had triggered the detonator, but the explosion of flesh swirled, controlled, snapping into a new form. A monster rose in Aunt Bee's place. She stood on powerful legs, her flanks and back sheathed in reddish fur spotted with blotches of black. Her back curved slightly, hunched over. She raised her arms, her 4-inch claws held erect like talons ready to rend, and great muscles rolled under her dark skin, promising devastating power. The monster snapped her hyena muzzle, the distorted, grotesquely large jaws opening and closing like a bear trap. Kira's dress flew. A were-jaguar rammed the grate. The crossbow twanged, the shot went wide, the metal screeched, and the grate flew past me and crashed into the wall. Men screamed. A body flew like a rag doll hurled by an angry child. I kept my place, staying clear. There was room for only one of them in the passage, and I would only get in the way. Aunt Bee dashed after Kira, yanked a struggling man, and slammed him against the wall next to me. Volodya's glassy eyes stared at me in sheer panic. He hadn't turned, which meant he likely couldn't hold the warrior form. Aunt Bee's hand with fork-sized claws squeezed his throat. She snapped her teeth half an inch from his carotid. A deep, ragged growl spilled from her throat. "Who hired you?"
"Nobody,"
he squeezed out.
"Who hired you?"
Aunt Bee pulled him from the wall and slammed his head back against the stone.
"Crawl! Yarick, crawl!"
Aunt Bee squeezed. Her claws drew a bright red line on the kid's chin.
"What were you supposed to do?" "He wants human killed."
Volodya struggled in her grip.
"Why?" "I don't know. I didn't ask."
Aunt Bee hurled him across the room and ducked into the opening. I moved to follow. Something clanged. The floor dropped from under my feet, and I fell into the darkness below. A second doesn't seem like much time. But the human mind is an amazing thing. It can pack not one, but two short thoughts into the space of a second. Thoughts like, "Oh shit," and "I'm about to die." Rock flashed before me, and I plunged into vast, empty darkness, crouching in midair, trying to brace for impact. The air whistled past me. My ears caught a hum. My instincts screamed, "Water!" I hit the sea, like smashing at full speed into concrete. The impact slapped me, and all went dark. No air. My eyes snapped open. I was suspended in salty water. My lungs burned. I jerked upward. My head broke the surface, and I gulped the air with a hoarse moan. It tasted sweet, and for a few moments I could do nothing except breathe. I survived. The impact must have knocked me out for a few seconds. My cuts hurt. Kate Daniels, extra salt in the wounds edition. I tried kicking, legs still okay, arms moving. Body check complete, all systems go. I turned around. Weak green luminescence came from the moss growing in the rougher spots on the walls, doing little to combat the darkness. Still, it was good enough to see. During tech, this place would have been pitch black. Thank you, universe, for small favors. I floated on my back, trying to look around. A huge cavern rose around me, its floor flooded with seawater. You could fit half a football field into it. I turned and swam along the wall. I had a pretty good breaststroke, but my boots weren't doing me any favors. They sat on my feet like two bricks. No way up. The nearly sheer walls rose straight up. A small stone ledge protruded on one side, barely 4 inches wide. Even if I could somehow climb onto it, I couldn't stay on. Far above, a black hole punctured the ceiling. I must have fallen through it. A few feet to the left, and I would have splattered against the stone wall on the way down. When I got out of this, I'd have to track down Volodya and his friends and thank them for this fun excursion. Assuming there was anything left after Aunt Bee and Kira were done with them. How the hell was I going to get out of here? Something bobbed in the water in front of me. A dark bundle? I sped up. A canvas sack. Watertight. The sack moved. I put 6 feet of water between me and the sack with a single kick. Clearly, I'd had too much excitement for one day. The sack twisted. A bulge stretched the fabric on one side. Maybe someone had stuffed a cat into a bag and thrown it down here? Of course, if my experience was anything to go by, the sack would contain a giant brain-sucking leech that would immediately try to devour me. Then again, considering the current mess, the leech might not view me as a tasty treat. Nope, no brains here. The sack twisted. No guts, no glory. I swam to the bag, pulled my throwing knife out, and sliced at the cord wrapped around its top. Here goes nothing. I pulled the sack open and looked into it. A human face peered at me with bright eyes. It belonged to a man in his 40s or 50s, with a short gray beard, a hawkish nose, and bushy eyebrows. There was nothing exceptionally extraordinary about it, except for the fact that it was about the size of a cat's head. I'd seen some freaky shit, but this took the cake. For a second my brain stalled, trying to process what my eyes saw. The owner of the face lunged out of the bag into the water and sank like a stone. He sank! Crap! I dove down and grasped the flailing body. He couldn't have been more than 18 inches tall. Dead weight hit my hands. At least 30 pounds. I almost dropped him. I kicked, dragging him up. We broke the surface. I gasped for breath. A small fist rocketed toward me. Pain exploded in my jaw. Good punch. I shook my head, dragged the struggling man to the stone ledge, and heaved him onto it. He scrambled up. We glared at each other. He wore a bronze-colored tunic with an embroidered collar, dark brown pants, and small, perfectly made leather riding boots. What in the world would he be riding? A Pomeranian? The man blinked, studying me. I'd managed to find a hobbit in the Caucasus Mountains. I wondered what he would do if I asked him about second breakfast. The man opened his mouth. A string of words spilled out. "I don't understand," I said in English. He shook his head. "Nipanyamayo." Another shake. Russian didn't work either. The man pointed to his left, waving his arms, frantic. I turned. Something slid through the water at the far wall. Something long and sinuous that left ripples in its wake. I flipped the knife in my hand and pressed against the wall, as close to the stone as I could. The creature slid downward into the water. The surface smoothed out. Another ripple. Closer. Smooth water again. The opening bars of the theme from Jaws rolled through my head. Thanks. Just what I needed. If I were something long and serpentine with big teeth, and I was hunting for some lunch, I'd swim up from underneath my victim. I took a deep breath and dove. A silvery green beast sped toward me through the clear water. 14 feet long, as thick as my thigh, with the body of an eel armed with a crest of long spikes. It swam straight for me, its eyes big and empty, like 2 yellow coins against the silver scales. The serpent opened its mouth, a big, deep hole studded with a forest of needle-thin teeth. I pressed against the wall, my feet against the rock. The serpent reared and struck. I launched myself from the wall, grabbed its neck, hugged it to me with every drop of strength I had, and jammed my knife into its gills. The sharp spikes sliced my fingers. The serpent coiled around me, its body a single, powerful muscle. I dragged the blade down, ripping through the fragile membranes of its gills. The serpent contorted, churning the water. I clung to it. To let go was to die. My lungs begged for air. I stabbed again and again, trying to cause enough damage. The serpent writhed, impossibly strong. Black dots swam before my eyes. Air! Now! I let go and kicked myself up. The serpent lunged at my feet. The teeth clamped my boot, but didn't penetrate the thick sole. I jerked, trying to kick myself free. I could see the shiny ceiling where the air met water right above me. Another foot. Come on! I rammed my other foot into the serpent's head. The teeth let go. I shot up and gulped air. The tiny man on the ledge screamed. The silver spine broke the surface next to me. I slashed at it, trying to cut it in half. The serpent clenched my foot again, teeth bit my ankle and yanked me down. I kicked as hard as I could, trying to swim back up. If it dragged me down, it would be over. Magic was my only chance. I pulled it to me. Not much there. A weak magic wave. The serpent pulled, drawing me deeper and deeper underwater. I kicked its head. 1, 2... The serpent let go, turned, and swept at me. I swam up like I'd never swum before in my life. My muscles threatened to tear off my bones. I broke the water. I needed a power word. I could command it to die, but Ood, the killing word, usually failed, and when it didn't work, the backlash crippled me with pain. The stronger the magic, the less pain, but this magic wave was weaker than most. The killing word would hurt like a son of a bitch. I couldn't afford to be crippled right this second, or I'd end the day as fish food. The only other attack word I had was kneel. The serpent had no legs. The serpent reared, rising from the sea, its mouth gaping. A moment, and it would slam into me like a battering ram. The small man spat a single harsh word. Arr! A torrent of magic smashed into the serpent. It froze, completely still. I lunged at it and thrust the knife into its spine. The serpent shuddered. I sawed through its flesh, nearly cutting it in two. The serpent jerked and crashed backward. I kicked free. The creature convulsed, whipping the sea into froth. I swam away from it, to the ledge, gasping for breath. The small man slumped against the stone. A small dribble of bloody spit slid from his mouth. He'd used a power word, and it worked. Thank you, whoever you are upstairs. I held on to the ledge. The small man leaned over and held my hand, helping me hold on. The serpent flailed and thrashed until finally, a full minute later, it hung motionless in the water. The man petted my hand, wiped the blood from his lips, and pointed up. Above us, about 7 feet above the stone shelf, a narrow hole split the wall, a little less than a foot across, not nearly wide enough for both of us. The man held his hands together as if praying and looked at me. Okay, I told him. No reason for both of us to be trapped. I moved along the ledge to its widest point, a whole 6 inches of space to work with. Oh boy, it took me 4 tries to crawl up onto it. My feet kept slipping, but I finally managed and hugged the wall. The man grabbed my shirt and pulled himself up. Feet stomped on my shoulders. Forget 30 pounds, he was more like 50. He should have weighed 1/3 of that at his size. Maybe he was made of rocks. The man stood on my shoulders. I locked my hands and raised my arms flat against the wall. He stepped on my palms and kicked off. I slipped and fell backward into the water. I broke the surface just in time to see him scramble into the hole and vanish. I was all alone. Just me and 14 feet of fresh sushi bopping on the waves. I was so tired. My arms felt like wet cotton. Maybe I'd hallucinated the whole Hobbit episode. I'd hit the water hard, ended up with a concussion, and started seeing small magic men in riding boots. I forced myself to swim. Hanging in the water didn't accomplish anything, and I was too exhausted to keep it up for long. Another trip around the cavern confirmed what I already knew. No escape. Sitting here waiting to be rescued was a losing proposition. Even if Aunt Bee and Kira did somehow manage to find me, I'd spend hours waiting for them to get a rope long enough to get me out. The chances of the small man returning with a detachment of Pomeranian cavalry to liberate me were even slimmer. The serpent had to have come from somewhere. There simply weren't enough fish in this small cavern to keep it alive, and unless they fed it a steady diet of Abkhazian hobbits, it had to move freely between the cavern and the sea. I swam to the wall where I'd first seen it and dove deep down through the crystal-clear water. 15 feet down, the mountain ended, and a 10-foot-wide tunnel stretched before me, leading out. I had no idea how long it was. To dive into an underwater tunnel of unknown length, possibly drowning, or to stay in the cavern until I wore myself out, possibly drowning. Sometimes life just didn't offer good choices. I breathed deep, trying to saturate my lungs with oxygen, and dove under. The tunnel rolled out in front of me, narrowing until it was barely 4 feet wide. I kept going, kicking off the walls. I once heard it was a good idea to not think about holding my breath while holding it. Yeah, that's like not looking down while crossing over a cliff. Once someone says, "Don't look down," you're going to look. The walls were closing in on me. What if I swam out into the nest of sea serpents? My heart hammered in my chest. I'd run out of air. I swam, frantic, desperate, fighting the water for my life. The ocean was turning dark. I was drowning. The tunnel's walls opened abruptly, and above me, translucent blue spread. I flailed, heading straight up. My face broke the surface. A bright, beautiful sky stretched overhead. I gulped in the air. Oh, wow. I lay on my back for a long second, breathing. I wasn't ready to kick the bucket. Not just yet. Hanging in the water was lovely and all. But if more sea serpents were floating about, I had to get the hell out of the water. I straightened up. I was in the open sea. The shore, a solid vertical cliff, towered before me. The mountain was nearly sheer. Climbing it right now was beyond me. I turned in the water. A vast indigo sea stretched around me, a constant field of blue except for a tiny island about 25 yards away. Only 20 feet across, it was more like a rock than an island. But right now even the runt of the island litter would do. I swam to it. The warm water, crystal clear, slid against my skin, caressing me gently. I was so happy to be alive. I reached the rock, climbed up its mussel-studded side, and landed on my ass. Solid ground. Beautiful, wonderful, immobile, solid ground. I love you. I lay on my back. I could probably find my way to the city once I'd rested. I'd just have to move along the shore until I reached civilization, but right now, moving wasn't an option. Hanging out on this rock sounded like a really good idea. I could sit right here on this little island and think about the choices that resulted in my ending up in this place, half-drowned, exhausted, with my ankle bleeding, and a possible concussion causing hobbit hallucinations. The warm sun heated my skin. I flipped over on my stomach, rested my forehead on my arm to keep my face from being cooked, and closed my eyes. My imagination painted a scaled monster crawling out of the sea to chew on me. I shoved the thought aside. I was safe enough here, and I was too tired to move. I sat straight up. In the west, the sun was rolling toward the sea, the sky gaining a pale orange tint. I'd slept until evening. All my fingers and toes seemed to be still there. No monsters had come out of the sea and nibbled away any digits. My face didn't hurt either. My skin looked tan even in winter, and didn't burn easily, but I had managed it a couple of times in my life, and I didn't care for the experience.
"Aye!"
a man called. I turned. A boat drifted toward me. The hunter I'd met earlier sat at the oars, his shaggy dog waiting next to him. At the nose of the boat, the small man waved his arms at me.
"We have come to save you,"
the hunter called out in accented Russian. "Thank you."
"It looks like you have saved yourself."
The hunter slowed the boat, and it bumped gently against the rock. I climbed aboard. The small man smiled at me.
"Hello,"
the hunter said. "Hello."
"We have an important decision to make,"
the hunter said.
"The city is that way."
He pointed north.
2.5 hours. My house and dinner that way.
He pointed northeast.
1 hour. I will take you either way, but I'll be honest, night is coming. Not good to travel in the dark while magic is in charge. Mountains are not safe.
2.5 hours to the castle meant he would have to make a return trip in the dark by himself or stay somewhere in the city. His tone of voice told me he didn't care much for cities. If some strange mountain beast ate him on the way back, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. The castle and everyone inside would just have to survive without me for another 12 hours. Your house and dinner, please.
Good choice.
The hunter's name was Ostamur. His dog, which turned out to be a Caucasian shepherd, was named Gunda, after a mythical princess with many magical hero brothers. According to Ostamur, the small man wouldn't give up his name because he was afraid it would grant us power over him. But his kind was called Atsani, and he didn't mind being called that.
They live in the mountains,
Ostamur explained as the boat glided along the shore.
They don't like to be seen, but I rescued one of their young once. They don't mind me as much. They are very old people, been here thousands of years, left their houses all over the place. Now they are coming back.
How did they survive? I offered my hand to Gunda. She sniffed my fingers, regarded me with a very serious expression, and nudged my hand with her nose for a stroke. I obliged. I really missed my attack poodle. Ostamur shrugged.
The Atsani slept. Some say they turned into rocks and came back to life when magic returned. They won't say.
How did he end up in the sack? Ostamur asked Atsani in his language. The small man crossed his arms on his chest and mumbled something.
He says Gizmals caught him.
Gizmals? Ostamur bared his teeth at me.
Men, jackals. It's bad luck to kill an Atsani, so they put him in a bag and threw him into the water.
Volodya and his fellow shapeshifters. Not the brightest lot. They tried to rob us.
When magic first came, some people turned into gizmals. Stories said they were evil. People were scared. When people get scared, bad things happen. Many gizmals were killed. Then Megabari came. Now the gizmals run the town, do whatever they want. Nobody can say anything, but robbing people, that's going too far. The boy that led you into the cave has a mother in town. I'll tell her about it. She'll take care of him.
Ostamur shook his head at me.
I tried to tell you, bad place. That's where Agulshap lives, the water dragon.
A lot of their words started with A. Not anymore. Ostamur's eyebrows crept together. He said something to Atsani. The small man nodded. Ostamur laughed, his deep chuckle carrying above the water.
"I thought I was saving a pretty girl. I was saving a warrior. We should have a feast. We'll celebrate."
He landed the boat, and I helped him drag it ashore. We climbed up the mountain for about an hour until the trail brought us to a valley. Mountains rolled into the distance, and between them lay an emerald-green pasture. A small, sturdy stone house crouched on the grass, and a few yards away, a flock of sheep with gray, curly wool baaed in the wide enclosure. "I thought you were a hunter."
"Me? No. I'm just a shepherd. There is a bathroom inside. You are welcome to it. My house is your house."
I stepped through the door. Inside, the cottage was open and neat, with beautiful stone walls and a wood floor. Colorful Turkish rugs hung on the walls. A small kitchen sat to the right with an old electric range. There must be a generator somewhere. I walked through the living room past a comfortable sofa covered by a soft white blanket, to the back, where I found a small bathroom with a toilet, shower, and sink. I tried the faucet. Water splashed into the metal basin. Running water all the way out here. Astamur was doing well for himself. I used the bathroom inside and washed my face and my hands. When I came out, Astamur built a fire in a big stone pit behind the house.
"We're going to cook over fire," Astamur announced. "Traditional mountain dinner."
Atsani ducked into the house and returned with a stack of blankets. I helped spread them on the ground. Astamur brought out a large pan filled with chunks of onion, meat, and pomegranate seeds in some sauce and started threading them onto big skewers. I caught the aroma of the sauce, a touch of vinegar and heat. My mouth watered. Suddenly I realized I was starving. Astamur set the skewers above the fire and went to wash up. The aroma of smoking wood mixed with the smell of meat sizzling over the fire. The sky slowly turned orange and deeper red in the west, while in the east, above the mountains, it was almost crystalline purple, the color of an amethyst. Astamur offered me a skewer. I bit into the meat. The tender meat practically melted in my mouth. This was heaven.
"Good?"
Astamur asked with concern. "Mm-hmm," I told him, trying to chew and talk at the same time.
"Delicious. Best thing I ever ate."
Atsani leaned back and laughed. The shepherd smiled into his mustache and handed me a bottle of wine.
"Homemade."
I took a swallow. The wine was sweet, refreshing, and surprisingly delicate. "So you live here all alone?" I asked.
Astamur nodded. "I like it here. I have my flock. I have my dog. I have a fire pit, a clear mountain stream, and the mountains. I live like a king."
Atsani said something. Astamur shrugged.
"Castles are for rulers. Kings come and go. Someone has to be the shepherd."
"Do you miss being with other people down in town? Must get lonely up here." "I wouldn't miss them. I would totally hitch up a house in the mountain and live all by myself. No shapeshifters, no broken-hearted mothers, no, 'Yes, consort, please, consort, help us, consort.' Right now that sounded like pure happiness."
Astamur smiled. "Down in the cities people fight. I fought too for a while until I got tired of it."
Astamur pulled up his pant leg. An ugly scar punctured his calf. Looked like a knife or sword thrust.
"Russians!"
He wagged his eyebrows at me and pulled his shirt off his shoulder, exposing an old bullet wound in his chest.
"Georgians!"
He laughed. Atsani rolled his eyes. "Does he understand what you say?" I asked.
"He does. It's his own kind of magic,"
Astamur answered.
"If it weren't for supplies, I'd never go back down to town. But a man has to do what a man has to do. Hard to live like a king without toilet paper.
We finished eating. Atsani pulled out a pipe and said something with a solemn expression.
He says he owes you a debt. He wants to know what you want.
Tell him no debt. He doesn't owe me anything. Atsani's bushy eyebrows came together. He took out his pipe and lectured me in a serious voice, punctuating his words by pointing the pipe at me. I was clearly on the receiving end of a very serious talking to. Unfortunately for him, he was barely 1.5 feet tall. I bit my bottom lip, trying not to laugh.
Do you want a short version or a long one?
Ostamore said. Short one.
You saved his life, he owes you, and you should let him pay it back. That last part is advice from me. It will make him very unhappy to know that he owes someone. So what do you want? Do you want him to show you where there are riches? Do you want a man to fall in love with you?
If only love were that easy, I sighed. No, I don't want riches, and I have a man, thank you. He isn't exactly a man, and I don't exactly have him any more, but that's neither here nor there. Ostamore translated.
Then what do you want?
Nothing.
There has to be something.
Fine. Ask him if he would share the magic word with me. Ostamore translated. Atsani froze and said something, the words coming fast like rocks falling down the mountain.
He says it might kill you.
Tell him I already have some magic words, so I probably won't die.
Probably?
Ostamore raised his eyebrows. A very small chance. Atsani sighed.
He says he will, but I can't look. I'll check on the sheep.
Ostamore got up and went toward the pasture.
Try not to die.
I'll do my best. Atsani leaned forward, picked up a skewer, and wrote something in the dirt. I looked. An avalanche of agony drowned me, exploding into a twisting maelstrom of glowing lines. I rolled inside, each turn hurting more and more, as if my mind were being picked apart, shaved off with some phantom razor blade, one tiny excruciating layer at a time. I turned inside the cascade of pain, faster and faster, trying desperately to hold on to my mind. A word surfaced from the glow. I had to make it mine, or it would kill me.
R!
Stop! The pain vanished. Slowly, the world returned, bit by bit. The green grass, the smell of smoke, the distant noises of sheep, and Atsani wiping the dirt with his foot. I'd made it. Once again, I'd made it.
You didn't die, Ostamore said, coming closer. We are both very glad.
Atsani smiled and said something.
He wants me to tell you that you are kind. He is glad that you have the word. It will help you in the castle with all those lamassu. He doesn't know why you have them up there anyway. Don't you know they eat people?
My brain screeched to a halt. He thinks we have lamassu at the castle?
He says you do. He says he saw one of them carry off a body and then eat it.
Something is killing people at the castle, I said. But I've seen pictures of the lamassu statues. They have fur and human faces. Atsani waved his pipe around.
He says it's a, what's the word? Allegory. There are no animals with human heads. That's ridiculous.
Look who's talking. An 18-inch tall magic man in riding boots. Were-jackals and sea dragons are all fine, but animals with human faces are ridiculous. Okay, then. Glad we cleared that up. Atsani stood up, walked a few feet out into the grass, and started walking, putting one foot in front of the other as if he were walking a tightrope. He turned sharply, walked 5 steps, turned again, drawing a complex pattern with his steps.
"The Atsani have long memories. Watch," Astamur said. "This is a rare gift. Not many people will ever see it in their lifetime."
The small man kept going. A shiver ran through the grass as if it were fanned by invisible wings. The grass blades stood straight up in Atsani's wake. A faint image formed above the grass, semi-translucent, shifting like a mirage. A vast city stood, encircled by tall, textured walls. 2 enormous Lamassu statues stretched along the city wall, facing an arched gate, and 2 others, smaller, guarded its sides. Just inside the gates, a tall, narrow tower rose, so high I had to raise my head to see the top. It was early morning. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the heat had already begun its advance. I smelled a hint of turmeric, smoke, and moisture in the air. There must have been a river nearby. Somewhere a dog barked. It was like a window through time had been opened just a crack. This was my father's world. A column of smoke rose from one of the towers. A man in a long orange robe walked out of the gates, followed by 2 others. All 3 had long, textured beards and conical hats, and each carried a gold ewer with a wide spout. A distant howl rolled through the morning. The image turned, and I saw a pack of wolves running hard across the plain. Light gray with long legs and large ears. They were too large to be natural. The pack closed in on the gates and stopped. The wolves shook, their bodies twisted, and men rose in their place. The leader, an older bald man, stepped forward. The bearded man said something and handed him the ewer. The werewolf drank straight from the spout and passed it on. The ewers made the rounds until every shapeshifter had drunk, and the pack returned the ewers to the bearded men. The robed men stepped aside, and 2 soldiers emerged from the gate, wearing lamellar armor shirts over kilts. They dragged a man bound by hands and ankles, dropped him on the ground, and stepped back. The man curled into a ball, babbling in sheer terror. The shapeshifters went furry. Lupine lips bared fangs, and the pack ripped into the man. He screamed, howling, and they tore him to pieces, snarling and flinging blood into the dirt. Acid rose in my stomach. I looked away. I could kill a man or woman in a fight. This made me sick. Finally he stopped screaming. I looked up and saw Astamur watching me. He nodded at the mirage. "You'll miss it." I looked. The bloody, shredded ruin of the man's body lay by the gates. The wolves sat, as if waiting for something. A minute passed. Another. The Alpha's body split open. He grew, the flesh and bone spiraling up. Wings thrust from his shoulders. Scarlet scales sheathed his body. The bones of his skull shifted, supporting massive leonine jaws. The Alpha roared. Holy shit. Doolittle was right. One by one the werewolves turned. The leader dashed through the gates and into the tower. The rest followed single file. A moment, and the Alpha leaped from the top of the tower, spreading his massive wings. He swooped down and soared, and his pack glided behind him. Atsani stopped. The mirage faded. The small man began to speak, pausing for Astamur's translation. "Long ago there was a kingdom of Asur, past the mountains to the south. The kingdom had many wizards, and their armies were often gone to conquer. So the wizards made Lamassu. They used tribes of gizmos and changed them with magic. That's why there are many different kinds of Lamassu. Some have bull bodies, some have lion, some have wolf. They chose bulls and lions for their statues because they were the largest. When not needed, the Lamassu were just like normal gizmos,
But when a city was in danger, the wizards would feed Lamassu human meat, and then they would grow strong and vicious. They would gain wings and terrible teeth, and then they would fall on the enemy from above and devour them.
I'd never heard or read anything remotely like this, but just because I'd never heard of it didn't make it impossible.
The statues are a warning. They mean, this is a city protected by Lamassu. The human heads to show that they are both human and beast, and the 5 legs to show that they are not always what they appear. We have known of Lamassu for a long time, and we stay clear of them. Not all Lamassu are evil, but those who choose to eat human flesh are.
If he was right, then any of the packs in the castle could be Lamassu. So how can you tell if a shapeshifter is a Lamassu?
Atsani shrugged. Feed it human meat, the shepherd translated.
Duh. Ask a dumb question. Is there any other way?
No.
Do they have any kind of weakness? Anything special?
Astamor sighed. He says they don't like silver.
I must have looked desperate because Atsani came over and patted my hand.
It will be all right.
I sighed. Can I have more wine? The sky turned dark. I lay on the blanket watching the stars sparkling like diamonds. The moon shone bright, spilling veils of ethereal light onto the mountains. Maybe it was my imagination, but the night seemed brighter here. Perhaps the mountains brought us closer to the moon. A smooth calm came over me. The castle and the strain of being there had worn me down, and right now I couldn't care less about Curran, Hugh, or Roland. The pressurized walls that had ground on me while I was there fell away. I just wanted to stay here, lie on my blanket, and be free. Maybe if I was extra lucky, Hugh and Curran would elope together and take Lorelei with them while I was gone. I would probably go back in the morning, but right now I just didn't want to, and the thought of running away tasted so sweet I was afraid to turn it over in my mind. I could disappear into these mountains and live a simple life. Hunt, fish, grow fruit trees, and not have to worry about anything. Atsani told us great stories of his people, of fighting giants and dragons, of great heroes, Narti, and winged horses. Astamor translated quietly, sitting propped against his pillow. The great giant Adao saw the strange herd of horses in his pasture. He crossed his huge arms and bellowed, "Whose horses are these?" They looked like the Narti's horses, but the Narti wouldn't dare. Astamor fell silent. Atsani blinked and poked the shepherd's boot with his pipe. I leaned over. Astamor was staring at the mountain, his jaw slack. I turned. A massive beast dashed along the mountain apex, huge, at least 600 pounds. The creature covered the distance in great leaps. The moonlight traced his gray mane and slid off the thick cords of his muscles. He was neither beast nor man, but a strange four-legged meld of the two, built to run despite his bulk. How the hell did he even find me? Atsani jumped up and down, waving his pipe. Without taking his gaze from the beast, Astamor reached for his rifle. "A demon?" "No, not a demon. I might have preferred one. That's my boyfriend." Atsani and the shepherd turned to look at me. "Boyfriend?" Astamor said. Curran saw us. He paused on a stone crag and roared. The raw declaration of strength cracked through the mountains, rolling down the cliffs like a rock slide. "Yep. Don't worry, he's harmless." Curran charged down the mountain. Most non-Lamassu shapeshifters had two forms, human and animal. The more skilled of them could hold a third one, a warrior form, an upright, monstrous hybrid of the two designed for inflicting maximum damage. Curran had a fourth, a hybrid closer to the lion than to a human. I'd seen it only once before, when Simon pissed him off out of his mind and Curran chased him and me through the city. It was the night we made love for the first time. If he thought this would win him any favors, he would be seriously disappointed. The giant leonine beast galloped down the mountain and across the grass, heading straight for us. The moonlight spilling from the sky set his back aglow, highlighting the dark stripes crossing the gray fur. 20 yards. 15. 10. Atsani and Astamur froze, rigid. 5. The colossal lion jumped and landed a foot away from me, the dark mane streaming. The impact of his leap sent sparks flying from the fire. His eyes burned with molten gold. The powerful feline maw gaped open, showing terrifying fangs as big as my hand. Curran snarled. I swatted him on the nose. "Stop it! You're scaring the people who rescued me." The gray lion snapped into a human form. Curran jerked his hands up as if crushing an invisible boulder. "Ah!" "Okay." He grabbed the edge of a big rock sticking out of the grass. Muscles flexed on his naked frame. He wrenched the boulder out of the ground. The 4-foot-long rock had to weigh several thousand pounds. His feet sank into the grass. Curran snarled and hurled the rock against the mountain. The boulder flew, hit like a cannonball, and rolled back down. Curran chased it, pulled another smaller rock out of the dirt, and smashed it against the first one. Wow, he was really pissed. Astamur's eyes were as big as plates. "I can get him to put those back after he's done," I told him. "No," Astamur said slowly. "It's fine." Curran picked up the smaller rock with both hands and threw it onto the larger one. The boulder cracked and fell apart. "Oops. Sorry we broke your rock." Atsani took the pipe out of his mouth and said something. "Mm-hmm," Astamur said. "What did he say?" "He said that the man must be your husband, because only someone we love very much can make us this crazy." Curran kicked the remains of the boulder, spun, and marched toward me. I crossed my arms. "I thought you were dead, and you're here, sitting around the fire, eating and—" "Listening to fairy tales." "Helpful, that's me." "We're about to have s'mores, and you're not invited." Curran opened his mouth. His gaze paused on Atsani. He blinked. "What the fuck?" "Don't stare, you'll hurt his feelings." Atsani nodded at Curran in a solemn way. Curran shook his head and pivoted toward me. "I almost killed Bee. The only reason she's alive right now is because she had to show me where you fell." "Oh, so Princess Wilson let you out of the castle? Did she have to sign your permission slip?" "You got a hall pass, woohoo!" "So this is what it's about? This is your mature response? To go off into the mountains rather than talking about it and have s'mores with a gnome and a mountain man?" "Yep." "What's your plan for tomorrow? Brunch with a unicorn?" "As long as it doesn't involve you, it's fine with me." "So, really? That's it, just like that." Curran turned around. "Wait a minute. Where is Hugh? Shouldn't he be flexing for you?" "I'm surprised you noticed." He squeezed his hands into fists. I picked up a grapefruit-sized rock and handed it to him. It went flying. "Home run, Beast Lord style." "I noticed. I just can't do anything about it." You know what the difference is? Hugh can stand there and flex all he wants. I can't control what he does. I can control what I do, and I don't encourage him. You let her parade in front of you naked. You told me you had no interest in her, and then you invited her to sit at the table in my chair? You went on a little rendezvous with her where you explained how you were lonely and cried about all the sacrifices you made by being with me.
His eyes sparked with gold. You. That was you on the balcony. You spend every waking moment with her, while I get told endlessly that nobody has to answer any of my questions because I'm clearly on my way out and she's on her way in, and since we're not married, I'm easy to replace. You want to get married? I'll marry you right now. Is the gnome a preacher? Because I'll do it.
That's a hell of a proposal.
What did he say?
Ostamor asked. He wants me to marry him. Ostamor related. Atsani waved his pipe, and Ostamor translated back. Ha!
What?
Curran snarled. Atsani says you're not ready for marriage. You don't have the right temperament for it. Curran struggled with that for a second. Let me know if your head's going to explode so I can duck.
We're not married because every time I bring up marriage or children, you freak the hell out. I don't. 3 weeks ago I asked you if you wanted to have kids. You looked like you were ready to bolt.
I had just come from watching a child go loop for hours while trying to comfort her mother. I waved my arms. You know what? You're right. Let's have kids. Let's have a brood of them. And when my asshole father comes through Atlanta, burning it to the ground, we'll both cry together as they die. Or worse, maybe our kids will be human. I put my hand on my chest. Heaven forbid.
Really? Human? What am I?
He snarled. Ouch. You're a special snowflake, that's what you are. I mimicked Lorelei. But they can never join you on a hunt. What torture!
He stepped forward. We've been together a year. How many times have you seen me hunt? How many times, Kate?
None?
That's because I don't hunt. I'm a male lion. I weigh 600 pounds. Do you really expect me to scamper through the brush after deer? When I want a steak, I want a damn steak. I don't want to chase it around the woods for 2 hours and then eat it raw. I have food brought to me, and the only time I get off my ass is when something threatens the pack. I've been on exactly 1 hunt in the last 3 years. I went because I had to go, and once they ran off, I found a nice warm rock and had myself a nap in the sun. Do you know when the last time I really had to hunt to survive was? After my parents died. Until Mahon found me half-starved. I stared at him. Hunting together is something young werewolves do when they're trying to learn how to work in a team. Most shapeshifters don't cavort around in the woods unless the urge to kill something strikes them. Do you have any idea how hard it is to actually catch a deer on foot? There is a reason why humans are the most successful predators on the damn planet. Lorelei doesn't know this because she's young and naive, and she has never been outside her uncle's wolf pack. She never had to survive weeks in the forest, eating worms, mice, grasshoppers, and whatever other shit she could catch because she's starving and desperate. She thinks every pack in the world follows the same pattern, but you know me. You know better. Or you should. I opened my mouth. I'm not done. Hugh understands this. He made that farce of a hunt because he gets off on making us run through the woods, fetching meat for him like we're subhuman, like we're his dogs, and then when we bring it back, he gives the one who debases himself the most a treat. If I didn't have to keep Cassandra breathing, I wouldn't have gone. I just want to know, is that what you think of me? Am I a fucking dog to you?
No. You're the man I love and who is supposed to love me back. Instead, you spend all your time with another woman. Apparently, you pulled the plug on us and forgot to forward me the memo.
Am I with her now?
Where were you this morning when I went to speak with the Pax?
His eyes told me I'd hit home. It hurt. Don't bother to answer. I always thought that if you decided we weren't working out, at the very least you would have the decency to tell me up front. I'm 32 years old, he said. Women have thrown themselves at me since I was 15. Do you honestly think that Lorelei has anything I haven't seen before?
She has the Wilson name,
and she can stick it up her ass for all the good it will do her. I don't need to ally myself with Ice Fury. They're 4,000 miles away. What the hell would I do with them?
He did have a point, but I was too mad to admit it.
Whatever. Not only that, but if I wanted that pack, I would go to Alaska and take it from Wilson, and I would take everything in between me and him. I don't need Lorelei, and even if I did, what does she have, Kate? She isn't an alpha. She has no concept of leadership or obligations. She isn't her father, and she doesn't get to claim his accomplishments as her own because he happens to be her dad.
I was suddenly so tired. So, let's review. She didn't impress you with her personality and brain. She has no strategic value, and you don't really want to get into her pants.
Yes.
So why are you spending all of your time with her? What you are doing looks like a betrayal. A public, obvious betrayal. I know you understand all of this. He looked at me, his jaw set. I sat on a rock. Any time. Curran sighed.
There is a contract on your life.
I slumped forward, resting my face on my hands. No, he wouldn't.
The pirate attack was targeted. Someone hired them specifically to kill you. They had your description, dark hair, sword, and so on. The pirate described a man who looks a lot like that asshole who hangs out with Crawl. Renock. He said the man had a Romanian accent. They were paid in euros. 30,000, which is a lot of money. Yarick isn't about to drop 30 grand on getting you killed. He likes to do that sort of work himself.
Why me?
The euro notes are numbered. The first letter of the serial number on the money denotes the country. After we disembarked, Simon took the pirate back to his people in exchange for looking at the money. It was printed in Belgium. That meant that Lorelei and Yarick Crawl made some sort of deal.
I just looked at him.
Lorelei arrived here with 3 of her uncle's people for an escort. I bribed one of them. They don't like her all that much, and she said that Lorelei and Yarick Crawl had signed a contract. She didn't know the exact terms, but it involves Lorelei becoming alpha of the pack and spells out your death. Lorelei did this because she's a naive child, and she actually thinks things in the real world work like that. Yarick Crawl did it because he's likely planning to either blackmail her with it or use it to his advantage in some other way. Either case, if I can get my hands on the contract, it will bite him in the ass because it will give me proof that he plotted to murder my wife. I can legitimately kill him.
You've gotta be kidding me. I'm not your wife.
I couldn't fight the war on 2 fronts, Curran said. Something was attacking Cassandra, and with everything concentrated on keeping her safe, I couldn't gamble with your life. I didn't want someone to shoot you or a giant rock to fall on your head. I couldn't be there with you because they kept me busy. I was locked into choosing between getting Panacea for the pack or keeping you alive. So I became interested in Lorelei because if they thought I was nibbling their bait, there was no reason to kill you and risk turning you into a martyr. I've been taking her on long walks where nobody would see us, while Simon's been walking around the castle pretending to be her, trying to find the contract and find someone who knows something about it.
Simon's in the castle?
He's been in the castle the entire time except for the first night.
I walked him in as Mahon the morning after the first dinner. I knew the answer, but I asked anyway. Why didn't you tell me? Because you can't lie, Kate. Everything you think is right there on your face. I've met kindergartners who are better actors than you. I needed you to look jealous and worried, and I needed it to be genuine so they would dismiss you as a possible target. The entire plan hinged on it. Aha. That's some plan. It was a good plan. I thought of it, and I executed it, and it was going along fine until you decided to go off into the mountains. I hid my face in my hands. Kate, he asked. I should have been angry and screaming, but I just felt tired and hollow. Kate, he repeated. Are you okay? I looked at him. No. He waited. You put me through hell because you think I'm a bad liar. My voice was completely flat. I couldn't scrape together enough feelings for anything else. That's not what it is. Yes, it is, I said quietly. Curran, think about it for a minute. My life is in danger, and you don't trust me enough to tell me about it. You have no idea how bad you made me feel. I was trying to keep you alive. Even if it meant we couldn't be together. Even if it meant watching Hugh make circles around you like a fucking shark. You don't trust me either, Kate. All the shit we've been through should have bought me some time, but you believed I lost my head over some girl after 3 days. I didn't even hurt anymore. I just felt this empty, dry sadness. And that's exactly the problem. Kate? He crouched by me, one knee on the ground, and leaned forward to look at my face. Baby, punch me or something. I struggled to sort everything into words. It didn't work. I just shut down like an overloaded circuit. Talk to me. Some sort of words finally came out. Where can we even go from here? I don't want to go anywhere. I love you. You love me. We're together. We're a team. Suddenly, my emotions sorted themselves out, and anger finally ran to the front of the pack. No, we're not a team. You made me a patsy in your scheme. You treated me like I'm an idiot. I thought about hurting her. I thought about hurting you. You wouldn't hurt her. She's weaker than you. You're an arrogant bastard. Fair enough, he said. You got more? Yes. You're a smug asshole. Yes, I am. He motioned at me. Don't hold back. Tell me how you really feel. I punched him in the jaw. It was a good, solid hook. Curran shook his head. I deserved that. Are we okay? No. Why? You still don't get it? Hugh is playing me. He thinks I'm gullible and naive, and he thinks he can run circles around me. And you did the exact same thing. I trusted you, and you used it against me. You led me around like I was blind. We're not okay. What are you saying? He was looking up at me. I saw something odd in his gray eyes and realized it was desperation. I'm really mad at you, Curran. This isn't one of those fights where we both lose our temper, spar, talk, and we're okay. This is my line in the sand. I don't know if I can roll with this punch. So this is it? I'm trying to decide. I trusted him, and he broke that trust, and while I could think about it, I couldn't feel my way past it. It felt like he came up to give me a hug and slid a knife between my ribs. Curran unlocked his teeth. I did the only thing I could do. Everything I've done and everything I've said was to keep you alive. I'm sorry I made you go through it, but if I had to do it over, I would do it again. Even if that means you'll leave with Hugh tomorrow. You being safe is more important to me than having you. I love you. I loved him too. Inside me, a small voice told me that in his place, I would have done the same thing, no matter the fallout I had to endure at the end. Having him alive and mad at me was infinitely better than having him dead. But loving someone and being with him were two different things.
If your father walked out of the darkness right now and said, "Come with me, or everyone here will die," you would go with him, Curran said, knowing that I would fight for you with everything I've got. You would walk away. You would leave me a note that said I shouldn't look for you because you would want to protect me.
There was no point in lying. Yes.
That's my line in the sand, he said. Would you still walk away?
Yes. If his life were on the line, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Even if I leave you because of it?
Yes. He spread his arms. I can't change who I am, I told him. Neither can you. I get it.
I love you, and you love me, and we're both too fucked up for anyone else. Who else would have us?
I sighed. Well, clearly we're both crazy, and this relationship is doomed.
I love you so much,
he said.
Please don't leave me.
He leaned forward. I knew he would kiss me a moment before he did, and I realized I wanted it. I remembered him holding me. I remembered him risking himself against impossible odds for me. I made him laugh. I told him things that would make most normal men run screaming, things I spent all my life keeping secret, and I drove him to the point of near blinding rage. In my darkest moments, when everything was crashing down around me, he told me everything would be okay. The taste of him, the feel of his lips as his mouth covered mine, the way he made the world fade, as if kissing me were the only thing that existed in his life, pulled me right back through time, before the castle, before Hugh, and before Lorelei. Curran was mine. If my life were on the line, he would do it again, and I would be mad at him again. And if the reverse ever happened, he would rage and roar, and I would tell him that I loved him and that I would fight to the death to keep him breathing. He was right. We loved each other, and nobody else would put up with us. I'm still mad at you, I whispered, and put my arms around him.
I'm an ass,
he told me, pulling me closer.
I'm sorry. You should make my life hell for the next 100 years. Do we need to give you some privacy for the make-up sex? Astamur asked.
Chapter 17. An hour or so before sunrise, Curran and I decided that we did need some privacy. We borrowed a couple of blankets and climbed the mountainside to a small ledge. We made love on the blankets, and now we were lying quietly.
Still mad at me?
Curran asked. Yes.
Are you going to stay?
I shifted my head on his biceps and looked at his face. Yes. I'm stuck.
How?
I love you too much to walk away. He kissed my hair. I'm used to watching for people with swords, I told him. I never saw the knife. You were too close.
Kate, I didn't stab you.
Are you sure? Because it still hurts.
I'm sorry,
he said. I'm sorry too. Did you really think I would leave you?
I thought I would lose you either way. I've known you long enough.
He deliberately put this whole scheme into action, all the while thinking I would walk away. It must have sucked being trapped, his back against the wall, desperately trying to juggle me, Lorelei, and the 3 packs. And in his place I might have done the same thing. Life was complicated.
I almost pulled the plug on it, he said. But then I realized that any conversation with you, no matter how bad, is better than talking to a hole in the ground.
I don't know. A hole wouldn't argue with you. I wanted him to laugh. Instead, he pulled me closer.
There is nothing I wouldn't do to keep you safe, he said.
I know. We lay together, touching. I can't believe I let Hugh goad me into a fight. If you hadn't called me, I would have run him through and then all of us would be dead. A hint of a snarl raised his upper lip. His body tensed next to me, the violent urge traveling through it like fire down the detonation cord.
Every time he looks at you, I want to kill him, Curran said. I've been picturing snapping his neck.
I've imagined killing Lorelei. I guess your plan must have worked because Isabella told me I have a look on my face when I see her.
You do.
I turned to him. What kind of look?
Murderous.
He kissed me.
Barabbas tried to attack me yesterday.
What?
When Aunt Bee and Kira came back, I saw it in his face. He was walking to me, and George tackled him and called me a cold bastard.
Did you hurt him?
No.
You're not winning any popularity contests lately. Maybe you should work on that.
I know. Maybe I'll be lucky and get voted out of office. If I did, would you go away with me?
In a heartbeat. He finally grinned.
Good.
By the way, why use Simon? He grimaced.
Oh, I had no choice.
He wants to stab you in the back.
As a person, Simon is completely amoral, but as a businessman, he's above reproach. Remember when he signed the contract?
Mm-hmm.
There is a provision in it that stipulates he will do everything he can to maintain our safety as a group and as individuals.
Nice. Simon was incredibly scrupulous when it came to business. He prided himself on it. We signed the contract and became his clients. Now the same ego that had nearly cost him his life made him work for us, because for him, nothing short of 100% effort would do. I just hoped his professional ethics would hold up. The sky had grown pale. A golden glow spread from behind the mountain. The sun was about to rise. Soon we would have to go back to the castle and Hugh. I loved Curran, and most of the time being with him was so easy, but when it was difficult, it nearly broke me. I wondered if it was like that for him, too. Being alone was simpler, but I couldn't give him up. He made me happy, so happy that I kept looking over my shoulder as if I had stolen something and any minute someone would demand I give it back. This wasn't supposed to happen, I said.
What?
You and me. This wasn't in the plan. The plan was to be alone, to hide, and to kill Roland. Being happy was never one of the bullet points. Some part of me is still convinced it's a fluke, and eventually it will be ripped away from me. Deep down, I expect it. Any hint of it, and I roll down the cliff. You're mine. You know that, right? If you ever try to leave me, it won't go well.
I don't deserve you,
Curran said. The same desperate thing I saw last night flickered in his eyes.
But I got you, and I'm an entitled, selfish bastard. You're all mine. Don't leave me.
I won't. Don't leave me.
I won't. If you ever disappeared, I would leave the pack, and I would look for you until I found you, however long it took.
I knew he wasn't lying. I could feel it. He would find me. I'll try not to disappear.
Thank you, he said.
When the sunrise splashed over the mountains, Astamore guided us to town where we said our goodbyes. I asked if there was anything we could do for him. He just shook his head.
Next time someone comes to you for help, help them for me. I help you, you help them, we keep it going.
We climbed the road, me and the enormous lion. It was decided that fur was preferable to no clothes, and although Astamer had offered some, they wouldn't fit Curran, and we both had a feeling the shepherd didn't have that many clothes anyway. The castle loomed before us. I sighed.
I know,
Curran said, human words emerging perfectly from the leonine mouth.
We're almost done.
I'll remind you of that next time you see Hugh. A low growl reverberated in Curran's throat. Temper, your majesty. We both knew that picking a fight with Hugh was still out of the question. I still had no idea what his plan was. He'd gotten me into this castle. He wasn't trying to actively murder me. He flattered me and called me special. If things kept going this way, I shuddered. Curran looked at me, just pondering what Hugh's version of flowers and candy will look like.
Like bloody mush, Curran said, because I will crush his head and his brain will ooze out of his ears.
I just wanted to know what the final plan was. We walked through the gates. The cage had been moved from the inner courtyard. It now hung from a beam affixed to a guard tower, front and center in the courtyard. Hebla sat in it. I stopped. She stared at me with haunted, feverish eyes, her desperation so obvious I had to stop myself from walking over there and pulling her out.
There you are.
Hugh strode out of the opened doors of the main keep.
Safe and sound.
Why is she in a cage?
Cages need occupants. This one was empty, and she seemed like the best candidate.
Hebla had failed one too many times. She had let me out of the castle and lost me, and now he had stuck her into the cage for everyone to see. Please let her out. Hugh sighed.
What is it about the cage? Is there anyone I could put in there you wouldn't want to get out?
You. He shrugged his massive shoulder.
It wouldn't hold me. Talk is cheap. Try it on, Diambre, Curran said. I'd love to, but as I've said, it's occupied.
Hugh turned to me.
So, where did you go?
I looked at the cage. Hugh shrugged.
Oh, fine. Someone get Hebla out.
A Jigget left his post by the gate and ran down to the cage. I went to some caves, fell in, swam around, and was rescued by an Etsani and a local shepherd.
Sounds eventful.
I'm tired and hungry, I said. Hugh smiled.
I'll see you later, then.
And why did that sound ominous? Curran moved between him and me, and we went into the castle. 10 minutes later, I was sitting on our bed eating food George brought for me from the kitchen. Curran changed shape and put on clothes. Mahon appeared at the doorway.
I'm glad you're okay,
he told me. A moment later, Barabbas walked through the door. A man followed him into the room. A cloud of silky hair, completely white, framed his narrow face. His skin must have been naturally olive, but now it had a slightly ashen tint. He looked to be in his mid-30s, not just lean, but so slight that clothes hung on him the way they would on a coat rack. The man saw me and smiled. His entire face lit up, suddenly young and blissful, his blue eyes luminescent, at once beautiful and impossibly distant.
Mistress,
he said.
Whoa.
Hi, Christopher. He came over and sat on the floor by my feet and sighed happily.
Beautiful mistress.
How are you, Christopher? He looked at me with a blank smile and stared at my shoes.
How is he? I asked Barabbas. What you see is what you get.
He's here 1 minute and then he isn't. I think we finally settled on the fact that he isn't dead. He insists that he used to know how to fly, but he forgot. He occasionally tries, so I have to watch him closely in high places. Oh, boy. Christopher? He looked up at me. You're free.
I am.
He nodded.
I'll serve you forever. To the end of time.
No, you're free. You don't have to serve me. You're welcome to stay, but you can go if you want. He leaned over and touched my hand with long fingers.
Nobody is free in this world. Neither princes, nor wizards, nor beggars. I will serve you forever, my mistress.
Uh-huh. Let's come back to that later, when you feel more like yourself.
Great,
Curran said.
Another fine addition to your collection of uncanny misfits.
I take offense to that, Barabbas said.
Don't worry, I count myself in, too,
Curran told him. What did you do for Hugh? I asked.
I took care of his books.
Christopher's fingers twitched as if stroking invisible pages.
He has the most interesting books. Do you have books, lady?
Great. I rescued Hugh's librarian. Some. Probably not as nice as Hugh's.
That's all right.
Christopher offered me a smile.
I will help you get more, and then I will take care of them for you.
Christopher, about the orange beast, I said. The one who killed a guard. You remember?
The Lamassu,
Christopher said helpfully. You know what they are?
Yes.
He nodded with that same faraway smile. Why didn't you tell me when I talked to you?
You didn't ask.
I turned and bumped my forehead against the wooden post of the bed.
Okay, mistress needs a moment, Barabbas said. Come on. Does that help?
Christopher asked with interest. Barabbas took him by the arm and gently lifted him to his feet. We should eat.
Real food?
Real food. Come with me. They left the room.
You know he's crazy, right?
Curran asked. Yep. He won't survive on his own.
As you wish,
Curran said. I spent the day in bed, sleeping, eating, and then sleeping again. Curran stood guard over me, and any suggestion that I should go and guard Dysandra was met with a stone beast-lord face. He had a point. I was tired and my whole body hurt, as if I'd been through a meat grinder. 10 minutes before 6 I woke up because someone knocked on our door. Curran blocked it. Beast Lord in hover mode.
Information,
Hebla said. I rolled out of bed. Curran stepped aside. She walked into the room holding herself very straight, her chin raised, her spine rigid. She couldn't have looked more fragile if she were on the verge of crying. I'd warned her. Be careful who you serve. What do you have for me?
A large group of strangers came to the mountains. They didn't use the pass or the sea. They came on the railroad tracks on foot. They passed a small village not too far from here.
Hebla passed me a photograph. The body of a young man lying on his back stared at me with empty eyes. A bright red hole gaped where his stomach used to be, his flesh gouged out by claws and teeth. They had fed on him. The second picture showed a close-up of his face. Purple blisters marked his features. I'd seen them before, on Ivana's face. I held up the photograph and showed it to Hebla.
The villagers said the bigger one spits acid.
What do you mean? Hebla shrugged.
We don't know. There were only 6 survivors. They had killed 40 people and eaten most of them. I saw these marks on Ivana.
I saw them too, I said. If she was attacked, why didn't she say anything?
Unless she was attacked by her own kind, Curran said.
I pulled a piece of paper out and began writing. The first time I saw Ivana was before dinner when Radamel and Gerardo had a fight in the hallway. She saw Doolittle examining Dysandra, and she was upset. I wrote it down and drew an arrow down. Dysandra was attacked. I drew another arrow.
Meeting between the packs,
Curran said. I added it and drew another arrow. Doolittle is attacked. Next morning, Ivana has purple blisters.
If I were a Lamassu, and assuming that one of Dysandra's babies is a Lamassu,
Curran said,
knowing that a medic is examining her would make me nervous.
One of Dysandra's children is one of those things? Ibla's eyes narrowed.
Probably,
Curran told her. Suppose Ivana is a Lamassu, I said. She sees Doolittle take the blood. She knows that there is a chance he will discover that a child is a Lamassu, and that will blow their pack's cover. She panics and tries to have her killed. Except someone in her pack, either Radamel or more likely Vitali, takes exception to that. The attack failed, they're down a shapeshifter, and they still want the child to be born because they want the mountain pass.
Of course they want the pass, Curran said. They glide. Mountains give them a huge advantage. Vitali spits on her as a punishment and then decides to destroy the evidence Doolittle had collected instead.
Doolittle said they smashed his equipment.
It wasn't bad reasoning.
No need to kill Dysandra when you can just destroy the blood. They also were the only pack that reacted when I asked for the blood test. The Italians in Crawl wouldn't give me the time of day either, but the Volkodavi looked worried.
But why do they eat people?
Ibla asked.
It lets them grow bigger and sprout wings, Curran told her.
I had brought him up to speed on the whole Lamassu story.
There are likely a large number of them hiding out nearby. If the birth doesn't work out in their favor, everyone can storm the castle. That's how I would do it.
I can arrest them, Ibla said. We don't have any evidence, I told her. Besides, Dysandra is still pregnant. Once a baby is born, it will be undeniable. We don't know it's them, we suspect. We have to watch them. Tonight at dinner, for example. Ibla's face turned solemn.
This is why I came. Lord Megabari asked me to find out about the Med Mage's health, and to ask if you would join him for dinner tonight, outside the castle. Alone.
No, Curran said.
Ibla took a step back.
Yes.
No.
Tell Lord Megabari I'll be there.
Curran crossed his arms. I will pass on your message.
Ibla turned and fled out of the room.
No, Curran said. You're not going.
Are you ordering me not to go?
I can't order you to do anything, nor would I try. You want to go alone to have dinner with a guy who killed your stepfather, who serves your father, and who gets a hard-on when you beat the shit out of him. How is this a good idea?
That's my psycho, blunt but fair. He brought us here. You and me and all of us. I want to know why. I think he will tell me because he wants me to know how big, bad, and smart he is. We need to know what we're up against.
He puts people in cages and keeps undead in his walls.
What is he going to do that he hasn't had an opportunity to do already? Before you went to talk to Lorelei on the balcony, he told me that it was all for me. He made this entire meeting happen. Don't you want to know how he managed to get all these packs together and orchestrate this? Aren't you curious? The muscles on his jaw stood out.
I won. Take Derek. Hugh will bring someone with him.
He took a step forward. I could take one too. No problem. I can even bring another person if you want.
Derek is fine,
Curran said. I'll be back tonight, I told him. It will be okay. Don't worry. At 7, Hebla came to get us. We followed her down the road to a narrow mountain path that led north, to a low mountain thrusting up like a dragon fang north of the castle. The western half of it had been blasted to make room for the railroad, and layers of rock thrust out of the sheer cliff. The path reached the mountain and turned into a paved sidewalk that dived into the mountain's forested side. Trees rose on both sides of us, not wild growth, but carefully cultivated greenery, cut back to please the eye. Every few feet there would be a stone step. Short fay-lantern torches glowed on both sides of the path, with bright sparks of diluted fireflies dancing around them. Unlike the lavender fay-lanterns in the castle, these were yellow, a color mages in Atlanta fought for but couldn't achieve. Magic wrapped around us. Hugh went all out. The path climbed up, turned, climbed up again, and turned again. We kept zigzagging up the mountain until finally we came to a small sitting area, a wooden bench with a table and some meat and bread under a wire hood.
"You and I will wait here," Hebla told Derek. "If anything happens to her, you'll die first," Derek told her. Well, that settled that. I climbed farther up the path. The greenery parted, and I saw a large table set under the trees. The trees on the west side had been sheared, and an evening sea stretched before me, azure and beautiful, as the sun slowly set into its cool waters. Hugh sat at the table. He wore jeans and a black t-shirt. Lord Death at his most casual. He rose and smiled at me. I sat across from him on the north side, while he sat on the south. My back was to the path. Arg. "Nobody will be coming up," he said, and raised a bottle. "Wine?" "Water." "You don't drink much," he said. "I drank too much for a while." "I did too," he said, and poured 2 glasses of water, one for himself, one for me. The table held 3 platters, fruit, meat, and cheese. Everything a growing warlord needs. "Please," Hugh invited. I put some cheese and meat on my plate. "Beautiful, isn't it?" He nodded at the sea. It was. There was something ancient about it, something impossibly alluring. Thousands of years ago, people gazed at the sea just like we did now, mesmerized by the pattern of evening light on the waves. They had their own dreams and ambitions, but at the core, they must have been just like us. They loved and hated, worried about their problems and celebrated their triumphs. Long after we were gone, the sea would still remain, and other people would watch it and be bewitched. "The Vokaldavi are Lamassu," I said. "I know," he said. "When did you find out?" "When I saw one fly out of your med mage's room. The Vokaldavi have a good reputation back in Ukraine. But I've heard some stories. People disappearing, monsters eating human bodies. I put 2 and 2 together. They came out of nowhere a few years ago, took over the local pack, and then the strange shit started." Hugh cut a piece of meat. "Your father hates the breed. He says they were badly made. I think they could be useful under the right circumstances, but they have very little discipline. Hammering them into usable soldiers would be difficult. You'd have to get them from childhood, and even then there is no guarantee." "You're talking about them like they are pit bull puppies." "Not a bad analogy, actually. It would take a few generations to breed the crazy out of the Lamassu. Why bother? A properly trained German shepherd can kill as well as an undisciplined pit bull, and it's a lot easier to handle." This conversation was getting under my skin. I drank my water. "I like it here," Hugh said. "It is beautiful." "You should stay," he said. "After Dysandra gives birth, and the Beast Lord takes his pack home. Have a vacation, live a little, swim in the sea, eat delicious food that's bad for you.
I'm sure it would be a glorious vacation right up to the point where you serve my head on a silver platter to Roland.
For you, I'd spring for gold, he said.
Somehow that doesn't make me feel any better.
Are you actually planning to fight him?
Hugh leaned forward. If it comes to it. Hugh put down his fork and walked to the edge.
See that rock down there?
I got up and stood at my edge of the table. He was pointing at a jagged boulder jutting from the side of the mountain. Hugh opened his mouth. Magic snapped like a striking whip. An invisible torrent of power crashed into the rock. The boulder broke into shards.
A power word. Nice.
When I used mine, it ripped me up with pain. Hugh didn't seem any worse for wear.
I only have a tiny fraction of his power. You have no idea what it's like to stand behind him when he lets it go. It's like walking in the footsteps of a god.
I sat back in my spot. I'd heard that before. Hugh studied the boulder below.
You've been alive for 26 years. He's been alive for over 5,000. He doesn't just play with magic. He knows it intimately. He can craft impossible things. If I were to stand against him, he would crush me like a gnat. Hell, he might not even notice I'm there at all. I serve him because there is no one stronger.
Hugh turned to me.
I've seen you fight. I'm a fan. But if you plan to fight the builder of towers, you will lose.
I realized he wasn't bluffing. It hit home. If Roland came for me now, I would lose. Looking at it now seemed kind of absurd. I wasn't even 30. I didn't know how to use my magic. What few tricks I had up my sleeve barely scratched the surface. In my head, I always suspected that I wouldn't be able to hold him off. But the way Hugh said it made me pause.
What makes you think he wants to kill you?
Hugh sat down. He tried to murder me in the womb. He killed my mother. And he sent you to find and kill the man I called my father. What makes you think he doesn't?
He's lonely, Hugh said. It eats at him. He can age himself. It takes a lot of effort. And usually he stays around 40. He says it's a good age, mature enough to inspire confidence, yet young enough to not suggest frailty. He stayed at it for years, but now he is actively aging. Last time I saw him, 4 months ago, he looked closer to 50. I asked him why. He said it made him appear more fatherly.
How sweet. I'm not buying it.
Think about it, Kate. You are deadly, smart, beautiful, and you are capable. Why wouldn't he want a daughter like that? Don't you think he would at least try to get to know you?
You're missing the point. I don't want to know him. He killed my mother, Hugh. He robbed me of the one person every child counts on for unconditional love. Do you remember your mother?
Yes, Hugh said. I was 4 when she died. 3 years later, Voron took me off the street.
I don't remember mine. Not a murmur, not a trace of a scent, no smudged image, nothing. Voron was my father and my mother. The Death's Raven was an undisputed authority in my life, the only authority. You knew him. Think about what that really means.
So it's vengeance and a pity party at the same time, you said.
No, it's not vengeance, it's prevention. I want to kill Roland so there will never be another me.
That would be a tragedy, you said.
That would be a blessing, I said.
Let the shapeshifter sail off, you said. Stay with me for a while. No strings attached. No obligations or expectations. See if I can change your mind.
I thought we already covered that ground. It wouldn't be a good idea.
What's holding you to him? The man does care about you in his own stunted way, but you will never fit in with them, Kate. Deep down, you know this. They'll always look on you as if you're a dangerous freak. People fear what they can't understand, but they can work with it. Animals can't. They shun the strange or try to destroy it. You can bleed for them for 100 years, and you won't change their minds. Make one small misstep, and they will turn on you.
I turned and looked at the sea. Curran would fight to his last breath to protect me. If I asked Derek to walk into fire, he would do it. But then again, there was Doolittle looking at me, with horror in his eyes.
"It's slipping," he said.
I arched my eyebrow at him.
Your cloak," he said. "Some of your power is showing. Just how much are you hiding?"
"I guess you'll never know," I told him. Hugh rested his elbows on a table.
"Where do you see yourself in 5 years?"
"If Roland doesn't find me?"
"Yes."
"In the keep, doing what I'm doing now."
"How long will that last, Kate?"
"Hopefully for a long, long time."
"You're lying to yourself. Voron made us into serial killers. We can be okay without violence for a few weeks, but after a couple of months, the hand starts itching for the sword. You start looking for that rush. You get irritable, life turns stale, and then one day some fool crosses your path, attacks, and as you cut him down, you feel that short moment of struggle when he leverages his life against yours. If you're lucky, he's very good, and the fight lasts a few seconds. But even if it doesn't, that short moment of triumph is like getting an adrenaline shot. Suddenly, color comes back into life, food tastes better, sleep is deeper, and sex is rapture."
I knew exactly what he was talking about. I lived it and I felt it.
"You don't have to say anything," he said. "I know I'm right. You and I are birds of a feather. We weren't just born. We were forged, ground, and sharpened to be exactly what we are. You felt it when we sparred. I sure did. I don't know what you've got going with the werelion, but whatever it is, it will go flat, and soon. I bet you already see signs of it. Some part of him enjoyed Lorelei's attention. It's flattering. A young, attractive girl hanging on your every word, putting out all the signs that she's available to you alone. It makes you feel like you've still got it. He didn't do anything, but as another man, I can tell you he thought about it. Sex is a funny thing. It's always kind of the same, but you always want more of it and with different people."
I leaned on my hand and sighed. "Please, continue, Doctor. Let me know when our time is up so I can write a check."
He chuckled. "The man is an egomaniac. You know this. He doesn't fully understand what you are, and he doesn't appreciate it. Give him a few years, and the next time a Lorelei swings into his orbit, he might bang her. He will tell himself it's not a big thing. It wouldn't mean anything. He won't leave you for her. The next time will be easier. The next easier still. Before you know it, it will become a regular thing. Why the hell would you want to put up with that?"
Speaking from personal experience?
"Yes. When I realized I'd stopped aging, I went for it. Let me tell you, no matter how creative you get, and I got creative, the mechanics of sex are always the same. The difference is passion. Passion makes it special. Having sex with an attractive woman is fun, but add passion, make her that one woman that you love or hate, and the whole experience changes. You feel something for me, Kate. Whether you want to admit it or not, something is there. I can guarantee we would never grow tired of it."
Wow. He'd put his best game face on and hit me with everything he had. "No." His eyebrows came together.
"No? That's it?"
"That's it."
"Why?"
"Because you put people in cages, Hugh. Even if I were alone and Curran weren't in the picture, I still wouldn't. You came here and did just as much as necessary to earn enough goodwill to build this castle 20 years ago. The people down in town live in poverty. Your werejackal castle guards are robbing strangers on the roads, and nobody comes to you and complains because they don't expect you to do anything about it. You want to know the difference between you and Curran? If you gave this castle to him, within a month there would be a court, due process, and a working police force accountable to its citizens. Curran sees himself as serving the people he leads. You see yourself as being served. You brought stability to this place, but it's the stability of a scared slave who knows he will be pummeled with a stick if he holds his head up too high. You're content with things as they are, and when someone fails you, you stick them in a cage and slowly starve them to death." Hugh leaned back and smiled, amusement curving his mouth.
"You are his daughter,"
he said. I wasn't sure how to take that. I leaned back and crossed my arms.
"You know what your father's best talent is. He can look at you and determine exactly where your best place is. That's why he wasn't thrilled when your aunt woke up. There was no place for her in this world."
"So he looked at you and said, 'You will make an excellent wrecking ball.'" You nodded.
"Before there can be civilization, I come and I subdue. I crush resistance, I break their will, and then your father arrives and reins me in. He brings order, justice, and fairness. He is their salvation."
"Be careful, your charming mask is crumbling."
"There isn't much point in it now."
"Oh, so sitting through your sales pitch finally earned me the right to the no bullshit version?" He grinned, baring his teeth.
"Here it is. I can't let you get on that boat."
"Figured."
"It will be a lot harder to pry you out of their fort. You force my hand."
"I didn't know you were so easy to push around."
"Before you left, I had my people load panacea onto your ship," he said. "Your boy got a note telling him about it and explaining that my welcome is withdrawn."
"I thought you promised no bullshit. Where did you even get that much panacea, Hugh? The packs guard it like gold. They would never sell that much of it to you."
"I have no need to buy it from them. My people make it."
"Bullshit."
"Your father was taught how to make it when he was young. It's a complex process with a lot of magic done in correct order, so it was his equivalent of a graduation project."
Hugh's eyes turned steel hard.
"I control the entire supply on this part of the continent. The only way for the pack to get their paws on an ounce of it is to sail now, without you."
"Curran wouldn't leave me."
"If he chooses to stay, the gloves come off," Hugh said. "I warned him. He knows if he stays, it's war."
"He will stay."
"God, I hope he does. I've been looking forward to killing him for 3 years. I will enjoy the hell out of it."
Hugh hadn't just taken advantage of Dessandra's pregnancy. He had engineered this whole thing. He pulled the strings and the shapeshifters had obeyed, because he held panacea over their heads. He had manipulated everyone just to get me here. "If you hurt him, I will kill you," I said.
"You'll try, and I will enjoy that, too. I meant what I said, Kate. You make me feel that interesting something.
That's rare for me, and I like having you around. You're funny." "Funny? Does your jaw hurt when you laugh?"
"My hand won't shake," he quoted. "My aim won't falter. My face will be the last thing you'll see before you die. You're hilarious."
Those were the words I'd said to the pack council when Curran was in the coma and they had tried to separate me from him. My skin crawled. Hugh had a mole on the pack council. "I think we're done here." I rose.
"I always get what I want, Kate," he said. "That's how I'm wired."
I walked down the path and kept walking. Derek saw me, rose, and followed. "The ship might not be there," I told him quietly.
"I heard," he said. "They will be there, don't worry."
We kept going.
"Are you really Roland's daughter?" he asked.
"Yes."
"I don't care," he said. "Some people might, but they don't matter."
I didn't say anything, but the night grew a little brighter. Chapter 18. The castle hummed with activity. Servants strung garlands of fey lantern lights in the hallways. People moved back and forth. The air smelled of roasting meat and spices. I walked through it, strangely disconnected, the quiet sounds of my footsteps, lost in the celebratory chaos. Derek raised his head, listening.
"It's the hunt dinner. They finally got all the games sorted and cooked. We are supposed to celebrate the winners at midnight."
Great. Everyone stuffed back into the single dining hall. That would go well. I made it up the stairs. My heart beat a little faster. I picked up speed. He wouldn't leave without me, not even with the panacea on the line. I walked into our room. Empty. A stack of books had disappeared. Curran's clothes, thrown on the chair, had vanished. The bed was made. No way. The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Curran emerged, wiping his hands with a towel. He wore trademark pack sweats, gray and thin. They fell apart when a shapeshifter shifted form. Behind me, Derek stepped into the hallway and shut the door. "You're here," I said.
"Where else would I be?"
"Hugh owns the panacea. He's also a complete fucking bastard."
"He sent a note."
Curran crossed the floor and hugged me to him. My bones groaned. I put my face into the bend of his neck. The world suddenly calmed. The fractured pieces snapped into place.
"Did you think I'd leave?"
Curran whispered into my ear. "No." I hugged him back. "What happened to all our stuff?"
"Anything non-essential is packed and loaded. I kept your belt with all your stuff out." "Got any messages for me?"
"If we go to that dinner, we'll have a fight. Also, he hopes you will be a challenge." Curran smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. We looked at each other. We both knew Hugh would make his move tonight, and after that, everything would be over. We could try to fight our way to the ship now, except we had promised to guard Dysandra. Abandoning her wasn't an option. We had given our word.
"Are you hungry, baby?"
Curran asked. "Starving?"
"I think we should go to dinner."
"Great idea."
"What are you going to wear?"
"My badass face."
"Good choice,"
he said. "Let me just get my knives and powdered silver." We walked into the great hall to find a new seating arrangement indicated by small name cards. The Italians were sitting at the head table on the right side of Hugh, all the way around the right side of the horseshoe table. The rest of us were seated on the left of Hugh. I was first, then Curran, then Dysandra, then the rest of our party. Without saying a word, Curran and I switched seats. If Hugh wanted me to sit next to him, I would sit as far away as possible. I surveyed the hall. Everyone on our side of the table was dressed to impress, loose sweatpants and T-shirts. Andrea saw me looking and grinned. Raphael winked at me. Mahon was right. I was pack. At least everyone in gray sweatpants thought so. If I had to fight, I wouldn't fight alone. The walls of the great hall had gained new decorations. Swords and axes hung in hooks within reach. The door to the side exit on the left was shut. That left us with the right exit and the front entrance. Yarok Krall stared at the hall from a side table to the right, a sour grimace distorting his features into an ugly mask. On the other side, to the left, Vitaly and Ivana sat, stone-faced. I scanned the rest of the faces, and my gaze slammed right into Lorelei. She stared at me with obvious hatred. I winked at her. She glared back, outraged. Someone moved into position behind me. I turned. Barabbas grinned at me. "Where is Christopher?" I asked. He pointed at the side table. Christopher sat next to Kira, his eyes clear as a summer sky without a single thought clouding the blue. He saw me and rose. His lips moved. Mistress. The belt around Christopher's waist looked familiar, especially the pouches hanging from it. I was pretty sure they were filled with my herbs. "Is he wearing my spare belt?" "Yes," Barabbas said. "He somehow got his hands on it when we loaded supplies onto the ship. I tried taking it off him, but it really upset him, and I didn't want to injure him." "That's fine. Let him have it." I smiled at Christopher. He sighed happily and sat down. Dysandra strode into the hall, escorted by Aunt Bee and George. Doolittle followed her in an ancient wheelchair. Dysandra landed in the chair on my left. "You survived." "I did." "Nobody told me." She sighed. "Nobody ever tells me anything." I shrugged, feeling Slayer's comforting weight on my back. The tension in the air was so thick it made me itch. The fey torches in the great hall flickered. The conversation died. Through the wide-open doors of the front entrance, I could see the main hallway. Along the wall, fey lanterns blinked in their sconces. The steady glow flickered. A moment, and I felt it too. A swell of magic approaching fast. Someone was coming. Next to me, Curran tensed. A foul magic washed over me as if someone had thrust my mind into a rotting, liquefied carcass. Vampires. A lot of them. People turned to look at the hallway. Some rose and leaned over their tables to get a better view. Horns blared in a chorus, an ancient alarming sound taut with a warning. The banners on the walls stirred. People marched down the hallway, coming toward us. They wore black and gray, and they moved in unison, 2 by 2. I focused on the leading pair. Hebla walked on the left. Her hair was pulled back from her face, and she stared straight at me with a cold, predatory glare. Gone was the woman who had asked me for help and pleaded silently from behind the cage bars. This was a killer. Disciplined, icy, and lethal. A familiar insignia marked her chest. A small, 5-rayed star with a half-circle above it and a tall triangle on the right. The ancient hieroglyph of Sirius, the dog star. Voron's voice came from my childhood memories. "If you ever see this, run." "We've been had," I said. "These are the Iron Dogs." "What are they?" Aunt Bee asked. "Roland's elite unit," Curran said. "How bad?" Mahon asked. "Bad," Curran said. Bad was an understatement. Each dog was a highly trained, ruthless killer. They used weapons, they used magic, and a lot of them weren't human and hid more surprises than a Swiss Army knife. A single iron dog could slaughter a dozen normal soldiers. They served as my father's commando force. Hugh d'Ambre was the preceptor of their order. I stared at Hebla's face. I'd felt bad for her. I'd tried to help her. I'd bought her clueless local bumpkin act hook, line, and sinker. How could I have been so stupid? No matter, next time I'd know better. The first pair of iron dogs stepped into the great hall and split, standing on each side of the door, locked into an at-ease pose. 2 men and 2 women followed, wearing impeccable business suits. As the first woman stepped through the door, her high heels clicking quietly on the stone, an emaciated arm hooked the top edge of the doorway. A vampire crawled into the great hall over the top edge of the doorway, muscles flexing like steel cables rubbing against each other under its pallid hide. Another undead followed. They scuttled up the wall like some grotesque predatory geckos driven by the navigator's will. Hugh had brought his masters of the dead. This was just getting better and better. The masters of the dead took positions behind the twin lines of the iron dogs. The hallway stood empty for a long breath. You could hear a pin drop. The shapeshifters froze, silent and wary. Hugh turned the corner. He wore leather armor, supple but reinforced with metal plates. It molded to him as if it had been melted, poured over his body, and allowed to harden. Loose but thick leather pants shielded his legs. Wrist guards of hardened leather and metal plates protected his wrists. A strip of leather, likely hiding a thin, flexible length of metal, guarded his neck. He had come to fight shapeshifters. Raking him with claws would do no good. He marched down the hallway wearing black and cloaked in magic. He looked unstoppable. He would soon learn that looks could be deceiving.
"Hail to Hugh d'Ambre!"
The iron dogs intoned in unison, their voice one loud chorus. Hugh strode through the door and walked to our table, straight to Dessandra's chair on my left. "You're in the wrong seat." He held out his hand. Desandra blinked, stood up, and put her hand into his. Hugh led her to his chair on Curran's right and held it out for her. She sat. He turned and sat in her place next to me. Great. "You didn't bring enough," Curran said quietly. "It will suffice," Hugh said. His voice boomed. "In honor of the hunt, I bring you entertainment." The iron dogs took 3 steps backward, turning, moving in unison until they formed a line along the wall to our right, behind Yarick's werewolves. People entered the minstrel's gallery carrying small round drums, accordions, and other instruments. A line of men walked into the great hall, dressed in identical jet-black gigot coats. The musicians plucked at their instruments, adjusting and settling down. A wild melody started, fast and limber, the rhythm of the drums like a racing heart. The men spun across the floor, dancing like a flock of graceful ravens, pivoting and leaping. The lead dancer dropped down and spun across the stage on his knees. I winced. Hugh pretended to be absorbed in the dance. "What are you planning, you bastard?" Something tugged on my jeans. I glanced down carefully. Atsani stood by my chair. "You've got to be kidding me." The small man patted my leg with his pipe, winked, and pointed to the side. I glanced up. Ostamur stood by the door, leaning against the wall. He wore a long, wide coat of black fleece that covered him from head to toe. A rifle rested in his hands. He looked straight at me, and his eyes were grim. The nearest iron dog was feet away and oblivious to the man behind him. Nobody paid him any attention, as if they couldn't see him. I glanced down. Atsani was gone. I leaned to Curran. "Do you see him?" "Who?" "Ostamur, by the door." Curran frowned. I looked back. Ostamore was gone. Okay, I did just see that. That wasn't a hallucination. The dancers snapped into their final poses. The music died. Hugh clapped. Reluctant applause followed from the side tables.
"Is there going to be a play next?" Curran asked. "I never took you for the dinner theater type."
"I promise it will be a show you never forget," Hugh said. A man and a woman walked in. The man, lean and graceful, wore the black Jiggit outfit, his profile hawkish, his dark hair slicked back. The woman wore a silver-white gown that covered her head to toe. Fitted in the bust and the waist, the gown flared at the skirt. She looked like a swan. Her black hair fell in 4 braids, 2 over her chest, 2 down her back, all the way past her narrow waist. A small hat perched on her glossy hair, with a white veil trailing from it to hide her back. The woman turned, standing side by side with the man. Her face was beautiful. I felt a brush of magic. It felt ancient.
"Thousands of years ago, Suliko's family entertained the ancient kings of Georgia," Hugh said. "Today, she honors us with her presence. She will dance the Kartuli for us. Count yourself fortunate. You will not see another dance like that."
A song started with a solo of some sort of reed pipe, so old it rolled through me, familiar and new at the same time, like an echo of some racial memory buried deep inside me, in the places mind and reason couldn't reach. The man held his hand out. The woman placed her fingers on his. He led her forward. They bowed. Magic shifted. The shapeshifters sat oblivious. This wouldn't be a normal dance.
"What are you up to?"
I squeezed through my teeth.
"You've been sleepwalking for so long you forgot who you are," he said. "This is your wake-up call." "What's going on?" Curran asked.
"Magic,"
I told him. "Yours isn't the only ancient family," Hugh said. Drums joined the reed pipes in a quick rhythm. Suliko and her partner backed up. He moving on his toes in tall leather boots, she gliding as if she had wheels, and Split moving to the far ends of the room. The woman stood, her arms raised, so graceful it was almost painful to watch. The man approached her, drawing a big circle with his feet, one arm bent at the elbow and pressed to the top of his chest, the other extended straight to the side. He stopped, dignified, waiting for the woman to accept the invitation. She did, and they glided across the floor, their arms raised in sync but never touching, a black raven and a white swan. Magic wound about them in invisible currents. It tugged on me. It was impossible not to watch them. The dancers split again. The music quieted, the wild, quick notes of the pipes slowing, careful rather than fast. The woman moved with breathtaking grace, gliding backward, turning. So beautiful, I couldn't look away. The magic held me spellbound. Dissandra began crying quietly. At the side tables, closest to the dancers, the people wept. The music was now a mere breath of sound, delicate and intricate, pulling me in. Suliko turned. Hugh picked up a knife and cut across my hand. Magic tore from my blood straight into the complex twisting currents surrounding the woman. Like a lit match thrown into a room filled with gasoline fumes, the magic exploded. Curran moved. I grabbed his arm before he could lunge at Hugh, in full view of a dozen vampires and the iron dogs. "No!" The currents spun, sparking with gold and purple, and a transparent scene unfolded, stretching the entire length of the room, hanging feet above the floor. A bloody battle raged on a vast field. Fire and lightning streaked. A machine gun spat glowing green bullets. Fighters tore at each other.
Shapeshifters disemboweled their opponents, vampires ripped into bodies in tactical armor. Carnage reigned, the roar, bellows, and moans of the dying blending into a terrible din. A body fell aside, cleaved in two, and my aunt swung onto the scene. She wore the crimson blood armor and carried two swords. Blood stained her face, her hair flaring, loose. Fighters locked their ranks. She opened her mouth and screamed. The word of power burst from her. The magic cleaved through the fighters, mangling the bodies straight as an arrow. My aunt tore into the gap, cutting like a dervish in a familiar lightning-fast pattern, severing limbs and spraying blood, unstoppable, without mercy.
"That's my girl,"
Hugh grinned. She carved a shaggy ursine shapeshifter in half, disemboweling him with a precise stroke, and I saw her sword. She carried Slayer. The hair on the back of my neck rose. It wasn't my aunt. My aunt was dead. I watched myself slaughter, reaping a harvest of lives, spitting magic and bringing death. On the left, a clump of bodies exploded, and Hugh roared, covered in blood, a bloody axe in his hand. They connected, the blood armor wearing Kate and Hugh back to back. For a brief moment they stood alone in the carnage, and then they broke apart and charged back into battle. The vision vanished. Suliko stood, her face shocked.
"What the hell is this?"
Yarrick Krall snarled.
"The future,"
Hugh said. Hell no. No, this wouldn't be my future, not if I had anything to say about it.
"No!"
Suliko waved her arms.
"A future."
Her accented voice vibrated with urgency.
"Do not always to be this way. One possibility."
She yelled something at Hugh in a language I didn't understand. The man moved between her and Hugh, shielding her.
"You lied!"
Suliko screamed. Her partner ushered her out. The musicians fled.
"No matter how much you fight, you are what you are,"
Hugh said to me.
"Your boy knows it too, don't you, Leonard?"
"Enough,"
Curran growled. "Enough bullshit, Diambre. Let's go, you and me."
Lorelei got up and walked over to our table.
"Big talk," Hugh said. "Can you back it up?"
I stood and held my arms out. "Ladies, you're both pretty. We still have a job to do. Last I checked, we were still guaranteeing Dessandra's safety." The two men glared at each other. They obviously didn't give a rat's ass about Desandra.
"I challenge you."
Lorelei pointed at me. I put my hand over my eyes.
"Sit the fuck down,"
Hugh told her.
"She'll kill you," Curran said. "Go sit down."
Lorelei opened her mouth.
"Sit down!"
Curran roared. Lorelei's face turned red. She shrank away. She must have rehearsed this, and being ordered back to her seat wasn't part of the fantasy. A second Lorelei walked through the entrance. Hugh swore. The first Lorelei gasped. The second Lorelei winked at Curran and walked toward us. Her body flowed like molten wax, reshaping itself and twisting into a new body, male, lean, and bald. Simon held up a document and placed it in front of Curran.
"As requested. What did I miss?"
Curran took the document and scanned it.
"George."
George stepped toward him and examined the document.
"Yes, signed and notarized. It's legally binding." "Show it to him."
George walked over and placed the paper in front of Yarrick Krall. His eyes bulged.
"What is this?" "This is a contract between you and Lorelei Wilson, in which you promised her you will kill the consort so Lorelei can take her place," Curran said. "In exchange, she's supposed to provide you with one of our future children."
Everyone spoke at once.
"You bastard!"
Desandra jumped to her feet. A mix of foreign words and English spelled out of her. You son of a bitch! You would take his child over mine?
He's a first, Yarok roared. It will be a child fit to rule, not dirt like you.
Dessandra's dress tore. Shreds of fabric fluttered to the ground, and a huge werewolf in a warrior form dashed over the table toward Yarok. Damn it!
No!
Doolittle yelled.
Not the half form.
Desandra leaped forward, landing in a crouch on the table. Yarok stood up, his face disgusted. His body expanded, fur sheathing his limbs.
You wouldn't dare.
She swiped, huge claws like scythes. A chunk of Yarok's throat went airborne. I caught a glimpse of his spine, bloody and torn. Blood gushed. The enormous werewolf that was Yarok Crawl leaped over the table at his daughter. George's voice rang out. Challenge accepted! Renock and the bald-headed guy jumped to their feet. I leaped onto the table and pulled Slayer out. Oh, no, you don't.
Interfere and die,
Curran said. Yarok's people halted. The two werewolves rolled across the floor, snarling and biting. Yarok bit Dessandra's left arm. She hammered a vicious punch into his face and rolled on top of him. Yarok tried to rear. Desandra raised her hand and smashed it into his chest. Ribs snapped like toothpicks. Desandra thrust her hand into her father's chest, tore out his heart, and threw it on the floor. Everyone stopped. Rot in hell, you bastard! Desandra straightened, her monstrous, clawed hands bloody. Anybody else want to take my children? Anybody? Come on! She spun, pointing her hand at the Belve Ravenati, Volkodavi, and Yarok's people. I'm waiting! Nobody moved. Dessandra's monstrous face jerked. She fell back, changing in midair, and landed on her back. Bulges slid across her stomach. The babies!
She's going into labor,
Doolittle said in a clipped voice.
I need access.
Renock jerked a sword off the wall and jumped, aiming for Desandra. As I cleared the table, I knew I was too far. Andrea's bolt sprouted from Renock's neck. He ignored it, swinging at Desandra. I sprinted, trying to squeeze speed out of every fraction of a second. The sword rose in a gleaming metal arc and came down like an executioner's axe. George thrust herself between Renock and Desandra. I saw it in slow motion, as if time froze. The glint of metal blade as it traveled down, the angle of the strike, and the precise moment the razor edge cut into George's right shoulder. Crimson blood washed the blade. It cleaved through the shoulder joint, passing through muscle and bone with ridiculous ease. George's arm slid off her body and fell down. I stabbed Slayer into Renock's chest and cut a hole in his heart. George grabbed Renock's neck with her left hand, squeezed, and pushed him back. He flew and crashed into the table. George slid on her own blood and fell next to me. Mayhan roared. His face twisted, his eyes mad, and the massive Kodiak charged the fallen werewolf, almost mowing me down. Curran landed next to me, picked up Desandra, and jumped over the table, putting distance between us and the raging Kodiak. Derek swiped George and her arm off the floor and followed him. We ran to the back of the great hall. Mayhan crushed Renock and ripped into another werewolf. Yarok's people went furry in a flash of teeth and claws.
Damn it all to hell,
Hugh growled.
Do not engage.
The iron dogs backed away. Form a perimeter, I barked, and pulled my sword out. Andrea stood next to me on the right, Raphael next to her, Eduardo and Kira on my left. We became a semicircle, shielding Desandra. She screamed. Aunt Bee ripped a banner down and dropped it on the floor. Curran lowered Desandra onto it, turned, and jumped, changing in mid-leap. A moment, and he tore into the werewolves next to Mayhan. The remaining two packs moved away, hugging the wall to avoid being caught in the carnage. George moaned in Derek's arms.
Hold on,
he told her. I'm okay, George George said.
"I need clean water,"
Doolittle called out.
"Beatrice!"
"It's under control," Aunt Bee said. "Not my first time reattaching a limb."
"Can I be of assistance?" Simon asked. "Have you ever delivered a child?" Doolittle asked.
"Yes, I have."
"Good. We have to perform a C-section. One of her unborn is trying to kill the other."
"Fascinating," Simon said. A werewolf dashed our way. I sliced his legs, Raphael slit his throat, and Andrea shot him through the heart. Isabella marched to us, her sons in tow.
"I will see—"
"Don't," I warned. She opened her mouth. Eduardo shifted, gaining a foot in height and another across the shoulders, and bellowed at her. Isabella took a step back. Cassandra howled, a sharp cry of pure pain. At the other wall, Curran and Mahon raged, tearing werewolves apart. The last of the shaggy bodies stopped moving. Curran and the giant bear were the only two left standing. Mahon swung and hit Curran, huge claws raking a bloody trail along his gray side. Curran roared. Mahon rose on his hind legs. Curran lunged forward, locking his arms on the bear, and took him to the floor.
"It's me,"
he said. Mahon snarled.
"It's me,"
Curran repeated.
"George is safe. It will be fine."
I held my breath. Sometimes werebears snapped and went berserk. That was how Curran had become the Beast Lord. He had killed a mad werebear. But Mahon was always calm. He was always in control. Mahon reared, tossing Curran aside like he weighed nothing. Curran landed on his side and rolled to his feet. The bear bellowed and ran straight into the door, taking it off its hinges. A moment, and he vanished down the hallway.
"Fucking animals,"
Hugh said, disgust on his face. A deep voice rolled through the castle.
"I've seen enough."
Everything stopped. Ostamore stood in the doorway. Hugh turned.
"Who are you?"
Ostamore opened his mouth. No sound came, but I heard him in my head, clear, as if he stood right next to me.
"I am the shepherd."
The rifle in his hands flowed, as if liquid, turning into a tall staff. Ostamore looked at Hugh.
"For 20 years I watched you. You're bad for this land. You're bad for my people. Tell your master he wasn't welcome in the mountains when he was young. He is not welcome still."
"Cute," Hugh said.
"Kill him."
The nearest iron dog moved toward the shepherd. Ostamore raised his staff. I felt a spark, a tiny hint of magic, like a glimpse of a titanic storm cloud in a flash of lightning. The butt of the staff hit the floor. A brilliant white light drowned us, as if a star had split open and swallowed us whole. The floor shook. Thunder crashed, slapping my eardrums with an air fist. Next to me, the shapeshifters clutched at their ears, screaming. The floor shuddered under my feet. I blinked, trying to clear my vision. Things swung into focus slowly. An empty space where Ostamore used to be, and a widening crack crawling upward through the wall. A gap sliced the floor to the right of me, 15 feet wide and running all the way across the great hall and into the hallway. Bright blue flames shot out of the gap, cutting the great hall in two. We, the Volkodavi, and the vampires were on one side. Curran, Hugh, the Iron Dogs, and the Belve Ravenati were on the other. Ostamore had split the castle in two. Holy shit! I turned to Curran. The flames burned between us. Curran took a running start. A vampire fell off the ceiling into the fire, bursting into flames. The fire seared undead flesh. He blazed bright like a sparkler and vanished into a cloud of ash. "No!" Curran veered, avoiding the flames at the last second. "Oh, good," I exhaled. Cassandra shrieked, and then a child cried. A weak mewling sound. I glanced back. Simon lifted a newborn boy, wet and bloody. A moment later, Doolittle handed a second infant over to Aunt Bee. She turned. The thing in her arms wasn't a human baby. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't a cat. It was a strange creature covered in soft scales, the beginnings of rudimentary wings thrusting from its back. The creature screeched and tried to bite Aunt Bee.
"Your firstborn is a wolf,"
Doolittle said. The bewildered expression peeled off Radamil's face, leaving a hard, ruthless intelligence in its place.
"That does it," Radamil said. "Kill them all."
The Volkodavi snarled in unison. Their human skins ruptured, flesh and bone boiled out, scales covered the new bodies, and a dozen lamassu took flight. The flames exploded with bright orange. Heat bathed me. The castle rumbled again. Another peal of thunder rolled, dazing the shapeshifters. The crack split sideways, cutting half of the lamassu from us.
"The castle is breaking apart," Aunt Bee said. "We need to go."
"Not without Curran." I pulled the magic to me. Maybe a power word would work? On the opposite side, Hugh said something and staggered back as if someone had thrust a sword through his gut. 10 to 1, that was a power word that backfired. I felt nothing. The flames remained unimpressed. Okay, scratch that idea.
"Kate,"
Kira asked,
"what do we do?"
We had to get the hell out of here before the castle fell apart and plunged off the cliff. In the hallways, the lamassu couldn't swarm us. We'd have the advantage. I spun to the flames.
"Go!"
Curran yelled at me through the fire.
"I'll find you."
There was nothing I could do to help him. I had to get our people out of there, and then I'd go around and I would find him.
"I'm coming back."
"I know." He waved at me.
"Go!"
I turned to the shapeshifters. "Grab Doolittle, George, and Cassandra. We're getting the hell out of here."
"Don't lose her!"
Hugh bellowed at the masters of the dead.
"Go around! Take her alive!"
"You won't touch her," Curran snarled and charged Hugh. I wanted to stand and watch. I wanted to know he would be okay. Instead, I ran for the door. The sooner I found a way around, the sooner I could help him. Barabbas grabbed the wolf newborn, thrust him into Dessandra's hands, and picked her up off the floor. Derek grabbed Doolittle out of his chair. Aunt Bee picked up George, and Christopher somehow ended up with the baby lamassu. They followed me. A lamassu swooped down on us. Andrea fired. The bolt bit into the beast's eye. The lamassu spun, careened, and flew into the fire. Her body burst into white flame. The fire grew, widening the gap. A door blocked our way. I drove my shoulder into the wood and bounced off.
"Eduardo!"
I yelled. The were-buffalo rammed the door. Splinters flew. Another lamassu dove at us. Kira jumped, turning in mid-leap. A sable black panther in a warrior form slapped the lamassu out of the air. He crashed. We swarmed it. I stabbed into the orange flesh. Kira bit into its throat, gouging huge chunks of flesh out. The lamassu convulsed, beating one wing against the floor.
"Go!"
I barked. The shapeshifters fled past me into the hallway.
"Kira!"
She tore herself away from the lamassu, reached the door in 2 great leaps, and ran. I followed her.
"Kill him!"
Hugh bellowed in the hall. Curran's roar answered. He was saving me again. I had to find him. I'd get our people out, and then I would find him. We were on the south side, facing a sheer cliff. Flames blocked the hallway to the right. Running left, east, and then north was our only option. A lamassu crashed into the doorway, skidding into the wall, and chased us. No room to maneuver for him or us. Kira tried to push past me. I held out my hand. Hugh or not, I had to get my people out of the castle. I spat a power word.
"R!"
Stop. Magic ripped from me. It hurt so much the world blinked. The lamassu froze, its limbs locked. Kira dashed past me. A huge, spotted bauta leaped over my head and tore into the lamassu, savaging its neck with a fury of strikes. "Run!" Aunt Bee yelled. "We'll catch up!" I ran and turned the corner. 4 different hallways branched from the main one. Damn it, Hugh! If I survived this, I would find him and I would beat his head with a brick for building this damn labyrinth. I spun and saw Barabbas's white shirt as he disappeared behind a corner to the right. I ran after him. Kira and Aunt Bee caught up with me, both bloody. We galloped down the hallway, almost to the corner. Barabbas whipped about the corner, carrying Dissandra, running full speed. I threw myself against the wall. They dashed past me. "Vampires!" Andrea yelled as she passed me. Undead magic lashed me, swelling like a tidal wave around the corner. Damn it all to hell! I did a 180 and followed them. Next to me, Christopher was smiling, running with a now human baby in his hands. "This is so fun!" This had to be some kind of twisted nightmare. We made a sharp left, then another, and burst into another hallway parallel to the first one. The revolting undead magic washed over me. The bloodsuckers were coming from behind us and from the right, trying to box us in. 1, 2, 14. 14 undead minds. We had Dissandra, who was barely conscious, 2 infants, Doolittle, who couldn't walk, and George, who was out like a light. There was no way we would win that fight. I stopped and turned. "Mistress?" Christopher called. "Kate?" Andrea crashed to a halt next to me. "What are you doing?" "The vampires are chasing me, not you," I said. "Go. I'll lead them off." "Don't even think about it," Andrea said. "I'll carry you if I have to. I'm your alpha." "The hell you are!" I drew Slayer across my left forearm. Blood swelled, its magic sharp. "Take our people and Dissandra out of this castle. Secure the panacea. That's an order." She hesitated. "I know what I'm doing. Go." "I'm coming back for you." "Good. Go." She ran. Who said I wasn't a good liar? The undead were drawing closer. I turned and walked into the side hallway, moving slowly, shaking my left arm once in a while. Come on, sharks. There's blood in the water. The short passage ended in a stairway. Might as well. The more time I bought the guys, the better. I reached the next floor. A round room lay before me, the top floor of a low tower under a simple roof. Arched windows turned its wall into a latticework of stone and night sky. As good a place as any. The air smelled of thick smoke. To the left and to the right, the castle burned. Flames shot out of the fissures, fracturing the stone walls. The vampires were almost at my heels. I stopped in the center of the room and raised my sword. I could probably grab a few of the undead with my mind, but any trained master of the dead would be fighting for control, and Hugh's guys were unlikely to be weak amateurs. The first vampire scuttled out of the opening and moved to the right of me. It moved on all fours, as if it had never walked upright. A thick, pallid hide shielded its body, the network of lean muscle running over its back and limbs. I could count every rib. A spiky ridge thrust along its back, its head stretched forward as if someone had taken the bones of its skull and pulled them to support the oversized jaws. A pre-shift vampire. The older the vampire, the more the immortuous pathogen transformed the original human body. This one was really far gone. No traces of a person remained. The bloodsucker stared at me with glowing red eyes like 2 coals in an old fire. I'd encountered pre-shift vampires before, and always in connection with my father. They shouldn't have existed. Before the shift, we had no magic. But there it was, a lethal undead abomination. Another bloodsucker joined the first. They stared at me with starved eyes, filled with mindless, endless hunger. Given free rein, they would slaughter me and keep going until they ran out of things to kill. Only the steel cage of the masters of the dead would keep them in check. The undead horde spilled into the room. The first bloodsucker unhinged its jaws, and a clear, cold male voice issued forth.
"Lay down your sword. Put your hands on the back of your head."
I simply looked at him. I could feel the undead mind, a hateful penlight in the nearly empty skull.
"Lay down your sword, or we will be forced to subdue you."
Subdue me, huh? Why don't you try? A vampire lunged for my legs. I cut across his neck. My blade barely grazed it. The bloodsucker withdrew. Undead blood dripped on the floor. It called to me, the magic in it shivering and twisting, alive on its own.
"There is no need for violence."
I laughed. The glowing sparks of the vamp's mind taunted me. I'd always wanted to crush one, just squeeze it with my magic until it snapped like a flea caught between two fingernails. I'd never tried it. I always had to hide my power. The undead shifted in place, moving into position. They would rush me in a minute. When a vampire dies while the navigator is controlling its mind, the navigator's brain thinks he died instead of the vampire. 2 outcomes are possible, I said, gathering my magic. 1, the navigator goes catatonic. 2, he goes mad. The vampires stared at me. "Which one do you think you will be?"
"Apprehend her,"
the male said. I reached with my magic, grabbed the nearest undead minds, and squeezed. The heads of the 3 vampires right in front of me exploded. Bloody mist splattered onto the stones and neighboring bloodsuckers. Undead blood spilled onto the stone floor. 2 vampires in the back screamed in a high-pitched female voice, a mindless gibberish howl. A vamp leaped at me. I sliced it with Slayer, grabbed more minds, and squeezed again. More heads exploded. The undead blood spray blossoming like crimson carnations. Its magic begged me to touch it. Another bloodsucker leaped, while the 3rd raked its claws down my back. I crushed their minds one by one until only one remained, the one whose navigator had ordered me to surrender. Hot crimson painted the stones of the tower around me. Its scent enveloped me. Its magic called to me, pulling me, pleading, waiting and eager like a cat arching its back for a stroke. What did I have to lose anyway? I reached out and answered the blood's call. The undead crimson streamed to me, pouring out of the headless corpses, merging together into currents like capillaries flowed into veins. The thick, viscous liquid pooled around my legs. I pumped my left arm and let the blood from the cut drip into the puddle of red below. The first drop landed, and the reaction it set off sparked through me like a rush of adrenaline. The blood twisted about me, suddenly malleable. It coated my feet, my legs, wound about my waist, and climbed higher, covering my body. It wasn't well formed, not an armor yet, but a flexible coat that felt like an extra layer of skin that wrapped around me like crimson silk. It felt like I was dreaming. The lone vampire knelt on one knee and bowed his head.
"My lady,"
the navigator said. I raised my hand. The blood silk ran down my forearm, hardening into a 3-foot spike. I shoved it forward. The bloodsucker's eyes flared bright red. The master of the dead had fled its mind, and I rammed the spike into its skull, scrambling its pitiful excuse for a brain. The spike crumbled into dust. The bloodsucker toppled over. I moved, and the blood moved with me, pliant and light. So, That was how one made blood armor. A roar tore through the night. A giant lamassu swept through the sky toward me. The scales on its stomach glowed with orange, reflecting the flames below. Beautiful. So large, like a dragon come to life. It swooped closer and rammed the tower's roof. Stones rained down around me. A chunk hit my shoulder and bounced off the armor. The wind from the lamassu's wings buffeted my face. It flipped around, diving for me. Reality smashed into my magic-addled brain, shattering the dreamlike haze. Oh, shit! I ducked, but too late. The claws hooked my shoulders, piercing the thin layer of blood armor. My legs left the ground. I gritted my teeth and stabbed straight up with Slayer, right into the beast's gut. Not enough for serious damage, but enough to make him pay attention. Fire flashed below me. The sections of the castle, like stone islands in the sea of flames. The lamassu careened, swinging above a tall square tower. The top of the main keep. Now was my chance. I strained and stabbed straight up, again and again, mincing muscles with Slayer. Blood ran down the pale blade. Drop me! Drop me, you son of a bitch! With a thunderous roar, the beast let go. I plunged through the air, bending my knees. The impact punched my feet. I landed on the balls of my feet, rolled forward, trying to spread the collision force, and scrambled up. We were on top of the keep, a square of stone. The lamassu landed at the end, its distinctive green eyes furious and familiar. Radamel. The lamassu walked paw over paw, his cavernous mouth open wide. I flexed my left wrist, popping a silver spike out of the wrist guard into my palm. I used to have needles, but I could afford more silver now. Radamel bent his head low, his muscles tensing. Bring it! I pulled magic to me. I'd timed it last time. I'd have a second and a half. He charged. I sprinted. Arr! Stop! The pain of a power word exploded in the back of my skull. Blackness mugged me. My momentum carried me through it. I tore through the haze. Time slowed to a crawl. Radamel stood frozen in mid-step. I punched the spike into his throat, stabbed Slayer into his gut, and dragged the blade, wrenching it with all my strength, ripping a gap in his stomach from foreleg to hindquarters. Radamel's legs trembled. I yanked a bag of powdered silver granules from my belt, ripped it, and emptied it into the wound. Radamel whipped about. Claws scoured my back. It felt like someone had dripped molten metal down my spine. I ran. Right now, silver was burning his insides. The longer it melted his innards, the less work I'd have to do. The sound of huge feet thumping behind me chased me, blocking out the roar of the fire. I lunged to the side. He hurtled past me and whirled, snarling. Gray blood wet the cut. Singed with silver, the laceration refused to close, and his body sped up the bleeding, trying to purge the poisonous metal from his system. Radamel swayed and charged me. A big feline paw raked at me. I sliced with my sword. He swiped at me again like a house cat trying to shred a toy, except Radamel was 40 times the size of a house cat. I cut across his paw. Radamel rammed me. I clutched onto his scales and stabbed into his chest with my sword. He leaped up, the wings beating, roaring in pain. I hung from his neck, 50 feet above the fire raging below. To let go was to die. Radamel bent in midair. The claws of his hind feet ripped into my armor, down my side, and deep into my right leg. My whole body hurt so much I no longer cared. Radamel careened back toward the keep, screaming. The gap in his stomach hung open. Now or never. I stabbed my sword straight into the wound. Radamel plunged down. My hand slipped off the scales. For one desperate half-second, I held on, and then I fell. There was no time to right myself. The orange body thudded onto the stone with a wet thud. I fell next to it. The world swam. The air vanished, sucked out of the universe. I gulped like a fish on dry land, trying to inhale and failing. Don't pass out. Just don't pass out. My lungs opened. I inhaled smoke-ruined air, coughed, and rolled upright. My left arm hung limp. It hurt so much I couldn't tell if it was broken. Hot wetness ran down my back. I was bleeding. The orange body shivered and melted back into human form. Radamil's beautiful face looked at the sky. Everything hurt. It hurt so much I could no longer tell what hurt the worst. But I was still breathing. Without the armor, I would have been dead. His claws would have finished me. I staggered to my feet and dragged myself to the door leading down. A wall of fire greeted me. The heat pushed me back. Out of the question. The flames would cook me 2 steps in. I limped to the eastern side of the keep and looked down. The wall was sheer. The stones fitted together so closely they might as well have been a single smooth block of concrete. No way. With a rope, maybe, and even that was risky. Bleeding, ropeless, and with one bum arm, no. Flames filled the courtyard. The roofs of the side towers had crashed down, and the blackened beams popped like logs in the fireplace. Cracks filled with orange and blue flames fractured the huge building. The castle was breaking apart. It looked like hell on earth. The doors of a side tower burst. Furry shapes ran out, shapeshifters in half form making a break for the gates. I saw Christopher's blue shirt. The familiar gray werelion was missing. Curran wasn't with them. He hadn't made it out. Where are you? I inhaled a lungful of sooty air. Hey, Andrea, look up! They didn't hear me. They were running too fast, the way one ran when chased. People in black and gray poured out of the doors. The iron dogs. At least 15, probably more. The shapeshifters ran through the fire. Derek's shaggy back flared, the fur igniting in a flash. He kept running, carrying Doolittle forward. The iron dogs followed as if the fire weren't even there. Go, I willed. Go! A lean, darker Bauda stopped and turned around. Raphael. Andrea skidded to a stop, a smaller, slender creature. The first iron dog fell on them, a tall, lean man swinging an axe. Magic sparked and bit Andrea in the chest. She snarled and clawed the iron dog's side. Raphael tore his stomach. The man swung, oblivious to his guts hanging out. The axe grazed Raphael. He batted it aside and sliced the man's throat. Raphael and Andrea backed away toward the gates. A huge woman, 6.5 feet tall and wearing armor, ran at them. Eduardo wheeled about and charged, back toward the fight. Andrea and Raphael stepped to the side, and he rammed into the woman. They struggled, locked in a deadly grappling match. Eduardo clamped her, and Raphael and Andrea ripped at her from both sides. She shuddered. At the gates, Aunt Bee handed George to Kira, spun around, and headed back. The 3 shapeshifters dragged the iron dog down, ripping her apart. An arm flew, tossed aside. The rest of the iron dogs were almost on them. I squeezed my fists. What are you doing? Go! Run! Aunt Bee grabbed Raphael and Andrea by their shoulders and hurled them back. Eduardo reared. She screamed at him. He hesitated a moment and ran toward the gates. Aunt Bee followed. The iron dogs were closing in, Hebla in the lead. Raphael and Andrea cleared the gates. The were-buffalo charged through with Aunt Bee at his heels. It wouldn't help. The dogs would chase them all the way to the ship. That ship couldn't pull out fast enough. Aunt Bee stopped before the gates. No! No! She hit the winch on the side of the gate. The metal portcullis crashed down, cutting her off from the rest of the shapeshifters. Andrea screamed. I heard her even through the roar of the fire. Raphael grabbed the steel grate. Aunt Bee planted herself in front of the winch. She could scale the wall, but she stayed where she was. She was buying her son and Andrea time. Someone pulled Raphael away from the portcullis from the other side. The iron dogs were almost there. I had one more power word left in me. One more. I wasn't getting off this tower anyway. I pulled together what weak magic I had left and spat it out. Osana! Kneel, you bastards! The world turned red. The pain bent me in half. I slumped over the parapet. Magic burned my lips. Blood streamed from my nose over my face. 3 iron dogs directly by the keep plunged down. The rest closed on Aunt Bee. My magic didn't reach far enough. It didn't reach all of them. The first iron dog leaped unnaturally high. He sailed over the flames, his human face turning into something monstrous, inhuman, and covered in needles. Aunt Bee jerked him out of the air, tore open his stomach, and threw him into the fire. He flailed, burning. Run! Go! Climb the wall! Get out of here! Go! A towering man charged at her from the left, swinging a huge blade, while another, smaller and faster one, lunged at her from the right. Aunt Bee grabbed the giant's sword and tore it out of his hands. The smaller man sliced her side, and she backhanded him into the fire. The giant grabbed at her. The Bauta thrust her claws into his gut and wrenched his intestines out. He howled, his mouth gaping open, and she pushed him aside. The iron dogs circled her, wary. Maybe she would get out of this. She had to get out of it. Hebla raised her hand. A man behind her bowed his head and began to chant. A mage. Aunt Bee shifted from foot to foot, watching them with red eyes. Get out of there, I willed. Go! The mage jerked his arms up and out. 3 silver blades shot out of him, dragging silver chains behind them. Aunt Bee shied to the side, but the blades turned and pierced her chest and stomach, biting into the ground, their ends fusing at the last moment into a silver knot. For a second, she stood frozen. The silver chains stretching behind her, wet with her blood. Oh, God. The mage brought his arms together. The chains snapped taut, anchoring Aunt Bee in place. She strained, roaring. The silver was burning her, but the chains held. She could barely take a step. Hebla waved her arm. 2 iron dogs stepped forward with crossbows. No, damn it. At least fight her. Fight her, you bastards! The first 2 bolts tore into Aunt Bee, the impact shaking her. She snarled, straining. Hebla nodded. I would find that bitch if I had to turn the entire fucking planet upside down. I would find her, and I would kill her slowly. The crossbowman reloaded. 2 more bolts tore through her. I jerked as if I'd been shot. Another 2. There would be no more sundresses. 2 more bolts. She would never see her grandchildren. I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry so badly, but my face was dry. 2 more bolts. She screamed and screamed, and they shot her. And I was stuck here on top of the tower. I couldn't even help her. Aunt Bee sagged. Her knees trembled. She lunged forward, her body bristling with arrows. She howled to the sky. The silver knot ripped through her stomach. Hebla shot forward, swinging a wide sword. The blade cut through Aunt Bee's thick, furry neck. Her head rolled to the ground. She died. She was really dead. They tossed her body aside like garbage and strained to raise the grate with the broken winch. A dark beast charged out of the fire, the massive bears scattering the remaining iron dogs like bowling pins. Too late, Mayhan. Too late. I saw him rip into them, but staying upright was no longer an option. I sagged to the ground. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears. The bear would kill them all. I wanted to see Curran again. I wanted to close my eyes and imagine us back at the keep in our rooms, making love on top of the ridiculous bed. I had to get up. I had to get up and find him. I would get up. I just needed a minute. Just 1 minute. A lion's roar rocked the night. It came from the right. I rolled onto my knees. My arm hurt. The gashes on my right leg were bleeding like there was no tomorrow. Something vital was cut because the leg didn't want to hold my weight. Crawling wasn't an option. I struggled to get up. Easy does it. Come on, piece of shit legs. I could do this. I leaned on the wall and hauled myself upright. My right leg was going numb. If it's not one leg, it's the other. Just my luck. On the tower 40 feet below me, Hugh and Curran fought, silhouetted among the flames. 3 iron dogs stalked across the roof, keeping their distance from Curran, trying to flank him. 5 bodies of iron dogs and 2 vampires sprawled motionless. Curran had killed them. He'd fought his way out of that room, and he'd kill them all because whatever Hugh had left would be right there with him on this roof. Hugh never played fair. Only Curran could have done this and survived. Hugh limped, favoring his left side. Curran watched him. Hugh was a big man, but Curran, in a warrior form, towered over Hugh. His blood-soaked hide, usually gray, now was black and red against the flames. Curran stayed still. My throat constricted. Usually Curran moved through the fight unstoppable, using all of his momentum and speed. He wasn't moving now, which meant he was near his limit. He had to fight all of them, while Hugh only had to fight him, and now Hugh had more stamina left. He was slowly cutting Curran down piece by piece. It was what I would have done. Hugh struck, his sword shining with reflected flames. He moved forward with innate grace, fast and sure. Curran batted aside one strike. The second cut across his chest, but fell too short. Curran lunged forward, but Hugh danced back. When I fought him, he'd muscled me because it was his best chance. This was pure skill. Curran's legs jerked. He snarled, shaking. Hugh charged him, bringing the sword up, and moved on his toes, looking for an opening. Crusader's strike. He would reverse the blade at the end. Dodge left, honey. Left! Oh, God. The blade sliced through Curran's side, and Hugh withdrew in the same flawless move, but not before Curran's claws scoured his arm. The iron dog behind Curran, a short woman, lunged at Curran, trying to slice across his back. The beast lord spun and smashed his fist into her. She flew across the tower, rolled, and clumsily rose to her feet. "It's over, Leonard!" Hugh called. Curran didn't answer. The iron dogs resumed their circling, trying to get behind Curran. Hugh raised his sword. "Not again. I just watched Aunt Bee die. I wouldn't sit here and watch him die too." I limped back, turned, gritted my teeth, and ran. The edge of the roof rushed at me. I jumped. The air whistled past me. I saw the roof below, and both Hugh and Curran staring up, their faces shocked. The blood armor peeled off my body, expanding into a bubble in midair. I bounced against the stones. The blood bubble burst and shattered into dry dust. I hit the stone hard and stayed there. I had survived. Now I had to keep surviving. My left arm was shot. My right leg was probably shot too. My vision blurred.
"Hey, baby," Hugh said. "Nice of you to drop in. Take her."
My right arm was under me. I let go of Slayer and pulled the throwing knife out, hiding it with my body. The iron dogs moved toward me. The shorter woman was at the front of the pack. I let her get close. Hugh struck at Curran, swinging the sword in a wide arc. Curran moved forward. Hugh tossed the sword to his left hand so fast it was as if he had two swords and one had disappeared, and slashed at Curran's side. Curran lunged forward, but Hugh danced away. Damn it! The short woman grabbed my hair. I stabbed her in the foot, sliced the bend of her knee, waited half a second for her to crash down, and slit her throat. The two remaining iron dogs stopped. I crouched by the body, keeping my weight on my left knee.
"What the fuck?" Hugh snarled. "Look at her. She's half dead. She isn't even on her last leg. She can't fucking stand, and she's cutting you down like your children. Bring her to me, alive. Now, or I'll kill you myself."
The two iron dogs advanced. A dark-skinned man, lean and hard, and a bigger, stockier blonde in his early 30s. Hugh struck forward, thrusting to the upper chest. Curran dodged left. Hugh flipped his sword and slashed at Curran's neck. Curran thrust forward, fast, aiming for Hugh's left side with his huge claws. Hugh clamped his arm and stabbed Curran in the stomach. The blade sank in almost to the hilt. Hugh let go and leaped out of range. The blonde was close enough. I shot up from my half-crouch. I couldn't feel my leg, but it obeyed. I slashed across the blonde's chest, knocked aside his desperate thrust, and smashed my forehead into his face. He stumbled. I elbowed the other iron dog in the throat, stabbed him in the neck, spun about, and made a hole in the blonde's liver. Curran was on his knees, his head sagged. Hugh was walking toward him. I ran. My leg folded under me, and I crashed.
"Wait your turn."
Hugh raised his sword. Curran surged from his knees and grabbed Hugh, jerking him off his feet and pinning his arms to his body. Hugh smashed his head into Curran's muzzle. Curran snarled, flipped Hugh into the air as if he weighed nothing, and slammed him over the stone parapet back down. Hugh's spine popped like a firecracker. He screamed. Curran heaved him up and hurled him into the flames. Magic punched me, a bright blue explosion shooting into the night from the spot where Hugh plunged down. Curran looked down, rocked back on his feet, and fell. I dragged myself to him and cradled his head in my arms. The were-lion shuddered and turned human. Gray eyes looked at me.
"Hey there, ass-kicker."
"Hello, your furriness." I kissed his bloody lips. He kissed me back.
"The bastard teleported,"
Curran grimaced.
"Can you believe that?"
"Screw him. He's weak."
"I broke his back."
"I heard."
"He'll feel it in the morning."
I laughed. It came out a little bloody.
"Did our people get out?"
Curran asked. "Most of them."
"You have to go now,"
he said. "No."
"Yes. Both of my legs are broken, and you can't carry me."
I brushed the soot from his face. "How the hell did you manage that?"
"He used magic. The bones fused wrong. It hurts a bit."
It probably hurt like hell.
"Kate,"
he said,
"you'll burn to death. Leave me and try to make it down into the yard before this place collapses."
"In a minute, I'm going to get up and drag you to the edge of the tower. Then we're going to jump over the wall."
"It's 50 feet down," he said. "That's called suicide."
"Or death on our terms."
"Leave me, goddammit."
"No! It's my turn to save us. We're going to jump." I coughed. The smoke was eating my lungs. I was so tired. "I'm just going to rest half a minute. My arm hurts a little." I lay next to him.
"Will you marry me?"
Curran asked. "You're asking me now?"
"Seems like a good time,"
he said. He deserved an honest answer. "If I marry you, then you'll be my husband."
"Yes, that's how it works. Smartass."
"I would be dragging you down with me."
"I thought we covered that."
"When the time comes, I can't say, 'Don't fight him, he's just someone who doesn't matter.' We would be married."
"Do you expect that I would hide behind that?" he asked. "Is that how little you think of me?"
"No, I know you wouldn't. I know it doesn't matter to you because you love me. It's just something I tell myself when I wake up in the middle of the night and can't fall asleep." The heat was closer. We really had to get off this tower. "Is the offer still open?" I asked. He nodded. "It's a yes. I would love to be your wife." I reached over. He took my hand and squeezed it. Magic cracked. The stone floor under me dropped. A smooth stone slid open under me. We rolled down it, all the way to the road, coming to a gentle stop. I blinked and saw Ostamur standing next to a cart drawn by a donkey. The donkey and the shepherd regarded us.
"Well?" Ostamur asked. "Are you two going to lie there all night?"
It wasn't English, but I understood him all the same. I stared at him, open-mouthed.
"I would have rescued you sooner, but you are having an important relationship conversation." "What the hell?"
Curran struggled to get up. Now wasn't the time to look the gift donkey in the mouth. I propped him up and half-dragged, half-carried him into the cart. He fell onto the boards. I fell next to him. The donkey moved, and the cart took us away from the castle. Fire shot out above the stone. Slowly, as if hesitating, the castle walls came apart and crashed down off the cliff, breaking into thousands of blocks as they fell. "Who are you?" I asked.
"I told you, I'm the shepherd. I watch over these mountains."
"Are you immortal?"
"No, nobody is truly immortal. But I was born a very long time ago, when the magic was still strong. Then the magic waned, and for a while I had to sleep. Now my power is back, and I am one with the mountains again."
"Why did you save us?" I asked.
"Your father is cooked," Ostamur said. "I've known him for a long time. We met when the sea and the mountains were younger. No matter what time and the world do to him, he won't change. He is what he is. You're not so bad. You try too hard, and you lust for blood, but your heart is good."
I didn't know what to say.
"One day you will have to decide where you stand," he said. "I have hope for you. So I tell you the same thing I told your father. If you come to these mountains with open hands, I will welcome you. But if you come holding a sword, you will die by it." "What did her father decide?" Curran asked. "He chose not to come at all, which is an answer in itself. There are ancients in the world like him and me. They are waking up. Your father. He will want to use you. Soon you might have to make a stand."
"Do you think I can win?" I asked.
"Against your father? No, not now," Ostamur said. "Perhaps in time. A smart warrior chooses the time of battle."
"I will remember that." The donkey clopped his hoofbeats really loud. Salty wind bathed my face. I realized we were on the pier.
"The ship has pulled away, but there is a boat coming back. They are planning on rescuing you from the castle,"
Ostamore said.
"It's nice to have friends."
I raised my head and saw Andrea and Raphael in the boat. 10 minutes later, we were hauled onto the deck of the Rush. Andrea sat me down gently by the cabin. I leaned against the wall. Curran lay down next to me. His legs didn't look right. They would have to be rebroken. My bones hurt just thinking about it. Derek rested on his stomach, his back covered with burns. Kira was bloody. Eduardo's whole body was covered with soot and burns. Mahon cradled George, tears in his eyes. Her arm was missing. Shit.
"It will be fine, Dad," she told him. "What will I tell your mother?"
"You will tell her that I saved a woman during childbirth?" George glanced to the length of sailing canvas where Dysandra curled with 2 naked babies. Barabbas asked me quietly,
"What about Dysandra?"
"What about her? Unless she wants us to drop her off somewhere, we're taking her with us. Where else is she going to go?" Everyone was bloody, beat up, and grieving.
"Finally,"
Simon said,
"we can be underway."
Christopher came to stand by me and smiled. The Rush turned, picked up speed, and slid out of the harbor. The mountains receded. I looked at the gathering of metal drums that sat near the nose of the ship, secured by ropes. At least we had done it. At least we got the panacea. Maddie wouldn't have to die. Aunt Bee would never see her grandchildren, but at least if Raphael and Andrea had any babies, they wouldn't.
"Look,"
Raphael called, pointing north. A fleet of ships anchored behind the curve of the harbor. 6 large vessels, the biggest longer than the Rush. They flew the Iron Dog banner.
"Hold your breath,"
Simon murmured next to me. The Rush glided across the sea. A minute passed. Another. The air grew thick with tension. We turned again and sped across the blue waves. Hugh's fleet disappeared from view. They'd let us go. They must not have known what happened. Doolittle rolled into view. He sat in an old wheelchair. Did Simon actually get it for him? How unlike him. Doolittle cleared his throat.
"Someone tampered with the drums."
Curran sat up.
"What?" "Someone tampered with the panacea drums,"
Doolittle said.
"The seals are broken."
Barabbas jerked the lid off the nearest drum, thrust his hand in, and recoiled.
"Powdered silver!" "And arsenic," Doolittle said.
"All of it?" Curran asked. Doolittle's eyes were ashen.
"Every barrel."
"God damn it, Hugh!" "How?" Andrea asked. "How did they get on board? I thought you had checked the barrels after they were loaded."
"I did," Doolittle said, "and I had personally sealed each one. Simon had posted guards."
Simon. Of course. Curran surged to his feet, grabbed Simon by the throat, and jerked him up. Simon's feet left the deck.
"You,"
Curran snarled.
"you let Diambre poison it."
Simon made no move to resist. Curran hurled him across the deck. Simon hit the cabin with his back and stood up. "Rage all you want," he said. "I didn't have a choice. The contract we signed obligates me to do everything in my power to maintain your safety. It was made abundantly clear to me that sacrificing the panacea was the only way to ensure your survival. Those ships would have never let us go. I did what I had to do so we could all go home." Curran swayed on his feet, his eyes pure gold. "Let it go," I said. Let it go, honey. It's over. Curran closed his eyes and lay back down. He didn't bother with threats and promises. They would do no good now. So, it's all for nothing? Andrea said, her voice too high. Aunt Bee died for nothing? Raphael smashed his fist into the drum, denting it. Eduardo swore. Kira screamed, a sound of pure frustration. I couldn't take it. I covered my face. All for nothing. Aunt Bee would never see her grandchildren for nothing. Doolittle's paralysis, George's arm, Curran's legs, all for nothing. Tears wet my fingers. I realized I finally was crying. Mistress? Cold fingers touched my hands gently. Mistress? I forced my hands from my face. I couldn't even talk. Christopher was looking at me, his face concerned. Please, please don't cry, please. I couldn't help it. The tears just kept rolling. Please don't cry. Here. He pulled the chalk from my spare belt, hugging his waist, and began drawing a complicated glyph on the deck. I will make more. I will make more panacea right now. He started pulling herbs out of the pouches. I will make as much as you want. Just please don't cry. 2 hours later, we had our first batch of panacea. Doolittle tested it and said it was the strongest he had ever seen. Epilogue. The October night was warm, but the balcony from our living room at the top floor of the keep was high enough for a nice cool breeze. I hid on the balcony. It had been a long day. The new greenhouse was finally finished, and I'd spent the day digging in the dirt and planting the herbs required for panacea. It was cheaper than trying to buy them in large quantities. Learning to make it had proved to be a lot harder than expected. I had finally managed some passable results, but the 2 med mages Christopher was training had a hard time. We would get it. It just took time and practice. We still didn't know exactly what Christopher had done for Hugh, or how he'd ended up there. He maintained that he took care of Hugh's books, but I'd seen him in a lab, and the way he handled herbs and equipment telegraphed years of practice. If he wasn't in the lab, he was somewhere outside, usually high up. We finally persuaded him that he couldn't fly, but he loved sitting on the walls in some sunny hidden spot, reading a book. Below me in the keep's courtyard, music played, and the teenage members of the pack were doing their best to follow the beat. Somewhere in the crowd, Maddie and Julie danced. Or rather, Maddie danced and Julie played along, waiting to catch her friend if she fell down. The forced coma had wreaked havoc on Maddie's musculature. It took 2 weeks after we administered the panacea before she could move. She still used a wheelchair on occasion. The other day I caught her and Doolittle holding brooms and ramming each other with their wheelchairs in the hallways. Apparently they were having a joust. Doolittle was probably down there too, listening to the music and complaining about the noise. Being in a chair didn't seem to slow him down. George had fared worse. Her arm reattachment didn't take. For whatever reason, her body rejected the limb, even after Doolittle reattached it for the second time aboard the Rush. The arm was gone now. George had to learn how to use her left hand for everything, and it drove her up the wall. Desandra was helping her. She had adapted well. Eventually, the fact that one of her children was a Lamassu would have to be dealt with. But for now, everyone was ignoring it. There was some friction in the Wolf clan as to where she would fit into the clan hierarchy, and when Jennifer attempted to chastise Dissandra in her very formal way, Dissandra told her to cool her tits. Every time I thought about it, I laughed. We buried Aunt Bee on a sunny hill behind the Bowda house. There was no body in the grave, just the things she had taken with her on the trip. I came to visit her every other week. The left tower of the keep was named after her. That was where the kids stayed when they had to be treated with panacea. I never thought I would miss her, but I did. Curran stepped out on the balcony and sat next to me. I leaned against him, and he put his arm around me. "Are you okay?" he asked me. "Yes." Sometimes it doesn't seem real that we made it. I leaned closer against him. "Kate?" he asked. "Mm-hmm. I'm an ass, and an arrogant egomaniac, and a selfish bastard." "The first two, yes, but you're not selfish." I stroked his arm, feeling the muscle underneath the skin. "You are the way you are, Curran. You have your valid reasons. I am the way I am, and I have my reasons too." He kissed my hand. "I love you," he said. "I'm glad you're with me." "I love you too." I looked into his face. "What's wrong?" He took out a small wooden box and handed it to me. What the hell could be so important about a wooden box for that kind of speech? "What's in here?" "Just open it," he growled. "I'm not going to open it after you said all that. It might blow up." "Kate, open the box," he said quietly. I opened it. A ring looked back at me from black velvet. A pale band with a large, brilliant stone with a pale yellow tint. I knew that tint. He'd given me a ring set with a piece of the wolf diamond. "Are you going to say psych?" "No," Curran said. "Oh boy."
The end. You've been listening to Magic Rises by Ilona Andrews, narrated by Renee Rodman. Ilona Andrews is the pseudonym for a husband and wife writing team comprised of husband Andrew and wife Ilona. They conclude this novel with the following note and deleted scene. Readers often ask why we cut what seem to be perfectly good scenes. The bigger the book, the better, right? It doesn't always turn out that way. A novel is more than just a collection of scenes. It's a story, a cohesive whole, and when we edit, we try to make sure that every scene included fits into the narrative and serves some sort of purpose. We really wanted to show Simon's rescue, but there just wasn't a way to include it in the novel. No matter where we put it, it stuck out. So instead, we're offering it to you here as a bonus. Because these are deleted scenes, you will see some identical phrasing and things that tie back to the original manuscript. We hope you'll like it. Here once again is narrator Renee Rodman reading the deleted scene titled An Ill-Advised Rescue.
Author's Note. Readers often ask why we cut what seem to be perfectly good scenes. The bigger the book, the better, right? It doesn't always turn out that way. A novel is more than just a collection of scenes. It's a story, a cohesive whole, and when we edit, we try to make sure that every scene included fits into the narrative and serves some sort of purpose. We really wanted to show Simon's rescue, but there just wasn't a way to include it in the novel. No matter where we put it in, it stuck out. So, instead, we're offering it to you here as a bonus. Because these are deleted scenes, you will see some identical phrasing and things that tie back to the original manuscript. We hope you'll like it. An Ill-Advised Rescue Ilona Andrews. Knock, knock. My eyes snapped open. Darkness filled the bedroom. I reached over and touched the covers next to me. Empty. Curran must have gotten out of bed. Usually I woke up when anything in the vicinity moved, but Curran could be very quiet when he wanted to be, and he had taken it as a personal challenge to sneak in and out of our bed without disturbing me. Knock, knock. I dragged myself out of bed, slipped on a pair of sweatpants, and swung the door open. A tall, lean man stood on the other side. Barabbas, a were-mongoose and lawyer extraordinaire. Since I joined the Beast Lord and his 1,500 shapeshifter nutcases in the keep, Barabbas had helped me navigate the rough waters of pack politics. Pack papers said he was my advisor. He ignored them and called himself my nanny. Barabbas never did anything halfway, including his hair. Bright red in sharp contrast to his pale skin, it usually stood straight up on his head like a jagged flame. Today he must have done something special to it, because his hair didn't just look spiky. It was shiny, almost fluorescent, and stiff. He looked electrocuted. I searched his eyes. No alarm. Whatever it wasn't urgent. I made some sniffing sounds. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Checking the air for smoke." "Why?" "Because you know I dragged myself to bed less than 2 hours ago. You wouldn't wake me up unless it was an emergency. I'm guessing you must have set the guard room on fire with your hair, and now you want me to evacuate?" Kate won. "Ha ha. You have a phone call, Alpha." I hated to be called Alpha. Kate won, Barabbas won. A draw. "Who is it?" Barabbas looked disgusted, as if someone had just offered him some moldy bread. "The clerk from the guild. He says it's about the pervert." "Simon?" "Yes. The clerk says it's an emergency." "Okay. Lead on." Simon was an information broker who happened to also be an expert on all things magic. He'd also made a small fortune in shipping and other ventures. He charged exorbitant prices for his services, but because I had amused him, he had offered me a discount in the past. I had consulted him a few times, but he kept trying to entice me into his bed to prove a philosophical point. I'd put up with it until he had had the stupidity to parade our connection in front of Curran. The Beast Lord and I had been in a rough spot in our relationship, and Curran didn't take that exhibition well, a fact that he expressed by turning a warehouse full of luxury cars Simon had slipped past customs into crushed Coke cans. Since then, Simon lived in mortal fear of Curran. He avoided me and all things shapeshifter like we were a plague. Simon feared physical pain, so he maintained a VIP account at the Mercenary Guild for times when he needed to use brute force. Unfortunately for him, the pack now owned 20% of the guild, and I was in charge of it. I'd flagged his account, making sure I was notified about his activities. Simon wasn't exactly vindictive, but he had a long memory, and I wanted to make sure he didn't spring any surprises on us. Anything involving Simon would make Curran lose his temper. A pissy werelion was rather difficult to live with. He wasn't in a great mood today anyway. We had had some trouble with a small pack in Florida. With the pack's headquarters located in Atlanta, they must have felt far enough away and safe, so they'd made excursions into our territory and raided a pack business. We could quash them, but it would be bloody. "Do you know where Curran is?" "He went out to talk to the Linescos." Figured. The Linescos ran the Rat Clan within the pack. The rival Florida pack consisted mostly of rats, and Curran must have still hoped for a peaceful resolution. Peaceful in post-shift Atlanta was a rare luxury. "Did he seem optimistic?" Barabbas shook his head. "No." We arrived at the guard room, and Janice offered me the phone. A seasoned guard, Janice was a werejackal, about 10 years older than me, with blonde hair and a big smile. She looked like a soccer mom on steroids. I took the phone and pressed the speaker button. "Yes?"
"Kate?"
the clerk's familiar voice asked. The clerk had a name, but nobody among the mercs used it. He was simply the clerk, and he didn't seem to mind the name. "Yep, what can I do for you?"
"Simon's been kidnapped."
Aha! Aha was an excellent word, neither a question nor a statement. Janice scribbled on a piece of paper, transcribing the conversation.
"They're holding him for ransom. They dropped the note off at his accountant, who called us."
"How much do they want?"
"A big one."
"1 million?"
"That's right."
Barabbas's eyes went wide. Janice clamped her hand over her mouth for a second. The Guild charged 10% of ransom for rescuing kidnapped victims. That was quite a chunk of change. "Where do they want the money delivered?" I asked.
"Mole hole, in the crater. You know the place."
Everybody in Atlanta knew the place, but I knew it really well. That was where my insane aunt nearly killed the lot of us and almost burned the city to the ground. That was where I had killed her and almost lost Curran. "Any details?" I asked.
"I've got the note. It says, 'I've been kidnapped. I'm under heavy guard. Please draw $1 million and deliver it to the mole hole before sunrise, or my attackers will see red.'"
Odd note.
"I wouldn't know," the clerk said. "We got one the other night that said if we didn't come and get this guy, the kidnappers would feed him to a giant tortoise. Do you want me to do anything about this?"
"I'll take it," I said.
"Just so you know, you're on record for that."
"That's fine. Thank you for calling."
"Any time."
I looked at Janice. "Did you get all that?" She passed me the paper. Under guard, seeing red. Interesting choice of words, atypical of Simon. He spoke like a college intellectual. His philosophy was that if he couldn't pack at least 3 syllables into a word, it wasn't worth his attention. Simon was a self-admitted sexual deviant and egomaniac. The last time he put me into a life-threatening situation, he had jumped into his car and taken off so fast the snow from his tires pelted my face. But if I saved him, he would owe me a favor. A very large $1 million favor.
"We're not going to pay that ransom, are we?"
Janice asked. "Hell no." I looked at the paper again. "Is Jim still up?"
"He's in his spy rooms," Janice said.
Most shapeshifters were semi-nocturnal, late to bed, late to rise. The pack's chief of security, and my one-time guild partner, was no exception.
"Oh, good.
If Curran comes through here, this whole thing never happened."
"Are you asking me to lie to the Beast Lord?"
Janice's eyes narrowed into slits. A subtle grin hid in the corners of her mouth. "No, I'm telling you not to volunteer information. If Curran got involved, it would be all over. What the Beast Lord doesn't know can't hurt him. Or me." I went through the security checkpoint and down the wide staircase that ran the height of the keep's main tower. Luckily, I didn't have to go too far. Jim's spy operation occupied rooms 2 floors below. I found Jim in the small kitchenette getting a cup of coffee. Tall, with muscle definition that made you wince, Jim prided himself on the ability to intimidate by simply being there. He was in his early 30s with skin that matched the coffee in his cup and short hair cut close to the scalp. Normally he didn't stand. He loomed like a menacing shadow. But right now he was on his home turf, and the air of threat had dropped off to tolerable levels. He leaned against the wall with one arm drinking coffee, looking relaxed, and when he saw me, he smiled without showing his teeth. Jim Shropshire, a sweet and welcoming jaguar. Uh-huh. Not buying it, Buster. Is there any coffee left? Jim hefted the metal pot.
"There is.
I grabbed a mug and watched him pour the nearly black liquid out. Back when we both worked for the Mercenary Guild, Jim preferred to take night jobs. The giant vat of coffee was made once in the morning. By the end of the night, no sane soul would touch it. Jim drank it like water. Jim filled my mug. I sniffed it. So far, so good. I took a brave sip. The bitter, scalding liquid slid a third of the way down my throat and got stuck. "Dear God!" He grinned. "Jim, if I turned the cup upside down, it would roll out slowly, like molasses."
"That's how you know it's good. Drink it. It will put hair on your chest."
"My chest is fine as is, thanks." "You're in a good mood."
"I'm always in a good mood, Kate. What brings you to my lair?"
Simon called. Jim skewed his face. He hated Simon the way cats hated water.
"What does he want?"
"He's been kidnapped, and he wants someone to bring his kidnappers $1 million. Jim blinked. For a second his face froze, slapped by surprise, and then the pack chief of security leaned back and laughed. I sipped the horrible coffee. I'd known him for years, and I could count on one hand the number of times I heard him laugh. Jim chortled. "Keep it coming," I waved at him. "Get it out of your system." I managed 2 more swallows of coffee by the time he finally got himself under control enough to talk.
"Do you have $1 million, Kate? You must have done a lot better at the guild than I did."
"Laugh it up, why don't you? Have you heard anything about Red Guard going rogue?" The Red Guard was a premier bodyguard outfit in the city. If you wanted private cops, there were none better. I'd worked with them a few times.
"Why?"
I passed him the paper with Simon's plea for help. Jim read it and raised his eyebrows.
"Under heavy guard. Seeing red, huh? You remember Renee Benoit?"
I nodded. I first met Renee when she ran security for an illegal gladiatorial tournament. Since then, she'd hired me for a job, and her glowing endorsement of my fledgling investigative firm was driving business my way.
"After the whole lighthouse keeper's mess, she was promoted," Jim said. "She'd come up through the ranks and knew who was pulling their weight and who wasn't. So when she got to the top, she cleaned house. 2 weeks ago, 12 people got let go. A couple of them showed up at the guild looking to enroll and bitching about how unfair it was."
Which one of the 12 would be more likely to hammer together a gang and stoop to kidnapping?
Jim frowned. "Leon Tremblay. He'd been in the guard for over a decade, so he's got seniority, and people would follow him. The word is, if you've got enemies with deep pockets, you don't want him to guard you."
He sold his bodies? I hated bodyguard detail. I'd done my fair share during my time with the Mercenary Guild, and some of my clients had done everything in their power to get themselves killed while I put myself between them and danger. Selling the life of the person you guarded went against the very spirit of the job. It made you the lowest of the low. Jim nodded.
"He wasn't obvious about it, but once every 6 to 8 months one of his clients would manage to croak under entirely plausible but very convenient circumstances. When Renee made major, she booted his ass out on the street. He must have been trouble, because when Renee fired him, she had 6 people in the room with her."
Jim finished his coffee.
"You're going after Tremblay?"
"Don't have anything better to do," I told him. "Thanks for the coffee."
"Kate, you know you don't have to save that asshole. He isn't worth it, and he won't appreciate it."
"I know." I went to the door. "There is a method to my madness. Trust me."
"Take backup," Jim called after me. "At least take that dog with you."
Backup wasn't a bad idea, and I knew just the right person to bring with me. I climbed the stairs up 1 floor and knocked on Derek's room. A raspy voice called,
Come in.
I stepped into the room. Derek was doing a one-armed handstand against the wall. When I met him over a year ago, Derek had a face that made young girls turn and stare. Things had happened, and that face was gone now. The young, cocky kid who owned it was gone too. A man remained, calm, quiet, and thoughtful, with a face beaten up by life and big brown eyes that worried you if you looked into them too long. Derek watched people, preferring not to draw attention to himself, but when he acted, he attacked fast, and he usually won. As I watched, muscles flexed on his chest under a torn-up t-shirt. His biceps bulged. Derek lowered himself down and pushed up. One arm, upside down, push-up. Young werewolves, full of energy. Show off? Shouldn't you be in bed? Derek kept moving, lowering and raising his body in a smooth, measured rhythm, like a machine.
I was about to turn in. Just a little end-of-the-day workout before the shower.
It's good to be a werewolf. I need backup.
Who are we killing?
He switched to the other arm and kept pushing. Some ex-Red guards, and we're not necessarily going to kill them. We're just going to visit them and explain that kidnapping Simon for ransom is a bad idea. Derek stopped moving.
They kidnapped the pervert?
I nodded. He hopped to his feet.
This I've got to see.
The Mole Hole had been a tall glass tower housing the offices of Molin Enterprises, until its owners obtained a phoenix egg and coaxed it into hatching. I'd seen a newborn phoenix rise once, and it looked like the old documentaries of space shuttle launches. When the fire subsided, the tower was no more. A crater, 140 feet wide and 50 feet deep, gouged the ground in its place, and the fiery afterburn of the phoenix left it filled with molten glass. A few days later the glass cooled, forming a foot-thick shell on the bottom and walls of the crater, and the Mole Hole was born. We approached from the northeast, the shortest route from the keep. The area had gone downhill a long time ago. Charred wrecks of houses flanked empty streets, and the hoofbeats of my horse sent echoes skipping through the ruins. Strange creatures with glowing, hungry eyes watched us from their hidey holes within the skeletal remains of the buildings. The magic flowed thick. Slayer felt nice between my shoulder blades, comforting like an old friend. Ahead of us, Grendel trotted like an extension of Night Shadows, a giant monstrosity of a dog. People more knowledgeable than me in things canine swore that he was a full-blooded standard poodle that somehow had grown to Great Dane size and was born with the trademark Doberman color scheme. His hobbies included urinating, vomiting, and farting, preferably in my general direction and at the same time, but he was loyal and fought for me, which made him a good dog in my book. The horse flicked her ears. Jumpy. I missed Marigold. You could have ridden that mule through a battlefield of raging vampires, and she would have snorted in derision and kept going. My aunt killed Marigold in one of her futile attempts to wipe me off the face of the planet. Ahead, Grendel did a 180 and strutted toward us, prancing, head held high. Something was in his mouth. What does he have? Derek focused.
I don't know. Something dead and ripe.
A moment later, I smelled it too. The stench of carrion. Grendel pranced closer. A dead raccoon, half decomposed and dripping maggots. Why me? Drop it. Trash, Grendel.
Trash?
Derek asked. That and sit are just about the only two commands he knows. I sank an order into my voice. Trash! Grendel spat out the raccoon and stared at me in disgust. It's bad for you. Come on." He gave the raccoon one long, forlorn look and followed us down the street. We turned the corner. Ahead, through the gap in the buildings, I could see the weak glint of the mole-hole's glass. I dismounted and tied the horse to a twisted metal rib of half-crumbling building. Derek joined me. We ducked into the scorched structure to the left, Grendel at our heels, climbed 2 sets of stairs, and stopped by a hole of a window. The mole-hole stretched in front of us, a colossal glass dish sunken into the ground. To the far right, people stood around a fire built in a bronze brazier. Above them, a thick steel beam protruded from the husk of a building, supporting a large metal cage that hung from it, secured by several chains. A lone figure slumped inside the cage, too big to be human. I pulled binoculars from my pack and focused. The creature in the cage hugged his knees, his arms and legs disproportionately long and pale. His flesh had a weak blue tint, the muscle tough and knobby across his back. The wind stirred a mane of pale blue hair. Simon, in his natural form, too. That didn't normally happen. Simon was a polymorph. He could reshape himself into a facsimile of any human body, any gender, any color, any age. Seeing his true form was exceedingly rare. I didn't know if he was ashamed of it, but he went to great lengths to hide it. I passed the binoculars to Derek. He eyed the cage. His raspy voice was a quiet whisper.
"Oh, the irony."
Given that Simon had once caught him in a cage much like this one, I couldn't disagree. He passed the binoculars back. I looked at the people by the fire. 6. If I were Tremblay, I'd put a couple of shooters in the surrounding buildings. The magic was up, so they'd have to rely on bows, and bows had a limited range. There were only 2 buildings close enough, this one and the one across the mole and to the left. A faint scratching sound came from above us, metal sliding against concrete. Derek looked up and held utterly still. A faint green fire rolled over his eyes. There was a wolf under the human skin, alert and cunning, and he was listening. On the ground, Grendel panted, oblivious. A long minute passed, another scrape. Either whoever it was on the floor above us couldn't sit still, or he was setting up a mount for his crossbow. We moved at the same time. I headed toward the staircase. Derek crossed the room and paused by a large hole in the ceiling. I climbed the stairs, pulling Slayer out of its sheath with a practiced, smooth movement. Around me, the dark building lay silent, the light from the pale sliver of a new moon coming through the holes in the walls. The dog followed me. I reached the landing. My heart sped up a bit. I missed this, sneaking through the night-drenched city, not knowing what waited for me around the corner. I padded across the landing and glanced into the room. A man crouched by the window, an arbalist on a stand next to him. Good quality crossbow, solid, precise, with a steel prong, but heavy, hence the swivel mount. With a weapon like that, an archer could skewer a human at 75 yards. Being skewered wasn't on my list of things to do. It would take the archer at least 2 seconds to grab the arbalist and spin it around to target me, but if I was close enough, he didn't have to be precise with his targeting. 12 yards between him and me. I had to get to him before he squeezed the trigger. I ran. 10 yards. The man pivoted in the chair. 5. He yanked the arbalist off its stand. 3. He swung the arbalist to face me. I knocked the crossbow aside with my left arm, forcing the man to my left, and swung my right in a wide arc. The inside of my forearm smashed into the back of the man's head. A classic karate move, more powerful than a hook punch, like being hit in the base of the neck with a baseball bat. The man dropped his crossbow and staggered back. Derek leaped through the hole, coming out of the floor as if by magic, grabbed the man from behind, clamping his hand over his mouth, and forced him to the floor, folding him in half like a piece of paper. Grendel danced around us, overjoyed at the entire affair. He didn't even try to help. My attack poodle had gotten rusty. I pulled a knife from my sheath, knelt by the crossbowman, and showed him the blade. "How many of you are there?" The crossbowman tried to rise, but I'd seen Derek tear a metal coffee can with his bare hands. It took the shooter less than 5 seconds to figure out he wasn't going anywhere. Derek took his hand off the man's mouth. "8, he said. "Where is the other shooter?" "Across the hall. The 3-story building." "How did you get Simon?"
"Tremblay said he had money. He knew him from way back. Simon was at a nightclub and was driving home late. We grabbed him in the parking lot. Tremblay shot him full of horse tranquilizers, and then we threw nets on him. He turned into that blue thing and beat the shit out of Miles and Jus. Broke Jus' legs, but then the tranquilizers must have worked because he passed out. We put him in a cage and drove him up here."
A simple plan, but sometimes simple plans were best. I surveyed the man. He folded fast and made no effort to resist. Either his heart wasn't in this, or he was a coward. Killing him seemed too extreme, and tying him up would mean I'd have to send someone up here to rescue his butt. "What's your name?"
"Mick,"
the man said.
"Mick, we're going to take your crossbow. Go out there and have some words with your buddies. You're going to stay right here in this building, because once we're done, somebody will need to take those still breathing to the emergency room. You will be that somebody. If you make a noise or do anything to draw attention to yourself or warn your friends, Derek here will hunt you for fun." Derek smiled, baring sharp white teeth. Mick flinched. I'd bet right. A coward. He has your scent now, and he's guaranteed to have lots of fun you won't like before he gets tired of playing with you. Am I clear? "Crystal."
"Let him go." Derek opened his arms. Mick got up and slowly sat in his chair. Derek picked up his crossbow, and we went out of the building.
"You suck," I told Grendel outside. "You didn't even help."
He wagged his tail.
"Think he's gonna stay up there?"
Derek murmured. I nodded.
"He's too scared to move, and I gave him an out. If he does as he's told, he can help his pals in the end. He can tell himself he had a moral obligation to hide and not interfere. Can you take care of the other shooter?" "Sure." "I'll see you later, then." He trotted into the darkness, melting into the gloom as if he had been born from it. I counted to 600 in my head to give him a nice head start, and strode to the mole hole. Years ago, someone had carved steps into the crater's sides, turning it into a kind of amphitheater. I stepped over the rim and took the steps down to the bottom. The 6 people watched me with unfriendly eyes, 4 men and 2 women. The shorter woman and 3 of the men had the familiar Red Guard bearing. Their clothes were neat, the men were clean-shaven, the woman's pale brown hair was pulled back. The taller woman and a guy standing next to her looked like street thugs, dirty, mismatched clothes, and a hungry, desperate look in their eyes. Probably brought in for numbers and muscle. I walked toward them, Grendel trotting next to me. I was in no hurry. 2 Red Guard veterans would be a lot to handle. They were in shape and had the proper training. 4 guards and 2 street thugs would be difficult. My best bet was to avoid a fight altogether. Sometimes, if you demonstrate enough willingness to hurt someone, they decide it's not worth it. In the cage, Simon stirred. About 20 yards from them, an older, lean man barked. "Far enough!" I looked up. Simon's eyes, cold like frosted ice, looked back at me. "Hello, ice giant. Atlanta hasn't been treating you so well, I see." "Nice cage," I said. "Must have set you back quite a bit." "Where's the money?" the older man asked. The male thug swore. It sounded familiar. I racked my memory and ran across a petition I'd handled about a year ago, during my time with the Order. I'd met this lowlife before.
He liked breaking into older people's houses and beating them until they gave him their money. "Hi, Frankie. Long time no see. They let you out already?" Frankie blinked. "Your legs healed nicely," I told him. "Can hardly tell they were broken. Move around for me. I want to see if you walk funny." Frankie stuck his arms up in the air.
"I'm out."
The older guy scowled at him.
"You walk out, you lose the money, Frankie. Don't be a moron,"
the dark-haired man behind him added. Frankie pointed a grimy finger in his direction.
"No! Fuck you and you!"
He raised his hands.
"I'm out! Come on, SG!"
The taller woman shrugged and followed him. I smiled and watched the light from the fire play on my saber. "If anybody else would like to be excused, now is the time." The older man gave me his hardcore stare. He carried a tactical gladius in his hand, already out of the sheath, a simple, vicious weapon. Dark gray like a Teflon pan, it had a double-edged blade about 16 inches long with a wide fuller running down its length and a plain wooden handle polished from extended use. He surveyed me, then looked at Grendel.
"What the hell is this?"
He had to be Tremblay. I matched his glare. "This is my attack poodle."
"For real?"
a short blond man behind him asked.
"Shut up, Darren."
Tremblay scowled at me.
"You must think you're some hot shit or something. I have scars older than you."
"It's like that, huh? So you must be easy to hit. Lucky for me."
"You listen to me."
Tremblay pointed to Simon in the cage.
"One word from me, and you'll be picking up your friend's brains from the bottom of that cage."
I leaned forward slightly and pulled the lower lid of my left eye down.
"What the fuck?"
the stocky, muscular woman behind Tremblay murmured. Not a melee fighter. She stood flat on her feet, planted like a tree, and carried no weapons.
"She's asking you if you can see the care in her eye,"
Simon said helpfully.
"Cute,"
Tremblay said.
"You just signed his death warrant, and your own."
I peered at him. "You sure you should be mouthing off, Tremblay? Because I'm not scared, and your service record's kind of spotty."
"Do you have the money?"
the tall, dark-haired man asked, exasperation vibrating in his voice. A long, slender sword hung from his waist. A katana user. "Do you see the money? Do I look like somebody who would have that much money and be dumb enough to give it to you?" The dark-haired man looked at Simon.
"What are you trying to pull?"
He sounded indignant, like his feelings were hurt.
"I'm not trying to pull anything,"
Simon said.
"In case your powers of observation failed you, I've spent the last few hours in this cage."
I glanced up at Simon. "Are you going to pay me to kill them?"
"I'm thinking."
"I think they should pay me to go away." Tremblay stared at me, eyes bulging.
"If they pay you, are you going to take me with you?"
Simon asked.
"Depends on how much they'll give me."
The 4 ex-guardsmen stared at me.
"Wait a minute,"
the shorter blond man said.
"She wants us to give her money to take him with her?" "Darren, keep your mouth shut,"
Tremblay growled. "Yes, that's it." I nodded at Darren. "You give me money, I take him with me, and everybody's happy."
"This isn't what you said'd happen."
Darren looked at Tremblay.
"Shut the hell up!"
Tremblay was actually shaking. There was no way he could salvage this. "Losing your job is hard," I said. "But you guys need to find a different line of work because holding people for ransom isn't your forte. You're not very good at it. Why don't you take off before your fearless leader gives himself a coronary?" The dark-haired man was thinking about it. I saw it in his eyes. Darren looked confused. I pushed a little more. "Cut your losses. It's time to go."
Fuck it! Fire the flare!
Tremblay snarled. The stocky woman looked at him.
Fire the fucking flare!
She clapped her hands. Magic pulsed, and a bright yellow spark shot from between her clasped fingers into the sky, blossoming into a fiery dandelion. The 4 ex-guardsmen tensed, anticipating a shot. Nothing happened. "Go home," I repeated. Tremblay snarled.
Kill the stupid bitch!
I backed away, giving myself room to work. Darren turned light electric purple. His skin sprouted hard, bony bumps. He stumbled back, clutching at his head. Tremblay and the mage backed away. The dark-haired man marched at me, drawing the katana as he struck. Good fast draw. I parried, letting the flat of his blade slide off Slayer, and punched him in the jaw with my left hand. He staggered back. Blood swelled along my forearm. He'd nicked me. I'd surprised him, and he still nicked me, fast bastard. Derek dropped out of the darkness into the mole-hole, raised the crossbow, and fired. An arrow whistled past me, missing the thing that used to be Darren by an inch. Derek looked at the crossbow in disgust, raised it. He wouldn't throw away a perfectly good crossbow. Derek hurled the crossbow at Darren. It broke over the man's armored head. Derek's clothes exploded and a monster spilled forth. His limbs grew, bones thrusting out, forming new long legs and powerful arms. Muscle coated the new skeleton, clinging to the bones. Skin sheathed it, dark fur grew, claws cut through the flesh, and a new creature landed on the glass. Neither man nor wolf, but a lethal hybrid of both, a human predatory intellect locked in a savage body. Derek grinned, displaying a mouthful of nightmarish teeth, and crashed into the purple armored creature that used to be Darren. The dark-haired man recovered, approaching. The right stance, responsive but firm, good balance, katana pointing at my eyes. Step. Another step. Smooth, sliding his foot along the ground so every move ended in a proper stance. He would lunge, and when he did it, he would commit completely. He was classically trained, and it would be all or nothing. The $64,000 question was, would I be fast enough to parry it? Another step. Our stares crossed. It would be over for one of us in a second. Time stretched into infinity. I focused on him, absorbing every single detail. The angle of his leading foot, the dark eyes fixed on me, the minute tensing of muscles on his right arm, the rise of his chest. He lunged, striking at my midsection in a horizontal stab, driving the blade with both hands. I saw it a fraction of a second before it began and stepped back with my right foot, dodging, turning. Even as the blade came toward me, I knew I wasn't fast enough. He saw it too, and twisted the blade, the edge, sideways toward me. The katana's edge grazed my ribs, slicing skin along my side. For a fraction of a second, his arms stretched, rigid, parallel to the ground, as he drove the blade forward. I cut across his wrists, carving flesh and tendon with my saber. Blood swelled on his skin. His fingers opened as the severed flexor tendons refused to obey. The sword fell. He caught the katana with his left hand and backed away, hot scarlet dripping on the ground. The swordsman looked at me, a question in his eyes. He was done. We both knew it. I could cut him down right there, and he wouldn't be able to do much about it. I nodded and took a step back. He straightened, turned, and walked away.
Where the hell do you think you're going?
Tremblay yelled.
Get back here! You fight for half a second and you're done?
He can't hold his sword, I told him. Saving his sword hand is more important to him than you are. Tremblay swore. The woman behind him was chanting, eyes closed. Magic moved toward her in a slow flood. I didn't want to taste what she was cooking. I started toward Tremblay. Magic pulsed, its impact slapping my skin like a blast wave from an invisible cannon. A naked Tremblay lunged at me. What the hell? I hammered the pommel of my sword in his face. He crumpled to the ground. I backed away. A second Tremblay, also bare-assed, grabbed at my forearm. His fingers crushed my arm like steel pincers. My bones groaned. I yanked my arm to the side, exposing Tremblay's armpit, thrust, and withdrew. He dropped to his knees, his mouth oddly slack. A guttural groan echoed from the right. Tremblay's body crumbled into pale red dust and swirled into the wind. The real Tremblay, still fully clothed, stood by the magic user, his face shaking with effort. As I watched, an outline of his body peeled off, forming another naked clone who staggered toward me. He was a one-man army. Awesome. Was there a finite number of them? Because I was bleeding all over the place, and if he made enough of them at once, they would overwhelm me. Hey, Tremblay, ever think of starting your own boy band? His face jerked. Another clone peeled off. Another. A third. The woman behind Tremblay was chanting, pulling the magic to her and winding it like thread on a spindle. Not good. The 3 clones advanced toward me. I backed away. Tremblay could have been one hell of a bodyguard. He was a whole detachment all by his lonesome. Too bad he'd chosen to sell his clients' lives instead. A 4th clone joined the line, followed by its twin. 5 now. The Tremblays took a step forward, moving in unison. Controlling clones took concentration. I'd piloted vampires before, and sending them in the same direction was much easier than trying elaborate tactics. The Tremblays didn't need elaborate tactics. Between the 5 of them, they had 1,000 pounds of muscle. If all of them were as strong as the one who had grabbed me, I couldn't let them get hold of me. They could just pile on me, and that would be the end. Throwing knives at them wouldn't do enough damage. I could use a power word, but doing that announced my power and ancestry to anyone with a bit of knowledge. The less I showed in front of Simon, the better. Given half a chance, he would still sell me to my biological father faster than I could blink. I ran. I dashed along the molehole's wall. Slayer in hand, the clones followed me in a line. I picked up a bit more speed. Clones or not, geometry still worked the same, and the outside perimeter of the circle was longer than the inside one. To the left of me, the real Tremblay flashed by, the magic user woman still chanting with her head bowed. Derek and Darren grappled with each other. I smelled blood. Darren might have the armored skin, but my money was on Derek anyway. I flew along the wall, my legs pumping. 2/3 of the way around the crater, I glanced back. The clones had started in a line running at the same speed, and now that line was nicely staggered, about 6 feet between them. Not as much as I would have liked, but it would have to do. Any closer and I'd be too close to the real Tremblay. I spun around and charged the first clone. Tremblay had no time to react. I swung Slayer in a classical diagonal stroke, putting all of my strength of my arm into it. The saber cut across the first clone's throat and chest, right to left, slicing flesh and cartilage like butter. The clone went down. Before he fell, I reversed the stroke, drawing a flat 8 and sliced the second clone left to right. He dropped like a cut weed. Tremblay screamed. The 3rd clone jerked his arms up, trying to shield his chest and throat. Tremblay had finally reacted, but a body in motion tends to stay in motion. The clones had been running full out, trying to catch me, and like a horse in a gallop, they couldn't come to a dead stop. I stabbed my sword into the clone's exposed gut, jerked the blade to the right, scrambling the organs, if he had any, and kicked him off my blade. The 4th clone, with the road rash on its face, bent down, aiming to ram me with his shoulder. I dodged, and ran straight into the 5th clone's punch. I saw it, I just couldn't do anything but turn into it. Given a choice of ribs or shoulder, I took it on the left shoulder. Pain erupted in my arm. Oh, I staggered back. Ow! The 5th clone's fist was speeding toward my face. I leaned out of the way. Arms clamped my legs in a death grip. The road rash clone anchored me in place. My legs screamed in pain. They had me. The 5th clone lunged at me, fingers like talons reaching for my neck. The road rash clone twisted, trying to turn my back to the attack. I reversed my sword blade up and thrust sideways, parallel to the ground. The 5th clone impaled himself on my blade. I let go of my sword, pulling a throwing knife, and rammed the short blade into the base of the fourth clone's neck. He broke into red dust. The fifth clone collapsed on me, his forearm across my throat like a bar. The world dimmed. Suddenly there wasn't enough air. I wrapped my freed legs around his and stabbed him in the side. 1, 2, 3! My hands slick and wet with red. The metallic scent of blood filled my nostrils. 4, 5, 6, 7! Red dust rained on my face. I coughed and rolled to my feet just in time to see Derek hurl Darren across the crater. The armored man landed on his back, clutching at his leg. It was bent the wrong way, and the white stub protruding from it had to be his shin bone. Only Tremblay and the mage were left. I picked up my sword and marched to them. I had to get the real thing, or this could go on forever. Tremblay bent over, breathing like a runner after a marathon. "What the fuck are you?" He was done. Across from us, Derek made a beeline for Tremblay. "It's over," I said. "Not quite." The female mage clapped her hands. The magic she had gathered sparked. A high-pitched chime, like the toll of a large crystal bell, sounded through the night, coming from a point above the woman's head. A pale glow unfurled, like an incandescent fog, billowing from one small point into a yellow cloud, illuminated from within. Something long and sinuous stirred within its depths. I accelerated. Whatever the thing in the cloud was, it wouldn't be good, and I wanted the mage out of commission before it emerged. I was 20 yards from the woman when the cloud tore. A glowing creature slipped into existence, hovering above the mage's head. About 2 feet long, it resembled a woodlouse, wide and flattened. A shell of translucent overlapping segments, radiating pale yellow luminescence, shielded its flattened body. 7 pairs of thick, segmented crab legs hung from underneath the shell, moving in a flowing rhythm as if the creature were swimming. Glowing eyes like 2 orbs, sheathed in metallic foil, looked at me. "Stop!" the female mage said. My body stopped. Logically, I knew I had to keep moving, but something deep in the core of my brain refused to obey. I couldn't look away. I couldn't close my eyes. I could only stare at the glowing bug crustacean apparition. "Don't look at it!" I barked. "Too late!" Derek called out, his voice shredded by his oversized teeth. "Shit!" "Drop your sword!" the woman said. The command pulled on me. I clenched Slayer. "No!" "Drop your sword!" the woman repeated. A low, steady ache drained down my arm in a viscous wave all the way into my fingers. The grip of my saber burned my skin like fire. It would be so easy to just let go. So easy. I clenched my teeth and took a small step forward. Magic anchored me. It felt like I was dragging a semi behind me. Another step. "Her will is too strong," the woman said. "You'll have to go and finish her." "No problem," Tremblay said. I couldn't look away from the glowing bug, but I heard the sound of his steps. I had to lift my sword. My arm refused to obey. Derek snarled. "Settle down. You're next," Tremblay said. The glowing creature stared at me, its eyes empty and endless at the same time. My whole body shook with effort. I could use a power word, but doing that in front of Simon was extremely unwise. He had already seen me use one. If I demonstrated any more power, he would dig deeper into my background. If he put 2 and 2 together, he'd sell me out to my real father faster than I could blink. I could do this. I just had to lift my sword. Tremblay's steps were closer. I would lift it, damn it! My arm obeyed. It felt like the muscles and ligaments in my arms were ripping apart, but I could feel the balance of the sword shift in my hand. The point of my saber was slowly creeping up. Not fast enough. Tremblay would cut me down. Well, wasn't that a lovely predicament? Kate Daniels, rescuer of kidnapped sexual deviants, chopped down by some has-been bodyguard. If Tremblay didn't finish me, I'd die of sheer embarrassment. Tremblay got close enough that he swung into my field of vision. His face was grim, his mouth a hard, flat line. He hefted the gladius as he walked. I took a deep breath. Simon or not, the power word was my only option. Tremblay raised his sword. Something snarled, too sharp to be Derek. The crustacean creature dimmed. Its legs flailed helplessly. The hypnotic glow blinked and vanished. The hold on my body broke. I lunged forward, breaking into a sprint. Tremblay swung the gladius to parry. I batted his sword aside, buried Slayer in his left lung, sliding it between his ribs, and withdrew. Tremblay's mouth gaped in a shocked "oh." A werewolf leaped into view, sailing through the air as if he had wings. His claws scoured the creature. Magic boomed, nearly punching me off my feet, hurling the werewolf and the dying creature to the ground. Tremblay coughed, dropped his sword, and clamped his hand to the wound. The veins on his neck began to bulge. Probably a collapsed lung. I shoved him aside. Ahead, the female mage lay on her stomach, her hands in the air. An enormous black hound stood over her, his teeth on the back of her neck. A ghostly light rippled over his sable-black fur. Ha! About time! To the right, Derek's prone form sprawled on the glass. The magic creature lay next to him in two glistening wet piles. He must have torn it in half. That was where the blast I had just felt had come from. Don't be dead. Don't be dead, Derek. I give up, the woman croaked. I give up. Don't hurt me. Derek, I called out. Please be okay, Boy Wonder. Derek! He sat up slowly and shook his shaggy head. Are you okay?
Yeah. Head hurts.
I exhaled and walked up to the woman. Grendel looked at me and growled low. Drop it. He didn't move. Trash, Grendel. Drop it. Grendel opened his jaws and sat. Good boy. I pulled a plastic tie out of the pocket on my belt and wrapped the mage up. I feel a shiver of magic from you, and I'll cut your head off. Do we understand each other? She nodded frantically. No, I'm done. I wasn't wild about this kidnapping plan anyway. But she'd gone along with it, and when Tremblay told her to give the signal that would have exploded Simon's head with a charged arrow if Derek hadn't taken out the shooter, she gave that signal without the slightest pause. If she was looking for sympathy, I was fresh out. Your dog transforms, Simon said. Brilliant deduction, Mr. Holmes. I petted Grendel's huge head. He was a black dog, a mystic hound. Trouble was, he transformed only when he felt like it. I can't help but point out that I'm still confined, Simon said. I glanced at Derek. Will you let him out, please? He'll just keep whining. He scrambled up the slope of the mole hole, up the building and along the beam, running on his oversized feet, his shaggy body silhouetted against the moon and the ruined city. I checked my side. The katana's blade had left a shallow gash. It bled quite a bit, but my shirt had absorbed most of it. I pulled gauze from my pocket, pressed it against the wound, and pulled my shirt over it. I took a flask with kerosene from my belt and backtracked, pouring it on anything resembling blood. Once blood was separated from my body, I could no longer hide its magic. Derek reached the end of the beam and crouched, untangling the chains. I struck a match. The trail of kerosene caught fire. Do hurry, Simon said. Derek raised his clawed hands. The cage plummeted 25 feet to the ground and bounced, chipping the glass. The metal door popped open. Ow! Simon shouldered his way out of the cage. He towered over me, a full 8 feet tall.
I don't suppose you've brought anything nutritious with you?
You've got to be kidding me. Slipped my mind. Being a polymorph, Simon needed a huge amount of calories for his metamorphosis. The fight with his kidnappers must have drained him dry. Simon sighed.
Regrettable.
You owe me.
I'm well aware of that, thank you, although in light of recent events, I believe the dog should get the lion's share of the reward.
The dog is my employee. I mean it, Simon.
You owe me a big favor. One day I will call to collect. Suddenly I feel less secure than when I was confined,
Simon said. I grinned at him and walked away, leaving his kidnappers to Simon's tender mercy. Some men might have killed them in revenge. I was pretty sure Simon would contact the cops and then sue the lot. Derek caught up with me. I held out my hand and he low-fived me. Let's see. Some would-be kidnappers diverted from their life of crime, an otherworldly monster killed, and one sexual deviant rescued. All in all, not a bad night.
100 grand is a lot of money,
Derek said. A favor from Simon is worth more. Eventually it would prove useful. I was counting on it. About the authors. Ilona Andrews is a pseudonym for a husband and wife writing team. Ilona is a native-born Russian, and Andrew is a former communications sergeant in the U.S. Army. Contrary to popular belief, Andrew was never an intelligence officer with a license to kill, and Ilona was never the mysterious Russian spy who seduced him. They met in college, in English Composition 101, where Ilona got a better grade. Andrew is still sore about that. Together, Andrew and Ilona are the co-authors of the New York Times best-selling Kate Daniels urban fantasy series and the romantic urban fantasy novels of The Edge. They currently reside in Austin, Texas, with their 2 children and numerous pets. For sample chapters, news, and more, visit www.ilona-andrews.com.
If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Blood's Pride, Shattered Kingdoms, Book 1 by Evie Manieri, narrated by Bianca Amato. Rising from their sea-torn ships like vengeful, pale phantoms, the Norlanders laid waste to the Shadar under cover of darkness. They forced the once peaceful fisherfolk into slavery and forged an alliance with their former trading partners, the desert-dwelling Nomus tribe, cutting off any hope of salvation. Now, 2 decades after the invasion, a rebellion gathers strength in the dark corridors of the city. A small faction of Shadari have hired the Mongrel, an infamous mercenary, to aid their fledgling uprising. But with her own shadowy ties to the region, she is a frighteningly volatile ally. Has she really come to lead a revolution? Or for a more sinister purpose all her own?